Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the game show where you survey and we play. This is LCK Feud. I'm still your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and today I've got two very accomplished former pro gamers, now analysts that steal your heart. Let's start with our first one, the challenger. First time on the show. He is an LCS champion and an LCK legend. Please welcome the big UMTI, Umpty!
Woo! Hello. Hello, everyone. Umpty is here. I will be the first again.
Oh, okay. All right. There it is. Short words here. And his opponent, he went 1-0 earlier, returning for a second victory. He is the MSI champion of 2027. Please welcome back Big Hooney.
Big Hoon is in the building.
Well, did you have to say the LCS champion? Because I haven't won any.
Ooh.
The mental warfare begins early. I may have forgotten that part. How many years did you play in the LCS, Hooney?
I played more than 6 years.
How many years did you play in the LCS, Umpty?
1.5 years, I think.
How many championships are between you two?
0.
No, between you two, there's one, and it's not because of you. Let's get to it. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, I need your buzzer sounds as well. Hit the buzzer and make a noise. Big Hoon?
What's the buzzer sounds like?
I don't know what I expected. But all right, here we go. Question number 1 is this. I actually don't remember question number 1, so we're going to show it on the screen.
Our host.
Question number 1 is this. What kind of business does Corporate Mundo actually run?
Oh, wait.
This is quite hard.
Remember, the fans voted. What do you think the fans voted? Who's first? Oh,
Cooperate. Okay, I will go for it first.
okay, push the button.
Okay.
Okay, Hootie first.
I did it first.
Wait, what?
First, what are you
Wait,
doing?
I did it
You were not
first.
even trying to do it.
All right,
What?
Hootie. So, what kind of business does Corporate Mundo actually run? Thousands of fans across the world answered this question.
Nah, this is cheating.
Like the industry that he's in.
You know, it's popping these days. So I will say IT.
IT.
Nah.
Information technology. IT. Is that one on the board? Again, we're pretty open with these answers in this one. IT. Is it on there?
Is it?
Tech and semiconductors. That's right. Very big here, especially in Korea. Hooney knows a thing or two about tech and semiconductors.
Easy.
Easy. All right, Hooney, you did not get the highest answer, so Umpty, you have the opportunity to steal. Do you know a corporation that Mundo actually runs? What does he actually run that the fans think he runs because it's Corporate Mundo?
Okay, so it is from the fans, right?
Correct. It's imagination, what the fans think.
In my head, it's two things.
Okay?
Say it.
Say it.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
So what do you mean, man? It's just like a medicine, probably?
Oh, medicine?
Yeah.
Be specific? More
Yes.
like
제약 사업 뭐라 그러지? What should I say? It is quite hard English for me.
producer. Is that correct? Okay, all right. Let's see. Is that correct? The judges have judged. Is it on there? 제약사. Is that right?
제약 사업. Yeah.
제약.
Okay, that's the third.
Pharmaceutical.
Oh.
All right. We're moving up the board. That's higher than your last one, Hooney, so you got to get 1 or 2 to take control of the board. What do you got for me?
Damn, that's tough. Like,
There's 2 more that thousands of people voted for.
I mean, look at his face. Look at the Mundo's face.
Yeah?
He looked kind of strong.
Hooney, you look kind of strong and jacked. You want to make that same face? What's that face look like?
That looks like a groof. I'm so sorry, but
Okay, Umpty, if you're going to try. What does that face look like, Umpty? What does that face look like? Are you making the face, or are you just looking like Umpty? All right.
All right.
All right.
Let's go back to 1 and 2.
1 and 2, Huni.
So since he's so jacked and so strong,
Yeah.
Yeah.
look at his body, man.
Yeah.
Like fitness.
Oh, maybe he's a,
Fitness.
a gym owner, a gym
Mhm.
branch owner.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see. Is Mundo a jacked CEO of fitness? He's strong. Is it on there?
Oh! Oh!
That was risky for
They
me.
gave healthcare together. Healthcare is in there,
Yeah,
Insurance
it's a
can
part
go
of the
towards that.
fitness.
Yeah, part of the fitness. That's more like PT, but okay, all right. But that's less than. So, Umpty, you can decide now. We've cleared 3 already. Do you think you can get the other 5, or will you let Huni guess?
I guess this one is so easy.
Wait. You have to decide. Are you going to be the guesser for the rest of this
Yeah.
question? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. All
Yeah,
3
yeah.
questions going here. Get your 1 answer ready.
Okay, understood the rule. I think these questions are very easy and the answers are very easy, so I will give it to Huni.
Oh, okay.
Huni.
All right, Huni, you've got to clear the board.
Bro, it's already uncovered. Like 3 of them is already uncovered out of 8.
Yeah, but which means you have more chances.
All right.
Okay, all right. You've got 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8.
I'll go pretty quick.
All right.
Quick. Vehicle.
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 Automotive. Vehicle. I kind of like that one, right? A lot of CEOs, a lot of cars,
Yeah.
vehicles.
Look at his suit.
Let's take a look. Is it on there? Vehicle and automotive.
Oh, it is.
Oh,
so
slide it in.
smart.
Big Hoon. I didn't know Huni was so good with business. Did you know that?
I didn't know at all.
Okay.
I thought he was good at some other games.
What?
Huni, you've cleared half the board. You got all your lives left.
I'll say. So this is a ask to esports.
Okay.
So esports industry.
Esports. I think that's very specific. Esports. Gaming.
Or sports. Can I
No.
say sports?
You already said
So is that esports or like making a game?
That's
like, you know?
esports. Esports is specific. Esports is its own industry. All right.
Could be making.
Judges. Time to see.
Could
Is
be running.
esports in there?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Yes. That's crazy.
Uh,
This is answered by esports fans. And no one actually say esports.
Do you think that muscly guy is gonna do for it?
No one
Yeah.
says. No one says TSM Mundo. Okay.
Oh.
I'm just throwing that one.
Uh-oh.
Okay. By the way, TSM Huni at one point in his career. All right. 2 lives left. 4 answers still on the board.
It's a lot. It's rough.
The first and second, the most popular
I
two are
know.
still
It's
on there.
crazy, right? It's still uncovered. Like, that's actually still crazy. Like, 1 and 2 is still hidden. What's popping these days? Space?
Space.
Yeah.
Oh.
Astronautical.
Like, you know,
Astronomical.
like rocket, you know.
Astronomical. Yes. Yes. Space. Is space exploration astronomical?
Aerospace.
Aeronomical.
Aerospace.
Aerospace. Is that on there?
What?
No.
That was good answer.
It was a good answer.
Yeah, it is good and it is popping, but
It was wrong.
yes,
That's what
it is just
wrong
wrong.
answer.
What? It was so good.
Is it that hard?
All right,
No.
Huni. All right,
I
Huni,
got
you
one
have
more.
1 life left.
You gotta be ready for it.
Yeah.
You have to have your 1 answer correct. Get
Yes.
ready. Okay, he's ready. But, Huni, last chance. Try to clear the board here. Make it tough. 1 and 2, the most popular ones that fans voted on, still there.
Fashion.
Ooh.
Look at the wardrobe.
Look
Now
at
it
the
comes. Now it comes.
Right?
Now
see
you're
the tie,
playing.
There's scissors on there?
The
Now you're
the
playing.
fancy.
Okay.
You see the badge. You see the, you
got
know,
the-
the shirt,
the tie clip,
suit.
you know?
Look at your hairstyle, sunglasses. It's full of drip.
Mundo's men's fashion. I like it. Let's see if the fans liked it too. Is fashion the industry that corporate Mundo actually runs?
No, there's.
Oh, my answer was
no.
so clever.
But they were so wrong.
I know. It's crazy.
All right. Well, those were a lot of wrong answers. Umpty. 1 right answer, and you'll get all the points on the board.
how many chances do I have? It's a one-time
chance.
race.
Single.
One chance and you get all the points.
You said it's easy, man.
Yeah, it is easy. It is easy for me.
You had a long time to think.
Yes, I had. So I will go on food.
Food. Okay. Food. Our fans like food. They like eating. We've asked food questions before.
True.
What kind of business does corporate Mundo actually run? Is the food business the answer? If it's right, all the points go to Umpty. Otherwise, it goes to Hooney.
Let's go!
You guys had some really good answers. I will give that to you, but Umpty, how do you feel about that?
I was thinking about there must be that CEO Mundo will like the McDonald's there.
Yeah.
And then there was no food for me.
No.
No make it easy.
No food. No food. All right, let's get to these answers and we'll tabulate the points. What kind of business does corporate Mundo actually run? Let's start with answer number 7.
Please.
Insurance.
Okay.
That's not bad. That's a good answer.
It is good, but also, it fits Mundo. A little shady.
Yeah.
A little shady, insurance sometimes, all right. But also could be good. Also good money.
Oh.
Number 6.
Maybe a bank.
Right.
Riot Games is here.
Esports!
Esports.
Right, this is not giant.
No.
It's different.
No, it is different.
Yeah.
It is different.
That's making a game.
That's...
Making a game, balancing a game is different with esports.
Bro, guys, Riot Games, it is esports. It is the esports company.
But it's not just esports.
Yeah.
All right.
What is the main?
Yeah. This is what the fans voted. All right. Number 2, the second most popular answer. What is it? Crime. He's the CEO of Crime, Corporate Mundo.
I was gonna say I thought it was illegal to say.
If you would have said any of those things, I would have given you anything.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say gang.
Oh my god. I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, I mean, look at his face. I mean, I didn't want to say. I thought it was, not legal.
And number 1, here we go. What is the number 1 kind of business that
Dear mustache.
Corporate Mundo actually runs? Finance and investment.
That's true.
Look, it's the badge on his
That's
shoulder.
true. I forgot the investment. Yeah.
How did you forget the investment?
That's true. I forgot.
Semiconductor.
Yeah, I was thinking like what people's like into like what they want to investment, but I actually forgot the investment company.
I'm quite surprised there's no bank there. Because I thought
I would get banking.
Banking is
would've
like
been
a
there.
part of the finance, yeah.
Oh, really?
All right, so time to tabulate the scores here that we uncovered everything. For getting the question right, and he ended up clearing most of it anyways. Big Hooney gets 38 points in question number 1.
The big good is in the building. I mean, his first time, so I'll go easy in the next round. Don't worry, man.
You didn't go too easy because he's got the big 0, a donut, a nothing burger here for Umpty.
How could you not put food there, everyone?
I agree. Food was a good one. And again, if you disagree with these answers and agree with Umpty, make sure to fill out the survey next time on the LCK Twitter. But it's time for question number 2. All right, gentlemen, here is the question. If you had any ultimate ability, what ability would it be? Push the button. Hooney.
Ultimate.
Ultimate ability. Any ultimate ability. If you could have any ultimate ability, what would it be?
Teleport.
That's not a... That's a summoner spell.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
Like
Is summoner spell is summoner spell teleport on there?
No, I mean like
no,
I mean like the TF ulti. You know what I mean? Like,
You can't clarify now. You said teleport.
But it's like you say nah. All right, I lost. All right, but I meant to be. You know what I mean? Like not the. You know what I mean?
All right. If you could use just one champion ability, ultimate ability in real life, what would it be? His teleport.
No, it's the TF ulti.
You said teleport.
But I meant to be.
That's
I meant to be
summoner
TF ulti.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Is it on there? Give him big fat X. All right. Beep. He gets beeped out. All right. It's
My
your
bad.
turn. What ultimate ability, what one ultimate ability in real life that you could have, what would it be?
Tier 40.
No! Imagine that's
The
the
fate.
number one answer. Like, I'll be losing my mind.
Well-
I can't see everywhere that I want to see. and
That's
then I can
right.
just teleport there.
Yes.
Yes,
Vision
that's
and
the ultimate.
teleport. Wow. What a great idea. Let's see if it's on the board.
Please.
You can just use
Please,
one
don't tell me.
ability in real
No! No! This is not it.
I'm so genius. I'm so
I said it
genius.
first.
I'm
Yes,
so
okay, teleport. You say teleport.
I'm a Jimmy Neutron big brain. Let's go.
Jimmy Neutron, Big Brain, Umpty. You got the highest one on the board, so you decide. Do you think you're going to guess the other 7 answers and want to get your 3 there, or do you want to give it to Hooney? And again, you need 38. You need 8 more points.
Okay, so if I can guess the other.
So you'll guess. Yeah, that's right. You'll have 3 lives to keep guessing, and then if Hooney doesn't get his one chance right, you get all the points.
okay, I will go on this quiz.
Okay.
Okay.
He's a guesser. All right.
Be the guesser.
He got the number 1 answer. I don't know how he got it. Twisted Fate's Destiny all by himself.
That was so tough and hard.
7 more answers left up on the board. Umpty, give me an answer while Hooney writhes in pain.
So I think the time is very important
Time
for
is very
every
important.
people.
Okay.
So Jillian.
Oh, Zillionold. Zillion.
That's pretty good.
That's
I was
pretty
gonna
good.
say too.
Master of Time. Hooney's going to potentially have to wait here. Is Zillion ult on there? Chrono Shift. Is it on there? There it is. Zillion's Chrono Shift is indeed on there. That is number 4. Umpty, give me another one.
So give you the another
Yes.
answer is
Please go on easy on me, man.
connected to the time.
Okay.
What about the Echo Swords?
Echo! These are looking good. These are sounding good. Echo ult. Let's see if it's on there.
It's gonna be a 2.
We go from Chrono Shift
yes.
Oh, good.
to Chrono Break. Echo's on there. Okay. So now Umpty has the most points, but he's still got to clear the board. So Umpty, keep going. He's got a theme. 3 of them gone, 3 lives still left. What do you got for me?
Now this is the hardest part for me.
But you have 3 you have still 3 chances.
He's thinking. He's in the house.
Shan ulti.
Shen.
That's also, that's a
Stand
teleport.
united. You know, another teleport protects someone. Let's see. Shen, is that on? Is that what you all thought? Is this it? Let's see. Is it on there? Number 5. Oh, no. He's going. He's cleared half the board. He has all 3 lives left. We've never had anyone clear the board before. Umpty is on the pathway there. All right. So we've got 3, 6, 7, and 8. So he's getting the more popular ones. Keep that in mind. He's doing the popular thing. All right, Umpty.
All right. So there goes one more easier thing with the with connected with the TP. Probably it's a Galio ult.
Oh.
Hollywood.
Galio ult. Okay. Let's see if the entrance is on there. Galio ult. Heroic entrance. Oh!
Nice.
There's one. There. Incorrect. Okay. Hooney enjoys seeing wrong answers.
Yes.
All right.
2 more.
Umpty, you're going to have to dig deep here. 2 more lives left here before Hooney can steal. Remember, you can still win if Hooney gets it wrong, but if you clear it all, he doesn't even get a chance. Let's see. What you got for me?
Let's go on funny one.
Okay.
I think at the 7th and 8th, probably there will be a mushrooms.
Mushrooms. So we're going with the Teemo Shrooms.
Yeah, Team Mushrooms will be there in my head.
I do feel like this is something that our audience might pick. Audience, did you pick this? Let's find out. If you could use one champion ability in real life, what would it be? Would it be the Teemo Mushrooms? No, that is incorrect.
I thought it was a fence vote, but lucky. It's okay. It's okay. I still have a chance.
He still has a chance. 1 life left to clear out as many as he can to make it hard for Hooney. And for some reason, he decided to do a funny answer. All right, here we go.
Wow.
It's actually quite hard for me right now.
Yeah. I have nothing to come. I don't know. This is also, it gets really tough after, like, you know, related to the time span,
Yeah.
and TP.
Yeah.
Everything's gone.
All
So
right.
I don't know what people are thinking after.
Look at him. He's focusing. He's meditating. He's using all of his Jimmy Neutron brain from question number 1. Need an answer. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Say the champion.
1. Need it. Ash. Ash. Enchanted crystal arrow.
Yes.
Can shoot someone, stun them, hold them in place.
Yeah.
Also kind of like saving time.
Even from here to Brazil, we can
He-
shoot it. Here to Brazil.
Okay. All right. That is pretty far away.
Yeah. Unstoppable.
Let's see. Is Ash the right answer with enchanted crystal arrow? No, it is not. Okay.
Optimus one thing.
I think he
Like,
did too.
I have really, really great answer right here.
Really? Great answer.
Like, you guys will be shocked.
Shocked. I'm ready
be
to be shocked.
Okay.
Okay, Hooney, this is for the game. You get it right, you win. You get it wrong, you lose. Let's see. What answer do you have for me if you could use just one champion ability in real life? What would it be?
So, I mean, I feel like this answer should be number 1, in theory. Over TF ulti.
Oh,
You know what? You know what I'm
Over
thinking?
TF ulti?
You know what I'm thinking?
I think I know what you're thinking.
Silas.
Silas?
Yes.
Oh.
In theory, you can actually take all the ulti, so you can basically use every single ulti in real life.
But in real life, they don't have any ultis.
Just shut your mouth. What you talking about? We're talking in real life using the league ulti.
Yes, in real life.
It already doesn't make sense. So it's a Silas ulti that you can actually use every single ultimate in the game.
All right.
Okay.
Hooney wants to try
I got the point, right?
to hijack. The correct answer is hijack from Silas.
You
The
guys
right
have
answer.
to be smart.
Mad.
I believe you guys.
Matt?
All right, here we go. Is it on there?
Mad?
No way! No way! That's so, you know, greatest answer I've ever done.
It was a very good answer.
It could be the most dumb answer too.
What?
Because I just tell you.
You know, the best answer I've ever had. Like, I was like so happy for that. I can actually say the answer.
Hooney, I didn't know you just wanted all the ultis. You seem like corporate Dr. Mundo to me. Just a greedy guy. He wants all the ultis.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
All right, let's clear this board and get to the business.
I'm actually very curious, yeah.
If you could use just one champion ultimate ability in real life, what would it be? Number 8. Pantheon's Grand Starfall. It was close.
Makes
Grand
Yeah, makes sense. Makes
Grand
sense.
All right, or heroic entrance. Grand entrance is for Khan. Let's get to number 7. Number 7.
Paranoia?
Soraka's wish.
Oh, being healthy.
That's right. And it's a wish, right? You heal someone, it's in the name. All right,
That's pretty good.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Heal everyone that you want in your life. Number 6. You don't heal the enemies. Number 6. Bard's Tempered Fate.
Bars ulti?
That's right.
What?
You buy a little bit more time. Also, if something bad was going to happen, you protect them
Oh.
or stop them from doing the bad thing.
Oh.
For 2.5 seconds?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Well, I mean, you know,
Ooh.
2.5 seconds could be a lot.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
And our final answer, number 3. You guys were so close. You tickled around it.
Really?
If you could use just one champion ultimate ability in real life, what would it be? Number 3. It's Realm Warp. You guys were fighting in between all of those things.
That's true. We completely forgot the Rise ulti.
Because you could bring multiple people.
But
I'm-
this A ability, if you have a Silas ulti, you can use everything.
Nah, there's no Rise ulti in your real life, bro.
Maybe someone else.
All right, let's tabulate it all up now that the guys have seen the answers. We've done 2 questions. We've got one winner, and it's this man right here with 72 points in his first time, the LCK Feud debut. It's Umpty!
The investment was quite hard, but League 1 is more easy. And I think the number 1 answer was the most hardest one, especially the TFO Destiny. Thanks to the fans for voting.
What?
And then show the face of the man who lost and doesn't believe it. What do you want to say to the fans, Hooney?
You guys gotta be better to be smarter next
Teleporter?
time. You know, like I can't believe you guys are not saying the silence ulti. Just saying.
Matt?
I think it was pretty good. Honestly, I think these answers are pretty fair. I can't believe you guys didn't do investment.
That's true.
There was money on his badge, and then you were we had the hint here. It was about time. Getting time back, time traveling,
True.
literally time stopping, giving more time by living longer. Wish. It's about time.
About time.
That was actually the hint.
That was the hint. And now it's time to say goodbye to you. But again, to remind you all at home, if you want your answers represented, make sure to fill out the survey on the LCK Twitter. On behalf of everyone here, you know how it goes. You survey and we play. This has been LCK Feud. All right, that's a lot of editing for G-Sun to do.
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. just when I lift my mic into the storm.
Cross realize when the shadows fall. Cocoa hands on the stake. 겁나지 않아 우리 보면 all black when we come around. 상처 안고 let the cold sink in. 어둠 속에서 when we begin. 가을 뒤집어지기 upside down. X marks don't move. There is no way out.
캡틴, 브리온 화이팅! 제발!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026 play-ins. This is the final day. We are crowning our final playoff team today. And will it be BNK FearX or will it be Bro? That is the big question. And now, Wolf, you're pretty invested in this. You showed us how it was all going to happen. I don't know even, was this going to be, this was your intended opponent.
This was my expectation. It would be Bro versus BNK.
And so now, the Bros need to win, right?
I predicted Bro to win. And then after watching BNK and Bro play over the last 2 days, I predicted Bro to win again. I still think they're going to get it done. But the performance we saw from BNK yesterday was pretty inspirational. They looked pretty good. So it's still up in the air right now as to whether or not that outcome I predicted and expected will come true or not. I think a lot of this is going to come down to Vicla's form on the day yesterday. Looked incredible, ended up picking up player of the match. We'll see if he can match that form today.
Yeah, I think it will also come down to bottom side of the map as well. I feel like Taeyeon was playing very well, even though he did get abused in that Caitlyn game. I think Teddy and Namgung have been brilliant here for the Bros. So I think it's going to be a different test. Yes, you know, Nongshim, like with Diablo and Lehens, it is a formidable duo, but they haven't really been able to click throughout this year. And that's why they're no longer in contention for playoffs. It's a different story on the side of the Bros, but let's have a look at the final gate to the playoffs.
Yeah.
As Bro are chasing their very first in 4 years. It's been since 2022 spring.
That's right. And for the side of BNK, looking for their third straight playoff appearance, if they do make it, we will have had the last 3 seasons the exact same 6 teams, of course in different orders here, for this for the LCK playoffs as the Commanders, Gideon and Raptor. Commanders pulling out the Zed. Unfortunately did not work out for Gideon, but he did try it. I like the pick. I think it's good into Trundle. You were calling for it in the draft.
I thought it was kind of cute, yeah.
Didn't work out, but Raptor did win with Jungle Olaf just yesterday, so we are starting to see Fearless best of 5s bring a little bit of spice here.
Yeah, and I actually find it weird that you're calling Olaf a Joker pick, right, here in this slide, because Olaf has been a decent pick in the jungle for a while, right? And it was always flexible. I think that's why the Olaf was always so powerful, but we just hadn't really seen it flexed into that jungle role, just with how incredibly powerful he was on the top side of the map. Let's have a look here at our points of the match as far as this matchup is concerned. Hanjin Brion had their number for most of this season, but it was only their last match that was taken here by BNK FearX. We'll see whether they can continue that trend or whether the Bros will pull it through this time. Let's have a look at our predictions here as we bring them up. I went for a 3-1.
So did I.
There you go. Orcs with a 3-2. BNK FearX alongside Valdez there as Dagon, Wadid, and Umpty all feeling like this one is going to go the distance for the Bros. Looking a little bit more yellow on the Korean side of things, as we can see there, but not a lot feeling like this is going to be a clean sweep, apart from Jonas Strong.
Yeah, even though BNK took a pretty dominant victory yesterday over Nongshim after getting that first loss, they were able to win 3 in a row. They played against Nongshim and a Nongshim that was not looking very good, so I'm personally not reading that much into it. On the other side of things, Hanjin Brion arguably should have beaten KT.
Yeah, I mean, I called it. I sounded stupid, Wolf, because I was like, and Bro have done it, and they're going to take the Nexus. Yeah, it's all finished now.
and then I had to do it all again 5 minutes later as KT won the game.
Yeah, they did not win, but they arguably should have won against a much tougher opponent in KT Rolster. So I still think Hanjin and Brion are holding on to that form they had at the end of round 2. They haven't been able to translate that into dominance in rounds 3 and 4, but looking much better here at the end of the season. That said, it was the final round where BNK took that victory, as you mentioned earlier. So a pretty exciting series we have in our hands here.
Yep.
A best of 5 between these two that we have never seen before. These two teams have never played against each other in a professional best of 5. This will happen right now in play-ins for the very first time.
Man, that is very, very cool. And we did now get to see how deep their pockets run as well. I mean, at least for 3 games, right? But this is the Bros. This is the team of pure generosity. That's why I was a little bit frustrated at myself for that prediction. I should have predicted 5 games. Like, what was I thinking? The generosity of the Bros knows no limits. They gave us so much 5-game last time that we thought it was over, and they're like, nah, no, it's not. We're still going. Unfortunately, that led to their demise, but it means now we get another Bro best of 5 before we kick off the playoffs. And what is more generous than that?
Well, they have to win it to give us even more Bro best of 5.
That is a very good point, Wolf, and that is what it's all going to come down to here today. Will generosity reign supreme, or will BNK FearX just show us that sometimes that's not what it takes to win? It's just kind of destroying the enemy nexus 3 times.
I think a lot of this is going to come down to, as you mentioned, the bottom lane, Vicla's form, and also what we see, what picks we see in the top lane. If we see any unusual stuff come out, we're going to keep it standard here for Clear.
Yep.
And I am a firm believer that right now, Bro are stronger than the sum of their parts. You know, I think that Teddy and Namgung have been the best performing players very recently, but I do think that how Gideon plays around team fights, how they are able to take objectives in the early game, how careful and cautious they are. They very rarely throw games or flip games in the early game. It's later on where the struggles do sometimes happen, where the decision-making gets a little bit tougher, but their early game has been much more stable than that of BNK's, and that's what I'm most worried about here for the Foxes tonight, is will the Fearless Foxes actually be able to conquer some of these early games, because we are seeing in this meta very few comebacks. We saw one against Bro, unfortunately for them, in that final game, but usually early game wins out, and that is where Hanjin Brion is winning.
And I'm actually really interested in this matchup between these two AD carries, especially, because we saw all of the LCK awards came out, all of the votes went public as well. If you haven't seen them, they're all over the internet. You can find them wherever you would like. A lot of the discourse wasn't what I was expecting. And I think the AD carry position was probably the most fraught with people disagreeing, right? And the amount of people that were saying that Teddy should have been on that list was way higher than I was expecting.
We did our little desk All-Pro for Rise Group segment, and I actually had Teddy first for the Rise Group, and that for me was an easy choice. I know a lot of people put Taeyun
I think
above
Taeyun
him.
and Teddy are in the conversation for at least top 5 in the league. I think they've been phenomenal this
I
year.
agree. I absolutely agree, especially considering KT have had not even really a bottom laner at all. So.
Well, not one that sticks around anyway. There have been a few teams that have had a little bit of that, but Taeyun, he was the one that was sort of fraught with all of the controversy, and it was thrown at him. It wasn't him, right? He just got traded over. They're like, oh, we'll take this young prodigy. That sounds great. And so Nongshim feel like they're getting better. BNK feel like they've lost their superstar. But as it turned out, they just gained a new one.
Yeah.
And it was just very impressive. I've been very critical of Taeyun in the past as well, so just so cool watching this guy rise through the turmoil and come out on top. And let's see whether they can do it again today as we get into the draft for game number 1.
Here we go. This is pretty epic. I am honestly, this is the series I was most excited for. It always is the series you're most excited for when you look at a bracket like this. Is the final one. You know, someone who was on top falls down a rung, but the one on the bottom rises up, and they meet in the middle in a best of 5 to determine that final round, or rather the final team here in this final round for playoffs. As no Taeyun Lucian going to be allowed, no Nocturne, as the Cassiopeia will finally get a look in here towards the latter part of this first banning phase.
Yep, I think it will be the Vi Cassio Oriana taken away here on the blue side, and we'll see what the Bros
It's
are
the
aiming
Rise
for.
ban?
Yeah, or Lee Sin. We've seen Lee Sin early bans for both of these teams. Instead, it'll be Camille. I actually feel like this is a lot of respect for Clear. Because when Clear was sort of dominating on DRX challenges back in the day, it was a lot of these split push hard carries that he found a lot of success on. I think that the Camille coming back into the forefront is very dangerous when you've got Kellen and Clear on the same team.
It's a pretty powerful position here for BNK because if it's a first pick of that Lee Sin for Gideon, he's been so good on it, they get Ryze Pantheon. So you go for the Ryze here, they can deny the Pantheon from you. It's pretty good into the Lee Sin, as they'll go for the insta-lock of the Syndra. A lot of responsibility for Vikla on this Game 1 draft. They'll actually look for, instead, a little bit more power here in this mid-jungle.
Bit more engaged.
Grab the Jarvan, yeah.
So this is interesting, right? Because it gives away the Lee Sin Ryze, which feels very powerful at this
or
stage.
Just Pantheon Ryze, which is also crazy good.
There's a lot of power left on the table here.
Lee Sin is so good into Syndra.
True.
It's really hard for the Syndra in the mid-jungle to get away from the Lee Sin, even if you have a Jarvan trying to peel for it. The Lee Sin can just wait and reactivate his Q. And if you set it up with a root, it's very, very difficult for the Syndra to play. So I think that's part of why they go for Lee Sin. Plus, it's Gideon's preference. It's one of his best champions, if not his best champion, period.
Yep.
So likely to be a top lane pick here for casting. Is it just Olaf?
Slam the Olaf, right?
I think it will be.
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to. There is a Jarvan. That is somewhat of a reason not to, but at least there's not going to be an Anivia to make it even worse. But we've seen the Olaf actually be able to conquer the Jarvan lanes and be kind of all right. Will Clear bring out the Kled? Will it be the Jax? I wouldn't mind a Jax in this composition.
I prefer the
because
Jax.
they do have a fair bit of setup and would really clean up that team fight.
Absolutely. I think that is probably what he's going to go for here. No.
And okay, so wasn't it Clear that actually played the Cassante into Olaf and made it look really broken just a few games ago?
Yeah. Pretty sure it was. It is a matchup that can go both ways, but one that we have seen very difficult for the Cassante. But if played perfectly and if you are able to manage your aggression well, can be quite powerful. So we're going to see some of these strong bottom lanes now taken away. Seraphine gone, Yunara gone. Caitlyn might get a look. Bard is still available.
Yep, the Lulu is still up if they wanted to play a Kog'Maw or something like that, but neither of these drafts are really looking like Kog'Maw drafts.
I think
at this
probably
stage.
you want to ban... I think you want to ban Caitlyn here, unless you're planning on trying to get the Bard Caitlyn yourself, but they'll just match it with the Bard ban, so I guess that's... actually, now that you've lost the Caitlyn, you might not. You might forgo the Bard entirely.
You're playing Ezreal Chicken is what we're doing.
Yeah, we really are.
And do the bros have an answer for the Ezreal?
Ballista.
The question is maybe, as the Ballista does get banned away. So Ezreal to be locked here is what I assume, unless they just slam the Karma. Teddy just wants to play Corki anyway, so they're happy for the Ezreal to be locked in, because then they'll get the Corki, which he's like undefeated on.
Corki
I
Eco.
like this. This is a better lock-in here, just to make sure that you know exactly what's going on.
Could have been Corki Nico. Instead, it's going to be Ezreal to be locked. Could be Ezreal Bard.
Yeah.
Which is a great answer. And now you're left wondering, is the Jhin going to stack up well into this comp? I mean, it's a great setup for the Jhin. You have Jarvan, Cassante, and Syndra. I love Syndra Jhin drafts if you have any type of frontline and engage, and they have two champions who set that up really well.
I'm
They'll have to deal with
they'll
have to deal with the collapse.
Yeah, I'm going to surprise you. I don't like the Syndra Jhin draft.
Ah, really?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of mind-blowing. It's out of left field, but I don't like him. It is probably what's going to happen, though, yeah.
I think it's inevitable.
Oh, never mind. It's the run fast, sprinty bottom lane. I love that.
If given enough time, the Sivir can kill the Olaf. That's a big caveat.
You just put him in the playpen.
Yeah.
Put him in the playpen. Wait, actually, no. You just you throw him into your Beyblade arena.
Yeah.
You throw him into the Beyblade arena, and then he dies. He just gets ripped up by the Beyblades.
Or the Beyblades just fly out of the arena and bounce off of him.
That is what happens sometimes when you play Beyblades, but it's a very dangerous sport, okay, Wolf? And sometimes you're going to miss a Beyblade, but if it all goes according to plan, that's how they need to play this. That'd be a very, very cute way to deal with the Olaf problem that a Sivir hasn't really been able to deal with so far.
I like the Bro draft more because of the Brack row. We know it's coming. Got the Rise power. You're going to be able to pinch the side lanes. The Bard actually offers so much in this draft, and the Karma isn't necessarily going to be able to make the same impact outside of lane. So I think there's a huge responsibility here on Taeyun on this Sivir pick. And I've always felt that when Taven plays scaling picks, he's less useful than when he's playing a pick that has a little bit more agency. So we'll see if he's going to be able to set this one up, or rather his team sets him up, because he's not going to be the one to make the big plays. He just has to follow up.
I feel like, Taehyun has really been someone that's really started moving early in the game in order to close it out. But let's see what happens as we get into the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for our final play-ins best of 5. One of these teams will be heading to the playoffs. The other will be lucky to play in Demacia Cup. You know, it's kind of all done from here. Thankfully, we do have a few tournaments here and there, and it's not all just Worlds. But still, this is a very rough time for whoever loses this best of 5. All on the line for both BNK Furex and the Bros. Look at this. Casting is about to say bro, guys. He is about to say it. Come on. Come on, Casting. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. Come on, Casting. Come on.
He'd rather save his undertow.
Can we just... Come on, Casting. Just one. Don't cancel auto attack. Just chug. That's a chug. That's not a bro. We're going to need another one. Jonas Strong, just stick up here, please. We just need one. Wait. Oh, 2 chugs. Boosh.
Then?
Oh, man. Can we just do the line? That's all right. I'm sure we'll get it at some point.
We got a lot of game to play through here.
At least Casting definitely did use the right skin.
I do like that we focus on this matchup instead of the bottom lane, because we always watch the bottom lane at level 1, but this one is very tricky for Clear to play out. He has to play through his Qs, and Casting is just going to otherwise literally just wait for every minion to get low and then destroy it, and otherwise throw undertows if Clear's looking to advance.
He just keeps saying chug, man. He just doesn't want to say bro at all. I know it's the line. That's
okay. It'll happen eventually.
It will.
So the bottom lane, and I want to talk about these two players differently, because Teddy's known as the Fountain Laser, right? He's the kind of player who normally does play a pick like this Sivir, and you're a little bit scared about what that late game is going to look like, because every AD carry player eventually becomes the bus driver, right? When you get to the late enough game, in almost every late game AD carry pick or anyone that has relevance to the late game, you become the bus driver. But some players, like Taehyun, like Diablo, who he was traded with, drive the bus a little early. You know, they move up to the front pretty fast. Yep. And for Taehyun, he's going to have to, unfortunately, in this game, I think, sit in the back of the bus a little bit longer in this draft, because he's playing with double frontline Syndra. He's not playing the Jhin, which he would also kind of be at the back of the bus for in this draft in particular, but I think would still have a little bit more agency in skirmishes, a little more utility, a lot more skill expression, let's say. But Teddy is the kind of guy who will take over games a little bit faster on picks like the Ezreal that hit 2-item spikes, but whenever the spike is hit for whatever champion Teddy is playing, that's when he's scary, even if he had a quiet early game. So I think that's the big difference between these two players, and why I'm surprised to see the Syndra, or rather the Sivir, thank you. Sivir to come through in this Syndra draft. Also was tripping me up.
Yep. And with the front line that they have, I don't mind it. I especially like it more than the Jhin, which was the expectation based on the way he fits into a Karma lane and can deal with this Ezreal Bard relatively well in the early game. This feels like it is good late game insurance, as Gideon will be able to secure his Raptors from Raptor. So not going to be able to get those. We'll see who gets the grubs, as this is always that fun battle of will Raptor get his Raptors and will Gideon get his grubs.
Kellen was able to hit a little bit of extra damage there onto Teddy. Teddy getting chunked down a little bit lower here. Does get level 4.
Yeah, going to need some shrines, I think. As yes, Taehyun says, please be careful. And Teddy will acquiesce, at least for now. As Casting said, boom that time. Oh, just cannot wait for the bro to come out.
They're laning really well with this Karma Sivir right now. It's not an easy lane for the Ezreal Bard by any means, but they're really putting the pressure on here. They're being very successful with the angles they're taking. Taehyun is trading effectively. Now having barrier advantage is a huge win for this next set of waves.
The unfortunate thing for BNK Furex is that they haven't been able to get an advantage in farm. Like, Teddy is still ahead, as Taehyun will be able to take down this wave. Teddy theoretically will now have to go home, and so that lead should actually become apparent. But it was Teddy mopping up minions pretty effectively in the early stages.
Yeah, Taehyun does not try to go for any sort of aggressive flash play there to force Teddy's back to be stopped and to potentially try to kill him or get his flash. They just kind of eventually also back. So Teddy feels Still a little bit annoyed about the fact that he doesn't have his barrier, but he, like you said, maintains that advantage and is just able to weather the storm there.
Just going to be fine. You can see Taehoon does have a slight gold lead, but that is because of the plate that went on over. So that is money still left on the table for the Bros if they do find an opportunity to get towards a turret.
I like this game state here so far for BNK. Been able to put the pressure on in mid and bottom lane despite not having the CS advantage, maintaining that prio. And Clear playing the top lane really well as we're seeing a bit of an aggressive play here.
Yeah, Romer is going to be able to put Vikler in prison. Gideon moves up. There is the knock-up onto Namgung as they try and turn this one. But the Bros with 3 versus 2 will be all right. Kellen just a little bit late to this party. Still, it's Vikler staying alive. Flash now down.
Clear hits this Q3 and almost is able to force casting the Ghost there. But
Liz Cassante has been pretty impressive.
it's been so good. I feel like it's always been good, but we haven't been able to see it that much. Okay,
Oh,
Raptor.
magical journey, and there's a Realm Warp as well to bring Romer over. The Bros are definitely playing as Bros here today, as Teddy with an Arcane Shift away from that Boomerang. Doesn't hit that last Mystic shot, but is at least standing up to Tane here in this bottom lane. As that's a great Cosmic Binding. Yeah, Rune Prison does come down now, as now Roma looking for Vikler, but the snare is going to land. As Kellen just says, nope, Roma, you are not killing my mid laner, as Vikler does need to go home.
Now, Romer could have tried to flash for a play there, but it's just too high risk. Instead, just going to be happy with the small advantage he gets here off of the play to catch up on farm in that pushing lane against him. This is going to allow Raptor actually to go ahead and grab the Dragon here, at least start it up right now with the bottom side prio they have. Taehoon having his ult available right now. Raptor drops Dragon. They're going for a play onto Teddy.
Yeah, Teddy's in a lot of trouble now. He is going to head over towards the Karma, but he is just dead. That is first blood going over to Raptor, as now I'm going just a little bit late.
This is the Karma Silver lane working on so many levels right now. You know, they're like, okay, we almost lost our mid laner, had to flash, but let's turn this into a Dragon pressure take on the bottom side. And then they're like, you know what? Just going to scuttle and go for Teddy. As Taehoon here uses the On the Hunt as he hits level 6. Teddy has no way to clear this wave. Even if he had True Shot Barrage, he would have been so dead there.
Well, speaking of so dead, Vikler is also so incredibly dead. Down he will go, and that is a 1-for-1 as the dust settles. I guessed a little bit removed, but 1,000 gold still in the lead here for BNK FureX because it's a 600 gold advantage for Taehoon on this Sivir. And you were talking about it. He becomes a bus driver a lot earlier.
Yeah.
Him and Teddy both have the propensity to kind of run away with games. And now he is on a late-game powerhouse. As we have a look, I mean, this is Syndra with the flash, guys. Like, he's just dead.
This is exactly what I was talking about with the Lee Sin into the Syndra earlier in the draft. It's just the Rise roots. The Lee Sin says thank you. There's nothing the Syndra can do. And because Romer didn't flash to look for a Q execute earlier to try to get the kill into Vikla, he gets to have the easier setup here where he just flashes for a root when there's no extraneous factors, no minion wave, nothing to stop him. And then he just sets up his jungler to get a free kill. Well, he picks up the kill himself, but the assist, I mean.
Oh, not going to quite find the wall there. There's Namgung as he gets some shrines down for Teddy. He doesn't quite have a Sheen built up just yet. Still with some bits and bobs, not too much more, as Romer is going to come down. Gideon already started on this Chemtech Dragon, but Raptor is in the area. And Scatter actually lands here. There's the flag and drag. We do have Gideon getting into the Cataclysm as Namgung comes over a little bit earlier, boots the corpse right through Vikla. But it's not going to be enough to lock him down just yet. A 1-for-1 in the end, mid laner for jungle.
All right, down here on the bottom side, they should be able to stabilize. Teddy is going to clear this wave. But it's a trade back here. Again, BNK striking first. And it looks like now that Namgung is here, this aggression is going to stop, and we're going to normalize. Gideon's here without kick, but does have his flash available. So Taehoon and Kellen want to hold on to this prio, but it looks like the Dragon is just going over, as Teddy can come over here for just a brief moment and offer some extra damage so they can secure it. Raptors in the area, and they're going to TP for a late contest. This is going to be a pretty fine line that Bro have to walk.
Yeah, Namgung does find a nice electrocute here onto Kellen, who tries to use that W in order to keep himself alive. The flash into the magical journey here for Gideon as Taehoon just gets over and murders him. The Lee Sin's down. Now Namgung has nowhere to go. It's a double for Taehoon on this Sivir. And man, what a start for BNK FureX.
And the thing is, I was familiar with Taehoon's game. That's why I was surprised he was playing Sivir, but I guess I wasn't as familiar with how they were going to play around him in this early game. As this is BNK's whole thing, they force fights, they say, all right, it's a tense situation, we're always going to be the first to move. That is what this team does. And here you can see it does backfire a little bit as Raptor is killed. The kick almost turns into a play here. But watch this. They're happy to go on the magical journey because Gideon's so low. Doesn't have his kick anymore. Doesn't have any peel tools here realistically. And Taeyeon just runs him down with the ultimate here. Picks up the double. And yes, they got the dragon, but it was very expensive.
Oh, yeah. Now
That's
Gideon
Essence Reaver.
is going to get his grubs. So that is something that he's going to be very happy about. Should be able to get at least 2 of them. I assume 3 will come on through, as you can see there. There is a smite up and available. So Kellen, he's just trying to be annoying where he can. That is going to be a snare down. Taeyeon not going to be able to get over here in time. So 3 grubs over to the bros. And can they find a way back into this game? Because with a 2-0-1 Sivir, the game becomes pretty simple to figure out, as Teddy is now just going to arcane shift away from Clear. Not going to be able to hurt him at all here in this lane.
I think what Bro need to do is make sure they can secure the Rift Herald. The second dragon is very important, but if they can secure the Rift Herald, they can kind of outdo some of what B&K's lead means when we get to that 2-item spike for Teddy. They can get some map control, take out a turret, ideally the mid turret with that Herald. They'll be feeling pretty good. You can see B&K have a really nice lead right now on their Sivir and a lead here in the mid lane a little bit with the Syndra. But the Sivir having a lead doesn't necessarily take over games without the ability to have proper 5v5 setup. And when your Cassante is kind of still stuck on the side and isn't able to necessarily set up for you, then you can't actually have that 5v5 Beyblade situation you were talking about just yet. You can sometimes, depending on how Bro opt into this upcoming Rift Herald fight, that could be a place where we do have it. He's got Berserker's Greaves, he's got that Essence Reaver in 3.5 minutes. That fight is going to be really critical. But if Bro win even a single team fight, Teddy gets 2 items, then they're right back in the game. So a very, very tense game still. I think B&K fans should be very happy with the game state, but there's still a lot left to play here. And Bro, with those 3 grubs, like I said, they win a single team fight, they get so much, as Teddy's even trying to get plates up here with them right now.
Yeah, does manage to get one of them with the help of the Crystalline Overgrowth, as Clear is now just going to make Teddy's life a living hell once again. These Mystic Shots really do not hurt, as he has got his Bramble Vest and another Chain Vest, and Steel Caps, he's just having a really good time. Taeyeon is casting down to size. He's not going to be able to take the turret just yet. Thankfully, the Undertow is going to be able to clear out this wave pretty comfortably.
Yeah, this lane swap is definitely not favoring Bro right now, unless, you know, we could see a play from Namgung somewhere, like maybe catching Pickle with an ult or something like that. That could be a wave to make this valuable. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now Gideon's in a lot of trouble. Cataclysm comes down after the safeguard, but still the kick gets him out of there. Ult for ult going to be the trade here for the Bros and B&K Fearex from their junglers, as Namgung had a lot of fun the first time he took the magical journey, decided he'd take it again.
Well, I mean, now Taeyeon is just running away with this because Casting had to back here, and now he shows up, but this is a cannon wave, and even though they don't have grubs, he's just eventually going to whittle this turret down to nothing, and Teddy just kind of has to hide away. He's going to take an opportunity to back here to get his Triforce.
Oh, really nice spell shield there from Taeyeon.
And the Karma doesn't need to roam when you're ahead like this in a lane. She could just stay here, actually, and be like, yeah, the Bard's trying to find angles. He's not finding them. I've got my angle right here. It's straight down the bottom lane, and I'm pushing into this Olaf. So Clear also getting control of the top side right now, and Bro, they need to change this momentum fast. I mean, I think they're just trying to hunker down until the upcoming Dragon/Herald fight or both. But this is looking really rough right now. Is even a backstop. Oh,
not quite able to get there as Clear takes a few turret shots, but is otherwise going to be all right.
They're going to push
wave, though,
into that bottom wave because it's going to give them prio for this dragon, and it also should be the turret going over unless Bro really send a lot of people down. Mind you, Casting does not have TP to impact this fight unless he can finish his role quest here in the next few moments. So very close, very tense moment here for Bro. They really desperately need this dragon. This Victor's flashing.
Yeah, Tempered Fate does come on through, and that is going to get the flash out of the Syndra. That is a brilliant play from Namgung, because a Syndra with no flash, as we saw before, is very susceptible to getting picked off and destroyed.
So they got the turret. They have the prio for this dragon. They're looking for even more here. Casting does have his teleport now, so could join a fight if he is needed, but they're even going to take this blue buff. And Bro are getting nothing in return. There is no cross map, but they're taking a very slow approach here to kill Clear. He has flash and ult.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is going to be a good option. Stay away from the walls, Bros, as Clear is just dead. So that was nicely played. But it is going to be Dragon going over to B&K Fearex. Just an Ocean, not end of the world or anything like that, but that double Dragon you were talking about, no longer on the cards for the Bros with the first couple, as Namgung does get stunned up momentarily, and it's a Hextech Soul this game.
Okay.
An unbelievable one for either team.
Massive. especially considering how many different poke tools there are. I mean, Teddy would love it, but so would the Sivir with her Q, the Syndra. It's a lot of great reasons to have that. I mean, they have such a strong front line, B&K do, that even their Cassante setting up for Hextech would be massive. So the trade is on that top turret. Clear wasn't able to use his ultimate because he was dealing with an Olaf. The tanking was set up really well there by casting. I underestimated their ability to take him down. They are successful. They get the turret. And now, with no turret on the top side of the map, Bro are in prime position to contest for this Herald. They can group up for it right now. Roamer doesn't have Realm Warp. It doesn't have TP, though, so he's actually looking for another cross map here, this time on the bottom side of the map, onto the Cassante. They're going to let the Herald go, but even if they kill the Cassante, I don't think this is worth it.
Yeah, this is a real worrying type maneuver, but let's see how successful they can be, as Casting just wants to get some damage down onto this one. There is Gideon just taking some Krugs where he can, but that is just Rift Herald, and not a lot in response.
Instantly dropped to kill this mid turret.
Well, Namgung is going to deny the charge. Very nicely done, gets there in time. Still, they're going to take it. Like, there's just not a whole lot that can be done here. Let's see whether they can return the favor, as once again, Clear is going to get burst down, and they do have the damage for it, but now another charge to come through from Shelly, as she will get a bit of a headache and get herself a bit of damage onto this inner turret.
So this play from Bro kind of worked out at the end of the day because they bought so much time with that Tempered Fate. So their whole game plan was, look, we're not going to be able to get Herald. Let's index in the bottom side. We can get the whole turret eventually there. We have Tempered Fate to buy some space there. And so they end up getting a lot. The gold lead has shrunk a little bit off of this play. Roamer's picked up some additional gold. He needs it so desperately to hit 3 items. And if they can win the next dragon fight, there's still potential for them to come back in this game. The scariest thing, though, is that the Sivir is already on 2 items, and the front line is already well and truly online. Sure, maybe against 3 people in a dive situation, the front line of Clear doesn't feel that great, but in a 5v5, that's where Taeyun is truly going to be driving the bus. He's already been kind of tapping on the bus driver's shoulder a little bit in this one, but I think he's about to take the wheel. So, Bro, they need to be very cautious about what they do next, as this might not be that caution.
Yeah, Clear is a little bit mad about what happened in the bottom lane, as the flash out from Roma doesn't get flagged and dragged, but does get put into the Cataclysm, and down he will go. Taeyun throwing those Beyblades around will be able to go into a killing spree as he takes out Roma, who used both of his summoner spells in order to try and escape that.
That really hurts. You're also, you don't have TP on the rise. You wanted to just push up super far. At least there's nothing to play for right now while he's dead, but just loses all momentum there he had on the top side. As he's trying to, farm right now so hard to get his actualizer, but it's still so far away. Pulling a bit of a faker, right, where you just hard push the side lane with the rise and try to get to that 3rd item, even if you had a tougher early game. The problem is that his team wasn't there. With Faker, they're always coming up.
There's always the next level of the plan. I think that's what makes Faker such a good chess player. Always knows what's happening afterwards. But the inner turret is very, very close to dead. Vikler is looking for an angle towards Gideon. He just flashes immediately out of the way. Namgung not so lucky as Taeyun taking a lot of damage. There's a good spell shield to avoid the Tempered Fate. True Shot Barrage onto Vikler, and now Casting finding that back line. Dives on top of Vikler, who flashes out of the way. Taeyun is now having to deal with this Olaf, though. He's throwing around these boomerangs, but he's still so dead. Roma now having to deal with 3, so he's going to get taken down. But Raptor just playing the do-si-do here with Teddy and with Gideon, who manages to find the Q, connects it onto the Java, and now Vikler with the Scat of the Week finds the angle. Teddy is still trying to throw down the damage as Casting as well, throwing these axes in. Somehow it was a 2-for-2 for so long. Make that a 3-for-3 as Teddy flashes out of the way, and Clear cannot get on top of this Ezreal now.
All right, as the dust settles, it's still a pretty even trade here, but B&K still have the push, right? Like, they are able to get this turret. The dragon spawns in 45 seconds here. Vikla has TP, and so does Clear if he wants to heal back up. We're gonna go all the way back.
Real way back.
Yeah, I don't. Forgive me, but I think this one was pretty self-explanatory. Roamer uses both summoners though, which is pretty huge. Doesn't have those for the upcoming fight that we do see. I'm really curious to see what actually happens to him in the more complex moment in the fight that happens afterwards, because I want to see exactly where he ended up here, because this was a very early Tempered Fate right into a spell shield. True Sharp Barrage here is decent. The casting comes over. And then the target selection is a little bit mixed here between Bro. It's a great flash from Taeyun. And he just realm warps in. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought happened, but I had to watch it again to believe it, because I was focusing more on Raptor in the actual moment. But That really hurts, because if he actually just stuck with his team, I think this fight is a total wash for B&K.
Yeah, the thing is, Gideon landing that Q as well in order to get the kill onto Raptor was an absolutely massive deal in this one.
And if Raptor didn't hit his Q and take out the Sivir, it's a similar situation. Teddy with some really cool plays here in this fight, though, punishing Vikla for stepping forward there. Now doesn't have his flash as we fight for Dragon.
Yeah, Taeyeon gets tagged, casting looking for a backline angle. As Flag and Drag there's the kickback on Gideon. Cataclysm comes down. Namgung and Romer are both dead, but now casting, dashing into that backline. Gideon gets in there as well, tries to get himself out. Taeyeon is taken down. Teddy is just nowhere near this fight though. He cannot get in, and a phenomenal scat of the week comes down from Vikla, finding himself some of these orbs. And he should be able to get another one.
Teddy!
Teddy finds the angle.
My God, that was insane. he just looked at the basically way higher health Syndra, and he's like, no, I win these. I don't even have flash. I'm going to win this.
And he was just going to sidestep everything, I guess. Yeah. My God.
And he got hit by the scatter and still just looked Syndra in the eyes and did that thing where you put your 2 fingers on your eyes and then point at the other guy.
Yeah.
Like, I see you, I will kill you. So critically in this fight, Clear and Raptor do such a good job of setting up this front to back exactly the way we discussed it in the draft. But they used everything. So when the Olaf comes through, Taeyeon is down. So they get that much of a success, and then Vikla oversteps here, which realistically speaking, can we call it an overstep when Teddy is just this good? He has the shields and the speed up from the Karma, and Teddy still just outplays
that arcane shift.
He doesn't,
so sick.
He doesn't have buttons anymore. Teddy is just going to outflip him.
Yep, that was basically our reaction.
And Teddy ends up picking up his second kill. Now, it was very cool. It was very epic what Teddy did there. But will it change the overall state of the game? Not necessarily that much.
Yeah, possibly not yet, as it's still a 3,000 gold lead, and the Dragon went over to B&K FearX. It was a big fight win for them, even if there was that small outplay from Teddy in that moment. The thing is, what this game is going to come down to is how well they can deal with casting in these fights. That's why I really do respect Bro going for all of those dives onto Clear to try and get Olaf more money. Yeah. He's sitting at 4-2-1 now, and we've seen he's just running into the backline and destroying Taeyeon. And he needs to keep being able to do that.
Yes, the Sivir is ahead, but look at what Teddy's been able to do, even from behind. Look at what Teddy's been able to do in these scrappy fights. They're just trusting that with less money, he'll still be extremely valuable, but the Olaf is going to be a big win con here for those later game fights. Bro are just going to send it here in the side lane with them a little bit here as the top side is getting demolished. Inner is down in both top and mid lane right now. B&K 5 turrets to 2. That's their gold lead for the most part, is all of the structures they've been able to garner all over the map. Doing Baron right now, not realistic yet for B&K, but it is getting closer and closer to being a very strong possibility of Bro just make a macro mistake or anybody gets picked, because we're looking at a 3-item Sivir here as Vikla top damage in the game, but Teddy's right on his tails. Teddy having an insane game on the Israel.
Yeah, really looking good here today. But Vikla is only going to get stronger as this game goes on. Had his dash cannon as item number 2, and now the big damage is going to start being picked up. As Teddy does need to be careful of this.
Big potential.
That's a great Rune Prison. Kick back onto Raptor. He cataclysms to get out, but he's not going to hit the flag and drag because he's dead. Gideon locks that one down. That is Jungler dead. 2 minutes on the Drake. The Baron is up. That would be a bridge too far, I think, though, for the Bros. So unfortunately, not really going to be able to capitalize on this too much.
Yeah, I don't think they can do the Baron, and there is no Dragon, as you say. But it's just buying more time for the Actualizer for Romer, buying more time for Teddy to be able to hit a 3rd item in this game. But at the end of the day, small mistakes like this for B&K may whittle away at their advantages. If they make a mistake like that right before Dragon, and we end up losing a Dragon as a result, it goes to Bro, or Baron goes over if we're at a later game state where they actually have the power to rush that down with the 3-item rise, then you're really going to regret that. But right now, B&K fans should at least be able to forgive one small misstep there from Raptor. Now down his flash, so weakening his engage quite substantially here. Teddy's flash back up. He's got his Sereldas online.
Oh, this is a great build as well. Teddy deciding to go for that before the very standard Spear of Sojin and the Endless Hunger.
He knows his job.
These sorts of things. You need to be able to kill Clear, though. So he needs to have some sort of armor pen, and I do really respect.
He's not trying to kill Taeyeon. That's actually the job of the Olaf in this game. As Raptor just walks forward here, looking for a play, and just unfortunately there's too many people here. He has to flash for the execute, but he's Lee Sin. His flash arguably less valuable in this situation.
Yeah, the thing is, they did invest quite a lot to try and make that happen as casting is over here. Gideon once again with Roma, looking for an angle towards clear. The all-out comes through, the kick back, and Gideon looking to try and slow him down. It's Teddy that locks up the kill, and now Tempered Fate gets another spell shield out of Taeun as they look to try and turn a Cataclysm. The Arcane Shift is going to be there for Teddy as Gideon's in a lot of trouble. Kellen getting hurt a lot by that True Shot barrage, but now Teddy has to leave because Taeun is so scary. Casting gets into the back line though, but Taeun over the wall doing so much damage. Teddy's almost just dead here on the backside of this fight as Raptor does deal with Casting here. Taeun now, there is no Ragnarok to deal with. So it looks like Casting's not going to be able to do this one as never mind. Looks for the angle, doesn't find it. Great flag and drag from Raptor.
Yeah, Raptor just ready to peel there. Instantly flag drags. One of the shorter ones there, but absolutely a necessary one. As you could see the frustration on the BNK players' faces because this game is definitely still in their hands right now, but they keep making small mistakes as Casting initially here is able to find clear. And the Gideon Q execute damage isn't enough, but Clear decides not to flash. He had flash there. And so Bro were like, okay, this is playable. Raptor goes in.
No, and Roma goes so far away from this fight.
Both Raptor and Casting did not expect BNK to re-aggress here. That's why they're so late, but it almost feels like BNK also kind of forgot that they're still fairly nearby. But Romer gets burst down here. Taeun ends up taking so much damage from Teddy, who, by the way, Teddy just keeps having these fights where he's at 0 health, but making a larger impact than anyone in this entire game. Crazy, but he does eventually have to back his way out of this one. Casting will not be so lucky, goes for the all-in here, but doesn't have his ult. Raptor instantly responds.
Man, I think this game could be so different if Roma played a little bit differently in some of these fights. He really wasn't able to get any of the damage down as now BNK Fearex with Hextech Soul Point are now attempting the Baron. There is vision here for the Bros. Gideon makes his way over. This could just be a straight up 50-50 unless they go for a turn, and it looks like the turn is what they're looking for. As the Baron down to 5k. I mean, this vision isn't going away though. Scout of the Week doesn't really find the mark. On the Hunt has been popped, and Raptor is almost just dead. True Shot Barrage over 3. And Vikla just needs to vacate. There is no flash on either carry here for BNK. They have to be so careful. I mean, there are no flashes really anywhere.
Yeah.
Outside of Kellen and Clear, they're the only ones that have them up.
Bro turned this defense of the Baron into a mid-push into now they have Baron Prio. They're not going to start it themselves here, but it was a very great defense of what could have been a game-losing objective had BNK been able to secure that there. They come over, they are able to really suss it out, put the vision in the Baron pit and make sure that BNK cannot secure that. The True Shot Barrage, a big part of that play. Gideon's flash coming back up here. We're still so far away from that next dragon. So we're just going to reset and hope for that actualizer to come through here. Gold lead actually to Romer. Crazy enough in this game.
Yeah, he's been able to get to some side lanes and actually make some money. Going to be quite important here as we'll see how close to the actualizer he is. Looks like it hasn't been done just yet. So still waiting for that one. Oh, unless he's just waiting for the timer, and there it is. So that 3-atom spike for the Rise comes in just the nick of time. But it's going to be about his positioning and these Realm Warps that need to improve moving into this next fight.
Yeah. Or if he just wants to play behind the Olaf, that's fine too. As Yo's Vikla is also just going straight for death cap because he's like, I'm just trying to kill a prio target as fast as possible. Ideally Teddy, maybe in some cases Gideon. But if the Olaf is running at us, I need to be able to just press all of my buttons once, and the raw stats need to be there so that Taeun can finish him off when that Olaf is coming through. Raptor can play a part at keeping him at bay with a Cataclysm, but also that's not ideally how he wants to be playing this Jarvan in most of these fights either. He has GA, so very strong engage tool right now. They have so much frontline for the Sivir that has IE and 4 items here. Bro are still in a very, very rough spot game state-wise, but maybe Romer, like you said, with some better play on the team fight, could turn the tides.
And
it's going to be 2 minutes.
Just done here for casting as well, so might have another Ragnarok at the ready a little bit sooner than he otherwise would if he uses it in the next one. And does now have his Ghost back available, still waiting on some flashes here on the Bro side of things, as Raptor taking some poke damage here from Teddy. Not able to find that last one, but now it is just about getting vision around this Baron.
Playing to the Sivir wave clear here really nicely. It is matched by Romers, but they have so much prio. They're playing this 2-minute period between the next dragon really well. As Clear as the target.
Yeah, actually taking a lot of damage here. Remember, Teddy's got that Serildus, so he's actually able to cut through some of this armor relatively well.
Clear should be able to back off here and we'll be fine. His Bro aren't able to get enough damage done onto him. He has TP as well, but he won't necessarily even need it since we're still 80 seconds away from this Dragon. As Bro are looking for the counter push on the turret, but they have no wave as we're K-ramming a little bit here.
Yeah, Casting also taking a little bit too much damage there, so he's just going to have to get himself towards a camp or something like that.
He
Might actually just go back to base.
So he is going to have to go back to base. It's going to take a little walk, but because they got the mid push, there's no Baron on the cards here for B&K. We've kind of devolved in this game into everyone knows the carries are what you have to collapse on and kill. We're not going to play sides. We're not going to go for a 5v4 because that's just not impossible. That's not possible. If either the Ryze or the Syndra gets caught on the side lane, the team fight's just going to be a wash, and it's too risky with all these engage tools on both sides for them to look for that.
Yeah.
For the side of B&K, you're dealing with Realm Warp as well, so we're just playing straight for mid lane. We're playing that wave clear game between Sivir and Ryze.
Yeah, it's feeling a bit like a Bro and Brew, and there might be a reason for that. Clear was on DRX in the past, and so was Taeun. So there is a bit of that Bro and Brew vibe.
They got the genes.
That's still just here on the Rift. And a 3,000 gold lead is not going to be the be-all, end-all, but in 15 seconds' time, Hextech Soul is. That is game-winning. Especially when you've got Sivir Karma in this game. Like, the movement speed advantage would be absurd. That True Shot Barrage, also relatively absurd, as Scout of the Week connects onto Gideon. He looks for an angle. Tempered Fate finds nothing, as now the Realm Warp comes on over. Now I'm going in a little bit of a weird spot, as that's a great Cosmic Binding.
If either of those abilities hit, that could have been Dragon winning for Bro, but instead it's nothing.
Yeah, oh, there's a Cataclysm onto Roamer. He flashes to get out of the way. Raptor trying to escape from Teddy as Tane rushes over towards him, and the Bros just didn't even really notice. They didn't react in time. Scatter once again, oh no! Roamer gonna get caught out, knocked up by the Flag and Drag, and destroyed. Down to the GA goes Gideon as well. He has to be so careful, and he flashes, but still gets scattered. Safeguard over to that water. Tane taking some damage, and now Casting gets in, executes the Sivir, and now realizes he just has to hit whatever's in front of him. Teddy gets himself out of the way, but Clear cuts him to shreds. And Namgung and Casting, I don't think they can deny this one together.
They're just going to push right up the mid lane here for this inhibitor. Teddy's not up for 45. Roamer down for 30 here. This should be a very strong inhibitor take here for B&K with no resistance. I think they absolutely should get the inhibitor, but they're having second thoughts about that.
Okay.
I think if they just stayed together there, they could have gotten it and then still had Dragon prio, but they want to play for Dragon instead because Hextech is so incredibly powerful as a soul, and they don't want to leave anything up to chance. I mean, there's no TP on Casting either. I think they definitely could have gotten more there, but either way, they're still going to get the most important thing in the game, as this looked like an initial catch onto Raptor, like they were going to turn it around. Flash is traded of the 80 carries here. So much respect being shown by Taeun there. But then Roamer just steps forward to try to layer in some damage, and it just isn't it. Like, it's just not the place you need to be standing in this. It's unfortunate because look at what Casting is able to do afterwards when Taeun steps too far forward here. Imagine if they were still fighting for prio with what they have, with all the poke they have with this Teddy Ezreal, and it just ends up being a complete wash here as a result. Teddy gets picked off. They do not get the inhibitor, but they get Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and I think Hextech Soul is a whole lot more valuable as Teddy just trying to stand in this mid lane, but it is so difficult. At least he can dash around and get himself out of the way. But still, the Bros, they've got a very uphill battle if they do want to be winning this game number one. And you mentioned it. I mean, the door is open wide for B&K just to move in. Raptor, though, is going to look for an engage onto Teddy. Cataclysm goes down. He arcade shifts to get himself out of the way. Is now Clear. Looking to get into that backline. He will be able to find it as Roma. A gigantic shield as Teddy, True Shot Barrage doing a whole lot of work. Stridebreaker comes in, but now the damage is just too much. The Olaf cannot stand up against B&K FearX, and they will basically get an ace as it's only Teddy left alive. He's looking to try and trying to get them off these Nexus turrets, but I have a feeling the only thing he's going to get is a game number 2 as B&K will demolish Bro in this first one and really stamp their mark on this series already.
We had a huge game for Taeun in the early one on this Sarah, but I think the real hero was Raptor, who just kept finding punishes. Sure, once he was punished by the Ryze, but every other time the Ryze was demolished by him, was caught and destroyed. He just ripped Roamer out of the game, and this 3-item Ryze win con that they were waiting for, that actualizer so close, were farming for it, was sitting in sides, never got actualized because he just kept dying at the beginning of fights. His Realm Warp into the face of everyone was not it. Stepping forward there into the mid lane and just getting caught by everybody else was a bit of a disaster. And had he just played safer, I think Hanjin Brion could have played through Teddy so much harder. Teddy tops damage in the game, but it just isn't enough. And Hanjin Brion, I think, pretty frustrated with how this game was played because I think the draft win cons were there. They were behind, but they were still fighting well. But BNK were just too much to handle.
Yeah, not to mention Taeyun, he hit 2-0-1, and then it just felt like wherever he went, the bros couldn't be. And so it meant that they just had map control for so long, but they held on to it so expertly here in this game. Did not leave the doors open for the bros to burst in and take their stuff and just cleanly closed out this game. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break this one down. Then we'll have the second one in this best of 5. We'll see you soon.
여기 뚫자.
상대 레드 치고 있어.
야 미드부터. 다음 미드 또 할게.
미드.
나 조심할게. 하고 우리가 바로 들어가자. 점프 뒤에 있다 얘들아.
이거 내
야야 볼래. 이자 피전.
맞아. 친구. 리신.
라이드
앞라인 해줘.
야나 올라프 공대. 올라프 돌려줄게.
앞라인 해줘. 쟤도 있죠.
올라프.
미드 왼쪽에 있어.
미드 하면 끝나. 미드 할게. 미드 하면 끝나. 나이스.
우리 틴틴
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 of BNK FearX taking down Bro in what was a bit of a longer one, but it did make sense. They had that Sivir that was very fed. Tame did a great job. Wasn't the cleanest game we've ever seen, but they got the job done. BNK FearX off to a good start here. I'm Valdez today, joined by Ox and Umpty. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good, you know, hanging out with Umpty, always fun, and I guess you're here as well.
I do exist, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I am feeling like I am being exhausted because right now already lost one game. Like I don't want to be one-sided, but BNK FearX actually did their job, and then Hanjin Brion, I think there was something wrong at the draft, right, Ox?
Well, I think BNK FearX made some smart decisions here because we've seen a lot of picks into the Olaf, we've seen the Kled, we've seen the Jax, we've seen the Vayne, and I feel like a lot of these are a bit volatile. They can be kind of feast or famine, they can crush the Olaf, they can fall behind. They went with the Cassante here, which we've seen picked in the Olaf. It just seems very stable. The Olaf can't really take over that matchup. And in the later stages of the game, you're Cassante. But it did put them in a position where their composition kind of lacked damage to cut through an Olaf later on. And I've seen a lot of situations where a team would have a draft like this, and they would last pick Jhin, and would all be molding. But going for the Sivir here, I think was a great read. The Spell Shield has a lot of value into that lane. Sivir Karma very powerful, and it just meant that you had that sustained DPS. So even if Olaf got a bit strong, you could always just cut through him eventually. And when we saw the Sivir get ahead of the curve, it just really put Bro into an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you wanted to say something, Umpty, but apparently not. You know, I think Ox kind of covered all the bases on that one, and it's a good start. I think that BNK FearX as well yesterday had some good moments in the match against Nongshim. As we are going to take a look at the first highlight right now.
So at the first time, I think the Gidon, like,
as a Hanjin Brion, they thought the evidence is Raptor had to go to the topside camp and the Grobs, and they had the top mid prior. But actually, he just came back because he had the bottom and mid prior too. So he came back and just fight. There was some fight and the trades here, and then now it changed to the 1-1 trade here.
Yeah, and I think this ended up stalling things out a little bit, and we saw this fight later on where Sivir is able to join in. And this is honestly what really starts the beginning of the end for Bro, because Sivir ends up picking up a lot of gold. It's a reattempt for this dragon. They move in, Lee Sin's already pretty low, they try and get out, and the Magical Journey just allows Taeyun to chase in. And once you start getting these early kills on Sivir, a champion who scales so well, and getting ahead of the curve compared to the Ezreal, it really puts you in a tough spot.
I agree. And then before the situation happened, Sivir already got the 1 kill with the dive against the Israel. So the game was quite harder, but this one made very accelerated.
Yeah, it was pretty nice, and from there it was kind of smooth sailing. That's what I meant when it was like Sivir just getting through the game, doing whatever she wanted, and got very fed very quickly. So we can take a look at Highlight 2 as well, which kind of led to the eventual demise here of Bro, as we did have a big fight around the dragon, which really turned the tides once again.
This actually starts pretty good for Bro. They managed to pick up the Cassante, not the easiest target to get, but they take him out of the fight, and it's now a 5v4, super favored for them. But they kind of overplay their hand with this Realm Warp and the Hex Gate, because this is them trying to go for the flank, cut them off, make sure that no one can escape. But they're now so far away from the fight that we actually see a great call made here by Raptor. He instantly engages. He knows it's not actually a 5v4, it's a 4v3 with the position they're in. They go forward, they chunk out 2 members and delete 1, and then it's just the Rise and the Olaf who cannot fight against all those BNK4X members.
This is the BNK4X style. Even though there are down numbers, they found a way to win, and then that was a really good engage with Taeyun hitting it. So when Taeyun's Sivir is hitting the front line, there's no way they're losing right now.
Yeah, so a couple of really good moments there for BNK4X, and I think that coming in from yesterday straight into today, they look very warmed up. Game number 1 looked great for them. Bro, a little bit shaky. I think that they certainly had ways to still win this game, but they got too far behind with that Sivir on the other side and got kind of outscaled. Bro, of course, going to go for first pick. BNK4X will go for blue side. And yeah, I just feel like BNK4X kind of have a little bit more in the tank right now. Maybe Bro had a lot taken out of them by KT.
I like the decisiveness that we saw from BNK4X in that first game. It's something that gave them a lot of power in the series yesterday, and also just having these drafts that put a lot of trust into Taeyun, because he has definitely earned that trust on this team.
I think yesterday I said the same thing, so I'm gonna say the same thing today too. BNK4X is gonna just fight everything. Now Hanjin Brion have to choose, are they gonna fight back or are they gonna just defense up? They have to choose right now. They are not in that side. Right now, they're at the middle.
Yeah, we had our predictions at the top of the day, and of course, you and I obviously go for BNK4X, but 3-2. And you did go for the old faithful Bro prediction of 3-2. But I'm curious what you think Bro have to do to kind of get back in the series against BNK4X, because we even saw yesterday like a huge win from Nongshim into eventually 3 games in a row from BNK. I think they can come back.
I do believe that early game plan needs to be changed a bit. And then I think I really like what they played at the side play. They're killing the Cassante 2 times in a row. But probably early game and the thinking about draft will be important.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty big here. But we are done on the space. Let's go back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you very much, boys. Valdez, I was really sad that we didn't get to hang out before the matches today. Hopefully we can hang out after this, and hopefully it is after a very, very long series as well. As the Bros, their generosity knows no bounds, but it's not looking great after that game number 1, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, as especially a Hanjin predictor.
He's just confused about what to do.
No, he knows exactly what to do, just eat popcorn and join the LCK.
All right, fair enough.
You just need to ham it up on the camera.
All right.
So I am of the mind right now that what we are seeing from these 2 teams is forget the side lanes, forget the setup, forget back row, just kill enemy carries, win game. And that's a very different mentality from the teams we are going to have them face off against, whoever wins in the playoffs. So maybe just playing to their opponents a little bit right here, but I think they can macro. I think they can do setup. We've seen them do it throughout the Rise group, but maybe little bit of nerves coming to this one. It's such an important matchup, and with the way that game state was, where it's so hard to play sides, and if you leave your Rise into a side lane, so easy to get picked. You're pushing into or the Sivir's pushing in. I understand why Bro kind of just K-rammed and tried to find an angle with Teddy, but I think we're gonna have to see them play way better, which is what I think all Bro predictors, myself included, you included, expected from them. And they're gonna ban Lulu right away.
Okay, the Bros,
they want to play Lucian.
Mixing it up.
They want to first pick Lucian, I think.
I wouldn't mind that.
So
Teddy some power.
If you ban the Lulu here, you're basically saying, I'm either going to get first pick Lucian, or I'm going to get first pick Orianna, or I'm going to get first pick Vi. You guys get to choose which one of those three I get.
And right now, they do not want to give away the Cassio. I imagine the Vi will still be banned. I think that, especially with Lee Sin and Jarvan both removed, you probably don't want to let that one through. As
Pantheon, a great choice.
Okay.
And maybe if you're... Let's see what they ban second here. If they ban the Orianna, you don't need to ban the Lock, for example, but you could ban Lock in third if they leave the Orianna up, and then that will maybe make them do it, because they're going to ban the Vi.
All right.
So...
Be prepared for an Orianna or a Lucian. That's what I'm saying to Hanjin Brion.
There's no Karma, there's no Bard. So the Lucian lane feeling very comfortable. You could even just ban Kalista here and be like, all right, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, and it's interesting as to what BNK FearX want to do, right? Because do you then just ban something random? Lucian is going to be banned themselves.
I guess I didn't understand their game plan.
Well, no, I think what they realized is that they're going to leave up Nocturne Orianna if they don't do something about this.
Yeah.
And so instead of banning the Nocturne and then leaving it up to Fate, they decide instead, maybe they will just give us one of them, and then we can take one of those and not have to deal with the Lucian Melio on 1-2. So the Orianna is going to be taken away. It does leave Nocturne up and available here for the Bros.
Is Nocturne worth it for a first pick after everything that we've seen is banned as takeaway, including the Lulu they banned themselves? I'm a little bit surprised by this choice, and I thought they had a great read, and now I don't know what their read is. I mean, yes, it appears to be that first pick Nocturne, but are we seeing a Roamer Aurora in this draft, or what's our plan?
So I don't actually care what Roamer plays. I do think that Namgung's a great Nico player. So the Nocturne gets a bit of value by placing it alongside the Nico that Namgung can play, and then Teddy can play the Corki Nico lane very, very effectively. We've seen it quite a few times so far.
I mean, I think that's a pretty good explanation. I think you might be onto something with that, because they can lock those 2 and 2-3 here as clear. Angling for a potential Rumble first pick, but there's that Kalista I mentioned.
It's
which
scary.
Make all sorts of any bottom lane that doesn't have a Karma or a Bard in it very difficult to deal with. Also without a Lulu, which they banned. So Corki Nico can stabilize in this lane, but winning it, that's another question entirely.
All right, I want them to pivot right now. Just lock Caitlyn Blitzcrank.
Or Draven Nami.
Well, there's the Caitlyn part of it.
Caitlyn Lux, maybe?
Oh, Caitlyn Lux could be a bit of fun, but Caitlyn Nico is the idea. So mixing both ideas. And so they will have that Nico for Namgung as we were expecting alongside the Nocturne. I mean, it's not exactly a well-known lane, but I think it could work.
Raptor can just, he can do whatever he wants here. If they want to play even a Wukong, they could play that here, but they could just play Xin and be like, well, that's safe and stable and very strong with what we already have.
The Fury works.
The Fury also feels pretty good. Much more power in the early game than this Nocturne. And if we do have a 3v3 down there, it's going to be tough for Hanjin Brion.
Okay, let's see what these next bans are going to be, because we're going to be looking for some solo lanes here in this game. I imagine BNK FearX is going to make Roamer's life as uncomfortable as possible, but instead, the focus is going to be on that top lane. His casting is going to have his choice removed in the Ambessa.
Looks pretty pensive about that one.
I feel like Cleo wants to play Rumble, guys. I don't want to make anything seem weird, but
yeah,
I think that might be what he's trying to do.
They want to take away the Ahri here from Vikla after the game he had yesterday. I think that is extremely warranted. I think you can still ban Aurora here, and it doesn't feel that weird. Roamer has a pretty strong Aurora. It's been less meta recently, but it works well with the Nocturne, and you already have the Nico set up, which make it incredibly difficult to play the Kalista. Poppy also still a potential top lane pick that I guess we could consider depending on the matchup. They don't have counter pick though, so just going to be ignored. The Talia, which is another one of those answers to the Kalista, is now just completely removed.
Yep. I think the Rumble should probably still just be a respect band here by Hanjin Brion.
It's one of Clear's best of all time.
Yeah, and also just would give them so much mid-game damage.
And there's no Cassante answer.
Feels good. It's not a lot of CC, which I guess they do have some of with the Renata there, but instead it will be the Annie taken away from Vikla.
I thought they also could potentially play Annie themselves in this draft, Hanjin, but they decide not to. They're going to let him have the Rumble. Now, top lane Ornn maybe on the cards as a response. Top lane Poppy, I don't think so.
Top lane Anivia?
I guess more plausible than the other mentions we just had.
Yeah, right now Teddy is just hovering a bird. I don't know whether that is going to stick around. We'll
This
see.
draft just feels like it's in shambles here for Bro. Like they chose first pick and they're trying to dig their way out of the hole. I think this is going to be for Roamer in this draft, and the Akali is going to be the opt in this one. Blind, by the way.
I'm not sure how I feel about this.
I feel bad about it. Oh, I like this more. Okay. Roamer, you're good at Aurora. Play what you're good at. Play your Nocturne that you first picked.
I still don't feel good about it, though. There's not a whole lot of frontline here. The Aurora will be picked up. They need to just kill them immediately. There needs to be no B&K left on the Rift after 3 seconds of fighting.
You know what?
That's scary.
I often make this prediction, and it often comes true, about the game being one-sided. I think this will be a one-sided game.
Guys, this is going to be a Galio, and it's going to round out this B&K composition so beautifully. Vikla is instead thinking about Akali, but I mean, this is so Galio, guys.
Twisted Fate
it's
works.
TF.
They needed a little bit of engage, I think, to be able to look for side lane pinch, and there's a global to match the Nocturne to a certain extent, because their side lane is pretty weak without this pick here. They have a Rumble playing into Nocturne. So the Anivia gets flex top. They put Roamer on this Aurora. The Anivia into the Rumble, very strong, especially if you have a strong jungle to set it up, but they don't in this case because they have Nocturne. So see how Casting and Clear play out this early game. The Nico Nocturne Aurora in 5v5s is crazy good once all three of them have level 6. Once all three of them have level 6, they can fight even without the front line as long as they have Prio. If they don't, they're playing into Twisted Fate, who knows all the flank angles because he just presses R, they are going to have a very bad time.
Yeah, and the thing is, with the TF lock-in, it is just actually a...
it says their playoffs, the playoffs package was canceled.
Oh, no!
That's what it was. A direct text from Hanjin right there that guy had. I guess that was a B&K fan.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, like, let's hope that, you know, they figure it out. It's another text chain, but it's just a little bit of a different one.
This is a cute one. I like this.
Yeah.
I didn't see what his said.
He's like, no, we didn't send that. It's fine.
He said it's not canceled.
It's not canceled.
It's just slightly delayed.
We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. Well, let's see whether they are, as these are two very explosive compositions with not very large health bars that are going to be meeting onto the Rift here, and we'll see who can get an early lead and lock this one up. All right, bro fans getting louder and louder here at LoL Park, and I hope that your bro tax is also getting louder and louder here in the chat as well, because I think they're going to need as much of it as possible. Otherwise, they could be staring down the barrel of a 3-0. That's a gold card already onto Roma. Get the bro tax to this man immediately!
He needs it more than anyone, I think, right now.
I would agree.
That does not lead to too much of an advantage here, but does feel really nice at level 1 here for B&K. As this is the matchup I want to watch.
And I feel like Casting's counterpicked himself because we all know that Ice is weak to fire. And Rumble has a lot of fire and Anivia has a lot of ice. So
consider if the ice melts, does it become water, which is strong against fire?
Yes, but then if it's melted,
then it's not
the
ice
Anivia
anymore,
is
so it's
dead.
Yeah. But he has an egg to revive and then become ice again after the
that's true. So maybe during egg, that's when you have the advantage. But you don't have the ability to press buttons so much. Maybe he's going to be doing a lot of those fancy Chovy teleport plays. Maybe that's how he's going to be able to win this one.
Well, I mean, that is one of the reasons why you can pick this and feel okay, because there is no CC on the Rumble. So I guess it could work out. The Aurora, even though she got annoyed at level 1, is going to have a pretty strong matchup here into the Twisted Fate. The Electrocute procs going to be stacking up here onto Vikla to try to get that advantage. Vikla went Comet, try to be able to match some of that damage back.
And finding a bit of it here, as we can see. Just spam locking cards, making sure that they can get as much poke damage over as possible. But right now, I mean, obviously the early laning of the TF is not going to be the most devastating.
This matchup is one that is definitely very winnable for the Kalista Renata, especially once level 3 gets hit for Kellen. So Namgung will have to try to keep them at bay with some snares. If he does not, they do just kind of out-damage the Kalista once they get on top of her. Handshake plays also very fiery if Kellen finds a flash handshake. And this is an iconic pick for Kellen of all time. We've basically talked about this since Renata's release, where he was one of the more impactful Renata players back on D+.
Yeah, he was exceptionally good, but that one was not the greatest. Still gets hit by the Peacemaker. But Teddy taking a fair bit of damage here as the PS does come on through. And this is actually going very well, I think, for BNK FearX, because oftentimes the Caitlyn will be able to take control of the lane. This time around, hasn't quite been able to, as Raptor goes in, looking for that next dagger, does not quite find it. The bleed will still do a fair bit of work here. Very annoying gank onto Roma.
Gideon's going to get this bottom scuttle. Top scuttle will be Raptors. And the Caitlyn and the Nico have gotten a little bit back in control of that bottom side wave. And this is a double TP lane, this time no Ghost or anything like that like we saw from Roamer in Game 1. As Gideon here wants to actually take these Raptors away, gets the first move.
Yeah, Roamer is looking to make his way over as well. Bounces on in. There's the flash forward as Raptor goes into the sky, but now Vikla only has one gold card. Roamer trying to find the damage, and they should be able to get first blood. Can they get another one as Raptor tries to get away? And Kellen is in this brush. The flash forward, they managed to lock down Kellen, but Raptor is the target. The blooming burst, a double kill for Roamer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your bro tax at work.
And that is a great understanding of the mid-jungle matchup here from Roamer and Gideon. Gideon goes into the Grubs, or rather into the Raptors.
He wishes he could go into the Grubs.
I just did it to myself there.
That's fair enough.
I'm going to pause because we do have a bit of a potential egg angle here. Not going to happen. But they understand that they have the pressure here. The gold card isn't prepped or anything like that. They are the ones who make the first move, and it takes so long for this Twisted Fate to actually get into position to challenge and set up for a gold card. He doesn't have 6. And Roamer, watch him here, just is able to use his W to get over the wall, then flash into the pit. They're so aggressive here in this early game. Gold card finally comes out, but that's really all Vikla can offer. Like I said, he's only got one of those. And then the damage is too much. Kellen wants to come over here and try to set up for a bailout or something like that, but they just don't have the numbers here. Namgung shows up, and there's no bailout to be had. Second kill goes over to Roamer, finds himself in a massive lead here in this early game on the Aurora.
Yeah, feeling absolutely fantastic.
And the bottom lane is kind of a wash here. Taeyun is not having a good time.
Yeah, and the thing is, this has flow-on effects for the whole rest of the game, right? Gideon getting an advantage as well in the jungle with the fact that he's stayed alive. He's currently 300 gold ahead, and he is halfway to level 6. Obviously, Raptor is still doing a decent job, right? It's not like it was a massive invade. It was just a Raptor camp that did go on over, although it is a Raptor camp and Raptor is there. But I still do feel like the bros are just going to be really, really happy with having an early skirmish go this way with the composition that they have for themselves.
Well, look at the tempo.
It's all about Snowball.
Yeah, look at the tempo for Roamer now. Hits level 6 first over Vikla, has this extra push. He may get punished here, though.
He's got between worlds. Yeah. There is no way that they can lock this guy down.
He doesn't have flash, so Raptor was trying for something there. Vikla could have maybe like ulted the chase, but he's just playing respectfully enough as he puts this pressure on here. And while Namgung was backing, Teddy was able to put the wave back towards their side of the map as Gideon gets level 6. So now even Gideon has pressure on the bottom lane.
Wow, this was really cute, actually. Clear kind of expecting that Gideon would try and contest for this next grub spawn, and sticks around just to see whether or not they can catch him, but the bro's not going to fall for the trap.
They need to be very careful with this paranoia available here as the scuttle gets taken. Don't want to be overextended. This is why Raptor has to be down the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, they get the bad news that that was taken as okay. There's the paranoia that we were talking about, but out goes this TF. Like
he's celebrating.
Before anything could happen. Yeah, he is dancing.
He's celebrating for surviving, but it's not necessarily a win unless they can make a cross map happen here on the bottom side with no paranoia up, because he's still losing farm. Plate gold going over to Roamer, and they're even pushing Raptor away here, so you can, you know, fist bump the air for surviving, but. Unfortunately, let's see if they can make a play here. It's not over yet. They still have a little bit of a pressure point here.
Yep. Shape splitter there from Namgung is going to work out as Gideon will be able to secure his blue buff.
Teddy got the whole wave, and now he has level 6. He's ready to look for a trap flank.
Dear. How do we escape this one, ladies and gentlemen, as Raptor is going to tank that damage. Does go untargetable now as he looks to get on top of Teddy, but the headshots are reigning supreme. Taehyun just gets popped like a balloon. My God, Teddy, that was gorgeous. No bailout for you, Kellen. You're just going to be food for the Caitlyn. And where was this, bro, in game one?
Well, we're seeing him now.
They're
And
back
Teddy,
from the bank. I think
Teddy-
that's where they're coming back from. They made a withdrawal.
Teddy looked so good in that play. So watch here the escape for some reason.
산 거 같아. 살았어.
I lived. However, however, the flow-on effect is that he's not here when the Aurora has full push in mid and is coming down. Teddy sets up these traps. As Raptor's trying to force something here because it's such a huge loss in the mid lane. Watch Teddy's outplay onto Taehyun's flash. Just nets him and kills him.
God, it was beautiful.
He didn't even really need that barrier, but he was playing it safe. And the bailout here is useless. He still secures the kill onto the Renata there. Sometimes bailout can give a kill over to somebody else, so depending on the last hit there, but he's not even able to do that. Teddy still picks it up. So now we have a gold lead in every single lane here for Hanjin Brion.
Yeah, this game could not have started off better here for the bros.
And this early Nocturne pick in the draft is working a treat so far.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready to trust it, but so far, Gideon's making me a believer.
Yeah, we made the mistake of watching game one, Wolf, and that really did make our assessment feel like the bros may not be able to handle this, but they're doing well so far, as Namgung does take a lot of damage as we're speaking about it.
Yes, heal, so they need to be careful about overextending here. He's going to take a bunch of damage. Kellen is from that ace in the hole that came back from Teddy.
All right.
Twisted Fate has to TP back to lane. Roamer has so much control over the mid lane right now. It's kind of insane. The CS is fairly even, so Twisted Fate normally you'd think would be feeling very good, but with a 2-kill deficit he is holding right now, not going to be the one in the advantage.
Oh, there's the flash handshake, but Kellen's just dead. Teddy locks down that kill, and you can see Namgung just heals and flashes and gets himself away.
Yeah, he had that heal I was talking about, and Raptor was too far away. Now they're trying to bait Teddy in here a little bit.
Yeah, Raptor will be able to bounce over that wall. There's the equalizer going down as Teddy will be flashing. There's the paranoia. Oh my God, where did Taehyun go? He is just missing on the map. Still Gideon takes a fair bit of damage as Clear tried to make this one happen. And Vikla coming on in. That is a great spell shield from Gideon. Still has to flash to get himself out of the way, but Namgung's making his way back in. Turtle Port will bring over Roma, and he goes between the worlds. Vikla just disintegrates. And the bros now have a 7-0 kill lead and a 4K gold lead already.
I think we're going to a 1-on-1 scoreline in this one, Max.
Okay, well, there's another thing we need to talk about.
Yeah.
But we also shouldn't talk about it, you know?
No,
So let's both get on the same page without mentioning it. Have a look at the score screen.
Yeah.
And
oh, no.
Yeah, so just have a look at that,
okay.
and now we'll just bear it in mind,
okay?
Never mind, We're not going to talk about it, though, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. No. Last time we talked about it, it was very sad.
Yes.
And I ended the regular season crying.
Yeah.
This is B&K to a T, right? They hard force, they spend so much. Like, they have a Rumble in the bottom lane who is able to drop Equalizer and accomplish virtually nothing here as they try to kill Gideon. They're all on the same page on where they want to be, but in terms of linking this up, it's a disaster, and Teddy just continues to outplay in these scraps. Then the TP comes through from the Aurora, who has so much mobility, is able to follow here and take Vikla out, who is massively far behind. The Anivia is pushing freely in the top lane with no answer because the Rumble went bottom lane. And
I respect that guy's Red Hot Chili Peppers t-shirt.
Yeah.
And also the roller coaster of emotions that he was on during that replay. That was very funny. All right.
That was some Kanavification, I think, from Raptor there. But he's not Kanavi, and they're not able to make the play all happen together there. And Bro have a 4,000 gold lead.
And Wolf, Gideon is, okay, never mind. Casting is now going to possibly be turned into an egg. Does complete his role quest, but
TP egg.
Yeah, he's just going to TP the egg out. He manages to make his way through because it's a Neferi Rumble.
Yeah.
You cannot stop that.
So easy. And by the way, because of this commitment to the top side, Teddy is he's Caitlining this turret really hard.
Yeah, I think he may have actually got up to make a cup of tea.
Gideon Grubs at work.
Oh, yeah. And that's 3 grubs and a dragon that they picked up as well. You love to see it, no arguments. over the thing that we were discussing
Yeah, no,
earlier.
no discussion,
right?
no discussion required. Yeah.
Yep, it's really nicely done. So Romer is now just going to leave this mid lane in shambles, by the way. There is only one plate remaining on that turret.
Gideon has ult, and this turret is not very healthy, so I think we all know what that means. Romer also with ult.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if Taeyun could stay here, but he wants to really desperately.
I don't know whether Raptor really wants to be on this counter gank either, as Namgung is moving in. There's the paranoia. They get right on top of Taeyun, who will get feared and tries to find the bailout, but it doesn't work. Pop Blossom locks Kellen in place. It's another double for Teddy. 9-0 now for the Bros. They took game 1 personally.
Yeah, and the cross map is a Twisted Fate getting some plate gold, so at least he got something. But unfortunately, I think trying to catch this wave here, but they're like, oh, we have 3 people. Surely they won't Nocturne Aurora us. There's no turret. They Nocturne Aurora you. Also, Nico for the peel. Namgung, this play not even necessarily that impactful, but it's, you know, they just had nothing. There was no there was no angle there. And if they just leave Teddy to kill the turret, they're also losing. So they stay, they try to go for the outplay. It does not work. And I think this game is just well and truly done. It was done, I think, at 10 minutes. We'll see if they can make a miracle happen here, but otherwise...
Oh my god, Teddy is 2.7k ahead.
Yeah, he has a bigger lead than Taeyun had over him in the last game.
He's probably got more money in advantage than Taeyun has in all of his money. This is absurd. We haven't seen a Caitlyn this far ahead for quite a while. He's going to be collecting, and he already has that item completed. And there is not even a static shiv done yet for Taeyun. As all right, Vikla goes in. They're going to try and kill Teddy, and they will be able to ruin the perfect game. What the heck, BNK? Well, that is exactly the target that they wanted to be killing, and maybe they can make something of this.
I thought if we didn't talk about it, maybe it could be a reality, but I guess they just are still trying to win the game, Atlas. And it was a good play. They get Teddy. He doesn't have flash. His barrier is not enough. They have enough burst there to actually knock him out of the mid lane, but it doesn't come without a cost, right? Romer's going to get this topside turret. So initially here, Teddy steps forward, and it's a Fate's call here with the Twisted Fate coming in to set up the gold card. Raptor follows. This excellent play from BNK. This time they're all working like a well-oiled machine. They're all on the same page. The engage was clean, unlike some of their last ones, but it's too little too late. I think it cuts like a 1/6 of the gold lead down, but some of that's coming back here with that top turret going over and now the mid.
Yeah, no, now the gold lead is much larger. It's almost 6k here for the Bros. So I don't think they're too worried about that little whoopsie that did occur. Vikla taking a lot of damage here from Romer as well. As another ace in the hole comes in, Kellen just does not want to keep tanking these.
Yeah, Teddy's like, it's cool. You can block it if you want. That's fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah.
I would have shot either of you. It just happened that Taeyun was there first.
Yeah, they're kind of, you really need to be one of these champions that has like an unbreakable, like from a Braum or a spell shield. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel great tanking up Teddy's massive damage.
This is going to be Herald, and I think it's probably just a combat Herald. There's nowhere else to drop it. There's nothing left.
Yep. They could just take an inner turret in the mid lane. That would certainly open up the map for the Bros. Kellen taking a lot of burst damage as the eye is picked up here from Gideon, and now they're looking for a bit of a fight. Between worlds they go, and Pop Blossom finds for Namgung. You absolute gem. He destroys the bottom lane. BNK can just do nothing. Vikla flashes.
This time I think it was on purpose. It was on purpose, I think. I don't know what that purpose was, but I think he had a purpose for it, and it was not an accident, but it might as well could have been.
Roma went from like not really knowing where to be on Rise to now buying a well-justified franchise.
He's playing a champion that needs to go in, so this time it's correct.
My lord.
And for BNK, they were never going to find a good fight here. But they could go next slow or go next fast. And they've chosen go next fast.
Will Sally hold the series? That is it's a very, very worthwhile question. I don't know what he is doing right now, but I can see that there are people watching his stream. So that does mean that Sally might be able to do that.
Maybe.
Okay, Kellen is at least able to shield himself as the ult comes down one more time. Teddy must be very close to an Infinity Edge. And Romer's already got 10 stacks. What the heck? 304 on the Aurora. And just transforms that fully stacked Dark Seal that he must have bought before anything had really happened in this game.
So
and he's now got all the extra movement speed, so much extra AP. A Luden's Echo, like, my god, this Aurora does damage.
I mean, you and I have done a pretty good job of listing all the reasons why this game is done, probably. I think there's one man on his best champion in this game for BNK who could maybe change the tide. It's Kellen, right? If he gets a huge ult note.
Well, I mean, if you've got an entirely fed enemy team, that hostile takeover does work.
I mean, if there's a bit of a botched engage where everyone just kind of runs in as 5 into a choke point, maybe Kellen could save the game. I think that's really
They just need to feed Teddy more so that he can kill his whole team. All right, they've got to work on this. So pentakill for Teddy in the next fight, and then pentakill for Kellen every fight after that. And hope that they never build Mikhail's and he never builds a QSS, and everything will be fine.
Inhibitor turret at 17.5 minutes. We're looking at it. It's going to disappear.
There's an army of Gideon's grubs there as well. As they're looking for Taeyoon and Kellen, they will be able to find them. They do have the bailout, but I don't think it's really going to do enough here, as he does get bailed out one time. Still Namgun goes down. They get Romer as clear, just getting shot by Teddy over and over again. And the wall will stop Vikla from doing anything at all. It'll be a triple here for Teddy, as they've broken open the base. They can take an inhibitor if they'd like to, but maybe just wander to the bottom lane and just get more money.
Yeah, I think that's probably the play. This was one of those angles for Kellen, right, that I was talking about, where if they all just kind of run in, maybe you get some value out of the ult here. Look at it. Comes through the whole team, and at the exact same time, you see Raptor get into the backline. But again, the peel is there from Namgun. He sacrificed his life to prevent any sort of follow-up. Vikla decides to follow up anyways and finds himself in prison. It's Ice Prison, which is his least favorite.
Oh, no.
Ice Jail, the worst. He's in Igloo Jail.
Yeah, there's not even a Sejuani in the game, and he was still in a Glacial Prison.
Yeah, that's exactly
and a Frozen Tomb all at once, and there's not even a Lysandra. Oh, dear. We could talk about the other Frost Goddess as well from Freljord, but
Ash was ulting from game 3 to try to follow up on the CC.
Oh, there you go. We might see, you know, the Ice Princess in the next one. But Teddy, this time around, is on the Caitlyn, is at least wearing a relatively polar outfit, which is pretty cool. So there is an icy theme between both Casting and Teddy, as there's a Paranoia. A very small wall comes down, and Casting doesn't really mind the size of the wall. He is just going to kill the Rumble.
This game is the early game Bro into Snowball that I was expecting to see in this series that I talked about earlier. Bro's early game so good. They were not able to have that impact in the early game in game 1. They got outplayed by Taeyoon and Kellen in those early fights, and Raptor as well on the Jarvan. But this time around, BNK just try to match Bro in these early skirmishes, and they fall flat. As Romer might be in trouble.
Oh, maybe. We'll see. He does take a bit of damage here as there are traps being laid out. Teleport in, and it's the Bros that think it is their time to fight, and I think it might be as well. As Pop Blossom not going to quite find the mark here as Taeyoon does have the bailout. He gets rid of Namgung, and now Romer just goes into stealth, denies any sort of follow-up, and Kellen is running the wrong way. There is a bird actually canonically flying in that moment, and manages to get this done. There is the ace in the hole, and Raptor will be able to survive it, at least for the moment. Paranoia comes in. They spotted him
2 minute
for a
long
brief
range.
second.
Ultimates to avoid there for the poor doggo.
And I had to wait so long to apologize to Ash because she's a queen, obviously. She's not a princess. I said Ice Princess because I felt like it rolled off the tongue when she's, you know, definitely a queen.
Former princess.
Yeah, well, she must have been a princess prior. Yeah. But maybe I was just talking about a
so
different
Romer
timeline.
is basically here just stepping forward to try to set up his team, who has the TP flank angle from Casting with his control ward here to win a team fight. I think the ultimate goal for Bro is we're going to win this skirmish and then we're going to get Baron, but there's a pretty big outplay here from Kellen and Taeyoon to actually get that kill onto the Nico. Still, it's a loss in the fight, but they bought enough time here, and also Raptor bought a lot of time here despite ultimately dying to a lot of stuff. This ultimate, he survives, but then the Gideon ultimate, he will not. And then we saw a Twisted Fate ult away, so he escaped. And the Baron did not get taken, right? The Baron was not actually secured by Bro during all of that, so that's your silver lining, BNK.
Sort of.
You got baited a little bit by Romer. You didn't end up winning the play, but he's got his ultimate Hunter stack, so let's just put it that way.
He really does. He's 4-1 and 14, Wolf. He's 18 out of 20 kill participation. This is a Gideon game through and through. As Taeyoon, he's actually going to get hit by the ace in the hole. This time, it's 3 items for Teddy. I mean, this is all over, but the Crying, I think the Crying may have already started.
Yeah, I think it was over about 11 minutes ago. It was clear at least.
Oh, look
Rocket
at Romer.
Belt.
He's just pressing buttons.
Rocket Belt's past the wall. Clean. I suppose. They're going to lose Ocean Soul point. Probably the best news for BNK all game long is that it is Ocean Soul.
There you go. I don't think that's going to make them feel better.
No. Yeah, this was... Yeah, he also doesn't like Ice Jail.
Yeah, Ice Jail not very fun for the doggo either. As Tane and Kellen, oh, the Hail Mary Baron, let's go! I love this play. It's not going to work, but it was a very cute idea. As Clear turns up and there is just a wall in his face. But Baron just doing so much with Pop Blossom onto everyone as there's the paranoia into the back line. The Nico will die, but that is what Namgung does best. And no bailout for you, Taeyeon. You are going straight to game 3, my friend, as Vickler is going to be sliced in half by the human blender that is Gideon. And the bros say, oh, maybe that's a good idea. Let's do Baron.
Yeah, Namgung Nico. You mentioned it early on in the draft. He has been alongside
He's picked
Peter.
up 5 people, like 2 fights in a row.
Alongside Peter, these are like resident Nico enjoyers towards the latter half of the season, where it has been a niche pick that we've seen in some matchups occasionally, but he has just taken over. He's a large part of why they were able to win the lane so hard into the Kalista Renata, but that's not the part people will remember. They'll remember the big ults. As speaking of a big ult, that's one from the Anivia that Raptor is still not going to enjoy.
Yeah,
really big ult.
Survive at least for now.
He's level 17 on the Anivia. Clear is just about to crack 15. It's actually almost level 18.
And
this was just
level 13.
Another one of those moments for BNK where I keep jokingly saying they're thinking go next fast, because this Baron was a Hail Mary. I mean, to say it's a Hail Mary is like not even fair. That implies that they thought there was a real chance this could actually maybe save the game. If Bro just weren't paying attention or weren't here or made 7 misplays, maybe they could have taken it.
The wall guaranteed the trap. That was so cute.
Yeah, very cute.
Oh, I like that. Using the game's popping. As Goldcard going to stop Roma in his tracks for a few moments here, as he will probably go down. There is the kill. Now looking for an angle as they look to get on top of casting, but he dash cannons to get himself out of the way.
This is what BNK have to do, is have to group as 5 and basically always see if you can find bro who are like less than 4.
It's a great pick, man. He had him at Jais. He's down to 8 stacks now.
Yeah, they maybe they'll turn this into a bit of a turret grab here. They have a big wave, but it's still so scary pushing into this comp. Gideon doesn't have his ult anymore, but they decide to be respectful.
It's so awkward because both compositions are just so squishy. So actually, like, playing well is going to be massively rewarded for BNK FearX because they can still get through these health bars.
Yeah.
There's not like a giga-fed tank that like you can just kind of plod around and everything is kind of okay.
It's just a matter of finding isolated picks over and over and over again. You could do that, you know, maybe 17 more times, and then you're back in the game. It won't take that many. There's bounty gold. They don't have any turrets, so you win a team fight of some kind after getting a pick, maybe. Then you get those 3 outer turrets, and then the gold lead's only like 6,000, or we're moving to 30-plus minutes into the game, and you've got this win con with a bailout team fight, good equalizer placement. Yeah, it's totally playable. We'll see
I
don't think so, Atlas.
Yeah, no, look, sometimes when a straw is presented, you must clutch.
Yes.
And there was a straw. Like, the straw happened when Roma died. So we'll need to address it at least. To go back to the kill participation thing for Gideon, which is very fun, 22 out of 24. He has remained just 2 behind throughout this game. Obviously, with Paranoia, it's quite easy to get some assists, but pretty impressive stuff. But BNK are actually counter-pushing in 2 lanes. This is going to be a lot of bounty gold that they will be able to pick up. The bros, they might be able to pick up a Nexus.
Yeah,
and that would probably be better.
Inhibitor worst case, which means that you have super minions pushing on the opposite side of the map where bro are trying to get Ocean Soul.
Clear.
So that's not good.
Yeah. Teddy is going to walk down the red carpet, just goes into melee range against the Rumble and kills him, but he does go down. Raptor is now able to get that ult off onto Namgung. Look for the angle there as Gideon getting into that back line. The bailout not going to work once again, as the bottom lane will be torn to shreds. And the problem with losing a fight here is it's your own base, and there are enemy minions here. This could just be game over, as Vickler is going to be cut down. It's a triple kill for Roma. There is the ace, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is game over. The pros will even out the series.
A big shift of form for both of our mid laners. The early skirmishes that BNK opted into, they did so without enough control to win them. They get outplayed by Teddy, who ends the game with 11 kills. And Bro will bring us to a 1-1 scoreline.
My goodness. This is what we wanted from this series. I wanted both teams to show us their best play. And we saw BNK do that in game number 1, and we just saw the Bros do it here in game number 2. Namgung is so good at the Nico, man. That was an absolute joy to watch. His engage is just beautiful. But the bounce back from Roma, I think, is the most important thing for this series. Because without Roma playing well, I think BNK just kind of roll over the top, because Vikla has been great.
He has, but not in this game.
No.
And Taeyun and Kellen had some moments. There was the cool bailout play there at the end, but Bro were just too far ahead. They would have never even opted to do a silly fight like that if they were not 12,000 gold in the advantage. The gold graph tells the story of a one-sided game that really ended at about that 10-minute marker that you see in the gold difference. They were way too big to fail, and fail they did not.
Well, we'll just have to see what happens now, as this series just got interesting. No match point for anyone. We are guaranteed at least 2 more games, but I think we know that we're guaranteed 3. It is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break down that second one, and we'll have the third right after. We'll see you soon.
탑 이어줘.
얘 직간 것 같아.
동이랑 텔 봐줘.
봐줄게.
이거 억제기 다 까자 이거.
그것만 하고 이제 용 걸자.
야, 얘
밑에 봐줘.
들어왔어.
다 빠져.
가. 앞에.
나필 끊었어. 나필 궁 끊었어.
칼리.
칼리 노플.
빨리 잡아.
잡았어, 끝내자.
확실히 잡아. 특패 봐줘.
특패 봐줄게.
나 필요 볼게, 나 필요.
나 벽 7초야 민성아. 볼까 봐고.
잡았어. 와봐.
나 벽 2초.
스프린 것 같아. 나이스. 끝내자. 나이스.
이거 탑. 미드 조졌어.
이거 라인 선패나 미드.
Met in the dark, X on the cross. One last prayer, then the lights go out. 모든 것을 봐 Cross realize when the shadows fall Cold hands on the stake 겁나지 않아 우리 보면 all black when we come around 상처 안고 let the cold sink in 어둠 속에서 where we begin 판을 뒤집어 turn it upside down X marks don't move there is no way out 어둠 속으로 we rise right now 기도했지 no answer came 어둠 속에 we held the pain 아무도 없어 we rose again 어둠을 걷어 back in the game you back, still we walk upright. 날카로운 night, cutting through the dark. Scars on my skin, 숨기지 않아. 실패한 번은 fall, we rise again. 나의 구원자, no one came. We found salvation in ourselves. 포기는 없어, we do not run. 널 마주할 땐 game is done. 시도했지, no it's okay. 어둠 속에 we held the pain. 아무도 없어, we rose again. 어둠을 conquer, back in the game. Who killed justice? We did. Who killed the light? We did. Who beat them all? We did. Who crushed them down? We did. Who wears the crown? King and knight. Who owns the dark? King and knight. Like witches, upside down. We kill the night. We own the light.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that.
Every scar's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome back to the space. Much like yesterday, we did have one team taking a very good start, a very dominant game into absolutely getting run over the next game as Bro absolutely took BNK FearX down very quickly in that one, about 26 minutes. Guys, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, this happened yesterday, BNK FearX against Dongshim. It also happened the day before when it was KT against Bro. It's like you come out of game one, you're like, wow, that was really convincing. I mean, I hope they can bounce back, but I don't know. That was like a really decisive win, and then they just dominate in the second game. And it's like, okay, well, I guess it's a best of 3 from here.
Yeah, let's just think about that's a best of 3 right now, and then 20 champions are locked. Yeah, we can think about that way.
Yeah, I think especially in this game, it was like, it happened so quickly. We were sitting there, it was like 8 minutes in, and we were like, the game is just over. How does this happen so quickly? Like, this is play-ins, it's for a lot, so maybe the pressure is on, and BNK FearX were trying to come back. It was pretty rough, but maybe we could take a look at highlight number 1 and talk about exactly how this game got started so quickly in favor of Bro.
So, one thing happened is Raptor already tried to gank at the mid lane, and then like Nocturne just saw it, easily could predict that they started Raptor 2 at the level 1 Legion 2. So now Aura just come back with TP and try to fight at the Raptor, and then I guess Raptor didn't know about, no idea about it.
Such a good read to expect to find Raptor at the Raptors. But it's very rare that you see a Nocturne so early being able to have pressure in the matchup. But because Raptor flips over the wall here, he's in a comfortable position. He calls on the TF, but immediately we see the follow-up from the Aurora as well. We see Raptor getting pressured away here. They dive on the TF. Means that there's no more stun cards going to come through. And even though we get the Renata coming up, it's followed by the Nico. And this was a really devastating start, especially with the composition where, you know, Nefiri, TF, Calista, Renata, these are picks where you really want to be ahead of the curve, especially when the enemy team has such strong dive in their composition.
So the game was quite like broken at the early because mid jungle should be stable and get the level 6 easily and could like influence other lanes, but this double kill was quite big, huge for the BNK FearX.
Yeah, it was a really big deal, and that was about 3.5 minutes into the game. So again, we saw that and we're like, oof, that's rough. Surely it can't get much worse than that. Well, let's take a look at highlight number 2, which it does get worse than that straight in highlight number 2. Let's take a look.
Okay, so the worst thing happened, like TF just survived in OT, so Nocturne and Aura OT got like dribbled. But at the draft, Kalista and Renata was against the Caitlyn Nico, so not having a very comfortable laning matchup. And then now their evidence is like, they're no Nocturne ult and Aura ult.
Yeah, this is so aggressive to go for when you just don't have the backup from the TF. And you see them going aggressively for the Gromp here. You realize they're kind of get corralled in here. And we even see the triple trap line cutting off this exit. It's a really nice setup here. Good moves there from Teddy, but it just means that they're in such a dire position. And as they try and retreat, we end up seeing, Kellen stepping on the trap there. We see Taeyun getting exploded. And now the TF's here, but the play's already over. And I'm just like, your TF survived a gank attempt. You burned the Nocturnal. That should be giving you a window to play, but you have to wait until the TF gets back on the map. You can't just act now, because obviously you'll get punished.
Yeah, I think BNK FIRX team style-wise, they really like the skirmishes, so they thought that Nocturne and Aura no ulti is like more than a 1 number, but it actually didn't. I think, and then Teddy's triple trap, and then the dribble was quite crazy too.
Yeah, it's a good shout. I mean, BNK FIRX do this all the time. If they're ahead, they're going to try to push their lead. If they're behind, they're going to try to force their way back in the game. They're not that old Jin style where you just kind of sit back and do nothing and hope that eventually the enemy makes a mistake.
Wait, I did something at Jin. What do you mean?
Well, that was the style. Same thing with first pick and blue side. This is kind of just the way it goes. And as you said, Ox, it's going now to a best of 3.
Yeah, I think something that has worked really well for BNK FIRX is when they have these really straightforward, layered engage compositions. We've seen things like the Rumble, Vi, Ari. Obviously, Rumble's been taken away already, but those sort of comps that work really well. I'd love to see them go for something like that.
Well, anyway, I do believe that BNK FIRX was very confident at the playing the Kalista, Renata, and Taeyun is gonna popping off, but I do think giving Caitlyn Nico and playing it is really hard, and then my top side was getting countered too. So I think it was a hard draft and a good early plan from Hanjin Brion. So it was the game 1's plan more better than the game 1 plan for Hanjin Brion.
So now we're going into game 3, and we have a couple of games under our belts, and we don't really know what to expect. I feel like from game 1, we had a very clear idea of how Bro could come back. They did do pretty well. They checked the boxes that was talking about. But at the same time, BNK kind of dropped the ball. So do you guys have any specific expectations for game 3?
I do believe that BNK FIRX have to think about the laning matchup a bit, because last time they win against the Nongxin because they only thought about the skirmish, don't think about value anything, like fight is better, but this time Hanjin Brion is a lot stronger about the laning, so have to think about it.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about going into game number 3. I'm sure the coaches spent a lot of time trying to break this one down and pull apart exactly what has been going wrong when it has gone wrong. So very curious to see what's going to happen in game 3 as we throw it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Valdez and co, for that breakdown of game number 2. I know what went wrong. Their Nexus exploded, Wolf. And they should have not let that happen.
That was a bit of a problem. I think that the pro activity was better for the Bros in the early game, and that fight...
The what, I'm sorry?
Sorry, the pro activity.
Thank you.
Mispronunciation there. The fight that happened on the bottom side that was broken down by the space, I mean, those are the 2 big moments, right? The Raptor situation, where Gideon is able to get first move there. They have the faster collapse of the Aurora, and then the near kill on Devicla, where he's fist pumping, I should say.
Yeah.
And then they lose everything on the bottom side play they go for, or were the 2 defining moments. The rest of the game was just a freebie. And I think if you are a BNK player or a coach or fan, I think you could take solace in the fact that that game was a wash from the early parts of it, and it was a very painful game to watch, but it was decided in 2 failed plays. And so you could just reset. You should be able to, at this point, going into a best of 5 like this, have the mental fortitude to reset and go into the next game saying, we can still take this back. We can still pull into the lead. We just stomped in game 1. We could do it again.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think anything is over at all, and it's a new draft and a fresh Summoner's Rift as we move into this 3rd game. No one with a match point just yet. We will claim one of those as this game concludes. But let's see exactly how this one's going to go. First pick, finally, over to BNK FearX here in this series.
Lulu banned again.
Yeah, this time BNK just taking that one out of the bro playbook.
Skarner banned early, despite the fact that Lee Sin is already gone. Just wanting to not deal with that annoying frontline. Olaf and Cassante are already gone, so I'm curious what that means. Could be potentially a Jhin on the cards. But when I see that Lulu ban, I'm thinking maybe aiming for a Lucian first pick that was banned.
Yeah.
Last time around, I decided to kind of put that out there as a potential Hanjin strategy. They'll ban the Cassiopeia and the Vi. Maybe looking for a trade for the Aurora. We'll see if that is first picked here for BNK instead, because if they do, then Teddy gets his hands on the Lucian.
Yeah, will that Lucian be the final ban here? That is kind of the question. The Pantheon was banned away in game number 2, and the Orianna is actually going to be banned on BNK's side. An interesting maneuver.
I think you probably just ban Lucian here as Hanjin Brion, and we go to a more unusual first pick.
I would expect that. I think it's probably a good idea, unless Teddy and Namgung have a plan for it, but there are a lot of things already taken away. A lot of the range supports that we've been seeing have all been used. It's only Seraphine that is left up and available, and Pantheon will be the ban. All right.
Damn, looks like he moved his headset cord. He's ready to slam the Lucian. I think that's probably what we're going to see here.
That's what I would assume.
Unless there's a Namgung Milio draft that is...
Ash Milio? No, that'd be bad. Let's not do that.
So it's probably the Ashe Seraphine, right? That's the only lane that's left into this.
Or Corki Seraphine or something like that if they wanted a little bit more fighting power, but they don't have a massive amount of range there.
If the Nico was still up, you know, you'd feel like there were a few different angles you could go for there in the draft. I think it is not likely to be this, however.
I don't really like Milio just picked by itself, but they are going to lock it away.
I feel like only Keria has made this work consistently.
Yeah, and even then, it's not all that consistent. It's a tough champion to play with anyone other than, like,
Teddy?
like Caitlyn can work, just give her uber range and stuff like
Teddy
that.
Aphelios, you know, I would love to see it just because I love...
Milio Draven?
We have seen that in the past.
Milio Trundle bottom lane? No, probably not. He's got a really long... what is it?
Is it just
club.
Wukong Annie now? Because I feel like when you leave the Annie up making this choice, it becomes so easy to play that in the mid lane right now.
Ooh, the Lucian Yuumi.
Yeah, the Bullet Hell lane. It's not really the same type of lane it used to be, but...
I mean, it used to be pretty scary. It's kind of a cute maneuver.
Ellen does enjoy his Yuumi, and they will go for it here. Yuumi at 83% win rate.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Pretty niche drafts, in some pretty niche drafts, but has been working really well. Usually with more scaling options, but the Lucian can definitely get empowered in the early levels and then have a strong mid game with it. Wukong going to go over here. And now, I think the Annie stocks are really high here. Probably going to get banned in the second phase if it's not picked right here. But if you want to get a strong pick with this military...
Oh, he did it!
He is doing it.
Oh,
and
yes!
Honestly, with the Yuumi lock-in, I feel like this got stronger, right? Because you're not dealing with any type of engaged support. And Yuumi's just going to be able to offer a little bit of extra shielding and healing. But you're just going to keep hitting that Lucian over and over and over again. And you're going to win out long-term. This is a very risky pick with no other real setup in this draft, but I like it for the lane. And it is Teddy. You know, I trust him on this pick.
Really long-range axes are going to be really fun alongside this Milio as well. So I've been asking for this for a really long time. I don't know whether it's a good idea, but it's a fun idea. And we are going to see it put into practice here by the bros. The Ahri going to be taken away from Vikla, and I do think Ahri, Annie are probably the bans we're going to be looking at.
Lissandra maybe gets a shout in this set of drafts we have here, but
Annie on the other side.
Hanjin Brion get to pick first, so Annie has to be banned by BNK. They took away the Vikla Ahri. He looked very unhappy on cam when that lock came through. So what other setup mids are you worried about here? I mean, something like an Azir could be considered, I suppose, in this draft. Take away the Akali, which is a lot of burst damage, fall for the Wukong pretty good.
Yeah, I also feel like the Akali does kind of draw your attention towards the Azir that we've seen cropping up over and over again.
It just feels like Vikla's champion pool is being challenged a little bit here in this series. I mean, his Twisted Fate has always been pretty good, but he wasn't able to perform in Game 2, so See what the answer is now going to be towards Roamer.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Still looking for top lane and mid lane, but it's 4 mid laners that get banned away alongside the 2 that were already banned and the 4 fearlessly banned. That's 10. My
Anything
God.
that can set a pick for this Draven is what you are afraid of. So the Annie and the Talia make a lot of sense.
All right, what is Teddy going to be locking away and for who? It will be
the Jace.
Jace. Okay, so Yorick for clear will then be the answer, I expect.
And it's a pretty good angle for Yorick. I actually like Yorick in this draft because he can side lane really well, but also be a threat that you have to deal with before the Lucian comes through. Vikla, Azir, a consideration.
Yes.
Malzahar actually pretty good with both comps, unironically, but...
I mean, Malzahar into Melio just sounds like a terrible time. Just with the fact that you just get to say no. Unless, wait, hang on, it's a cleanse.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually...
It won't
so
actually,
never mind.
It won't actually work.
This is interesting. That is not... I don't want the Vayne. I don't think it would make the composition very
It doesn't
good.
work in this comp very well because they only have a Wukong for frontline. Galio helps a little bit.
All right, Galio gives some
it's
frontline.
kind of coming together a little bit here, but this Vayne top lane pick into the Trundle is pretty scary. And that, I mean, it's a little rickety. It's a little
Oh, this is so sick. I was actually wondering whether this was going to happen. So you can just play Jace mid
into the Galio and then go for a Malphite counter pick. And Chronicler is probably clapping so hard his hands.
Oh, yeah.
Big.
His hands are hurting. They are definitely hurting. Chrony, make yourself known in chat. It's going to be the cannon instead. They were just thinking about which answer to the Vayne did they want to do. And I thought the Vayne was, like, not great anyway. And then they made it even worse, Wolf.
This is a great draft here for Hanjin Brionne. They have all the setup to get a Draven cash-in early on. You know, with the poke that comes through, the engage they have with the cannon, the pillars. If anybody gets out of position and is denied the ability to escape and the Draven gets a kill in any scrap, it doesn't even matter if, for example, BNK get a kill first, but then on the retreat, somebody gets caught, somebody gets picked off. It is just disastrous, and Teddy will be able to become online. I also think this lane is going to be really hard for Taeyun. The Yuumi will help a lot, but it's about when you decide to go and you have to judge those situations so incredibly well. You have to walk such a tightrope in terms of looking for those aggressive trades, trying to get the barrier down for the Draven, because if the Draven has barrier advantage for any reason and he gets to keep hitting you, he will just hit you until you either die or leave the lane.
Yeah.
Or your jungler comes down, which can affect the rest of the map, and Wukong, we know what he does in the early game, which is not a whole lot.
This is going to be a very interesting game, and it is very volatile towards that bottom side. I do still think that Taeyun and Kellen, they stand a chance, right? But like you were saying, if the Draven gets online, I don't think there will be very much stopping him. And we've seen, like, we've got Umpty on the desk. I love this, right? Because back in the Jin Air days, this guy's Draven was exceptional. Let's get onto the Rift for Game 3.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3. The Bros versus BNK FearX. It is all tied up, and we had one smash into another, as both teams have kind of dominated one another here, and we'll see whether this is going to be a closer one, but I don't feel like it's going to be. I feel like it's going to be one team or the other from pretty early on.
Yeah, I think Game 1 was a little bit closer than Game 2. Teddy made it interesting, but was definitely a very one-sided game. Game 2 was incredibly one-sided, but in this one, I think there's going to be a little bit more push and pull. As in the early levels here, Casting will have to play very respectfully, but once he has level 3, can look for stuns and can be able to actually play a lot more aggressively.
Yeah,
go for the electrocute and the ignite.
Yeah, having to hit shurikens. Like, that is basically how this one is going to go.
Double exhaust for BNK between Kellen, which obviously makes a lot of sense in the bottom lane, but with the Vayne on the top side, just trying to shut down Casting in team fights.
Look at Roma. So we've had some pretty great Jace mid players. I think Showmaker probably comes to mind as the forefront of Jace play in mid.
Yeah, Chovy, Faker, BDD. Yep. I mean, basically all of our Legend group fits.
Yes. Have sort of had a bit of a time with the Jace flex. as Raptor is making a bit of a move towards the bottom side, as Vikler is basically just dead here in this mid lane. Roma looking for the angle here is now Taeun taking a lot of damage, but Raptor makes his way in, and Teddy is dead already. Not enough time to build up many adoration stacks here before he goes down.
The thing about getting picked when you die this early is at least you didn't lose that many. So
yeah, there you go.
But definitely not ideal. The kill does go over to Raptor, and Vikla survives in the mid lane, didn't have to flash there. We jumped into it a little bit late. I thought for a moment he was about to get hammer booped away from his turret and was just going to straight up die, as Gideon was also nearby. Gideon is going to be able to get this steal here on this red buff.
Yeah, also took the Raptors as well from Raptor. It was not a gank without a consequence. However, they still retain about a 400 gold lead. And the fact that that has spilled over to this bottom lane is the main thing, right? As Raptor does get a good trade on Gideon, but he will move down towards his bottom side. And that gold lead will be mitigated as Gideon's got camps to take. And it will be more difficult for Raptor to do the same.
We haven't seen that much flexing into the mid lane in our region. We've seen it so much more in the LPL with like even Gnar mid coming through. But we saw it recently with the flex of the Olaf in the jungle, not really a mid flex, but that type of flex for the matchup topside. And we saw Rumble mid for Faker just a few weeks ago. As casting here.
That is a lot of damage. The Ignite finishes ticking as Clear almost dies to minions and has to flash away. Now Gideon looking for a bit of an angle here as the Shock Blast does go wide. Have to play it very carefully here as, man, that topside matchup looking real dicey, but flash advantage now for the Kennen.
Yeah, that feels great, especially with where the wave is right now. He has to back, doesn't have TP, so he already has a wave at the advantage. He's just going to try to push and crash this one as fast as possible, knowing Raptor's on the other side of the map. This one's not looking great, though, for Namgung and Teddy. So it's definitely a winnable matchup, but they got jungle attention early, and we haven't even seen Taeun buy yet.
Yeah, actually just continuing up the pressure here towards his bottom side. Still has a pretty chunky health bar as Teddy wants to lay down these axes to flash in, and Taeun just kills him. Walks his way out of there, and Teddy, yes, he's got a wave to take, and at least he's going to be here for it, but the bros not getting much out of this bottom lane like what they were expecting.
Yeah, it's, again, Taeun driving the bus. He is the driver. He says, I'm playing Lucian Yuumi, but we're going to make that flash play. Kellen hits the Q there, and that's enough damage onto Namgung for the follow-up. So watch it again. Able to curve this one. Damage comes through. He's got the flash on the follow.
Beautifully done from Taeun. No response there as well. Like a killing machine in that bottom lane. All right. It's not all sunshine and roses here for BNK, but they still do have about an 800 gold lead. It's looking good in this early game so far.
I think that's partially why the kind of silence there is. There are still some other issues that need to be solved around the map before we get excited about Lucian mid-game. But he is definitely on his way to a fast Essence Reaver here.
Yeah, looking good. There is at least a Vampiric Scepter being built up by Teddy. Going to be that first item. Bloodthirster, most likely for the Draven.
Ooh, Cannon Denial. He's got Slicing Maelstrom. Clear does not have Exhaust.
Yeah, Casting has this lane exactly where he wants it right now.
Yeah, he's got this brush control. He knows there's no ward. He's like, Clear, I'm sorry. You're playing top lane, and you're behind. So
and Gunblade Cannon is so annoying as well, with the fact that you can build a Vamp Scepter early. And he's also gone for the Doran's Ring, which is crazy. We see so many just go for a Doran's Blade. Going for a Doran's Ring in this matchup. As there's an exhaust onto Teddy. He may need to be flashing out of the way of this one, as the barrier is going to be available first, but Raptor just comes and kills him. He's not going to waste any summoners on this. Just thought that he was dead.
Gideon was coming over here, but a little bit too late to impact the play, so it's a second death on this Draven here for Teddy, as once again Raptor faster on the play, gets the punish. A second kill onto this Draven is picked up by him. They're really struggling to get level 6, does finally get it here. But the Trundle was down on the bottom side, so it's not like they got a cross map here top side throughout the play. And BNK continuing to have Taeun as a strong win con in this third game.
Yeah. Casting does have a full level advantage, though, over Clear, so that is good news. But looking a bit lopsided here on the map, but the actual kills have been going in the favor of BNK. Finally, Teddy finding some axes towards Taeun, though, as the barrier does come down. Teddy did use his already, but Gideon's going to make his way in. Taeun realizing that he has to just fight for this one, and that is the cash-in with not a whole lot of stacks, but still a good one. But it's always a freebie extra, as down goes the kitty cat as well.
Yeah, Teddy's going to pick up a lot of money. That gold lead has shrunk massively, knowing he had barrier advantage this time here, or barrier parity, I should say, flash advantage, and Gideon just stuck around to go for the repeat there on the bottom side. Last time he was there, didn't get to impact the play. This time, able to set up, even gets that second kill onto Kellen, which I think maybe should have given that one over to Teddy, but ultimately just wanted to make sure they do.
I think it's fine. As long as he cashes in once, that's all you really need to worry about. And I think Gideon being strong is going to be a great thing.
Absolutely. Casting here, just trying to poke and be aggressive. Going back to the initial play with Raptor here, look at where Gideon is right now. He's like, okay, just keep pushing. I'm nearby, and then Raptor is just faster, and he just says, sorry, Teddy. Just goes straight to the scuttle. Olin on the top side.
Yeah, that is an ignite down onto the Vayne, and I don't think Clear is making his way out of this one. The flash to follow for casting, and he'll lock that one down. Now back to your regularly scheduled replay.
Yeah, so Gideon's here this time in the second version of the play. Perhaps on the third. No junglers this time around. Teddy doesn't have level 6 just yet.
Hasn't actually bought anything either, which is probably good news here for BNK, as I think he's probably got a BF sword in pocket when he does go back home. Taeyeon still with a CS advantage, but let's just go, like, we're going to live in these replays for a bit, I think.
Maybe it's time to let the replays go sometimes, but Clear here is just going to get ulted. He has the knockback here, but it doesn't matter because Casting can just keep chasing him, and he, even with the exhaust, is not able to escape. Casting flashes and hits the final shot there to take him out. So the Kennen, 1,000 gold ahead, the biggest lead right now on the Rift. 30 CS advantage on the top side, where we've seen no resources in this blind Vayne. Wasn't blind at the start, but it ended up kind of being that way with the flex into the mid lane for the Jace, who's the only other lead on the map here for the Bros.
And I tell you what, the Grubs are going to do a lot of work here in this game. Gideon picks up all 3 of them. Gideon's Grubs doing very, very well so far as Casting extends that lead.
But like, you can have a single Chemtech Dragon.
Yeah.
You know where we want to play.
I think they're not too worried about it. Teddy comes back with that BF sword that I was talking about, so he's going to be feeling a lot better in this lane. Taeyeon at least does have a Caulfield and his Sheen, so that burst damage is still kind of going to be there, but I think the Draven is eating pretty well right now.
The Merc Treads,
I don't know about that one from Clear.
Yeah, I guess maybe he thought he was going to get an angle on casting into the wall there, but
I feel like Casting was also a bit confused about what just
happened.
happened.
I think you could have actually had a maybe even stronger punish there, but his ultimate is up in 5 seconds, and Clear is just going to have to back. Still doesn't have his TP, doesn't have his role quest completed, and this lead is just going to get larger and larger right now for the Cannon.
All right, Teddy going to be avoiding some of these piercing lights as Taeyeon still with a bit of a push advantage. He did get about 120 gold, but it's not a great situation here for the Draven. Wants a few more Adoration stacks to be built up.
They have the setup working elsewhere, and so he can, when he stacks up a lot more of these, have a big mid-game kill pickup if he just doesn't die and just continues to farm safely here. He didn't pick up a cull or anything like that. We see sometimes when the Draven falls behind, you buy that cull and you're just kind of waiting. He's still very relevant in this game, because the Kennen and the Jace are so far ahead right now.
Yeah.
And so, yes, there's a lead here for Taeyeon, but it's not necessarily game warping. Let's see if they can get a punish on the casting. The answer is no, because Gideon's up here.
Yeah, he just kind of walks in, almost steals away the Krug as well, but isn't actually going to be able to get that one down. Didn't have his smite available. And so Clear is not going to have the defense from the Wukong, because that is kind of counted out by the Trundle. And Romer is just flipping around here in this mid lane.
Yeah, Essence Reaver's picked up here for Taeyeon, but there isn't a fight to play around with right now, as Nami's going to return to this lane. And I think Teddy is looking for his first buy here as well pretty soon. Once he clears this wave, we'll see if he has enough money in order to get it. And he just kind of avoids this timing where Taeyeon is at his strongest right now. Looks like he does not quite have enough money just yet, which makes sense.
I think he only just came back to lane with some shoes, so still looking for a bit of that money as Taeyeon at, oh my lord, yeah, level 7 now. So we've got a few points in that queue. Only one more left to go, and he'll lock that one down as the Whirling Death is going to fly on through. Now Gideon looking for this dive, and yeah, Clear. This is going to be a tough one to survive through, and they're just going to get through the turret first. And Slicing Maelstrom is going to come on through. They got a little bit impatient, I guess, and they'll take the kill. They'll take the turret, and the Bros, I guess the Draven was just a distraction.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like right now, as Raptor's been winning bottom side, but I think there is a much larger problem for the second, not just the top lane, but the other 2 lanes on the top.
Well, if they're still there.
Yeah. yeah, they're going to keep pushing this. And there has to be an answer. But if Vikla leaves, like, there's more money here for the Draven in mid as Roamer could just leave this lane and then TP bottom side. They're just trading up here on the map right now.
Yeah, and they're just going to let this bottom out of turret go. There's no minions!
No, it's not even going to go because...
Wait, so they'll take mid, they'll take top inner, and they won't even lose their turret. They'll finally lose their turret now.
You know what the
God.
You know what the word for this is? Bracro.
Bracro, or Macbro.
Well, we both are accepted.
Yeah, but Macbro just sounds a little bit like an Apple product, and that can get a little confusing. So you're right, Bracro is definitely what it is. But this shouldn't have happened. This is... Maybe it's more Lackbro by B&K Furex.
Well, Raptor was on the bottom side of the map trying to make a play, and Bro sussed it out.
Wait, Lackbro. There doesn't need to be a bro in there.
Yeah. So like they're on the bottom side of the map trying to make a play, and it's sussed out by Bro early. They leave, and so Raptor just kind of looks silly trying to force something, but he's not able to defend top side, and Vikla can't do it either. Dan's just going to get kicked back, and now he's in a scary spot here.
Oh my god, that jump from Gideon did so much damage as Taeyeon does dash his way over the kennel.
That might just be the mid-turret here. They have a huge wave.
Yeah, casting, he's got his gun as well. Taeyeon might be able to get rid of this wave, and he does, but backdoor bonus doesn't come in time, and that is going to be the outer turret removed in that mid lane, as Gideon does not seem to care about Raptor at all.
Ult him.
And he does get hit twice with the Cyclone. Finally, the ult comes down from the Galio, but Taeyeon is just dead off to the side. Kellen is removed from any teammate to dive to, and that is another cash in for Teddy.
I think Hanj and Brion have been able to pilot this game through the lack of pressure in the bottom side there for Bro. They just turned into top side pressure. Now they're starting to push that advantage to the rest of the map. And B&K, their problem in this series, it worked in game 1. But in games 2 and 3 is they just keep opting in when it looks like the fight is a disaster. Like, look at the lack of prio here for Kellen and Taeyeon trying to come in. They're like, all right, surely we can impact this one. You cannot. There's a cannon there. You don't have vision. You have no information. Look at the vision that B&K do not have anywhere. Like, nowhere on the map. And they still opt into the play. And it's like the Bro playbook so far when they get ahead is, oh, B&K will opt in. Let's just have more people there, and we'll just win every time. And they just keep opting in and keep falling further and further behind.
Yeah, and it's almost as if they've seen B&K Fearx play League of Legends before, because that's what they do every time. And the fact that the Bros are punishing it so expertly here in this game number 3 is fantastic. They did it in game number 2 as well.
And when the Wukong is the one who's targeted first, you don't have engage in this draft. Like, Kellen is Yuumi. You can't make a play there.
Yeah. This is going to be a very difficult game for B&K Furex. They are not going to have to worry about a soul point coming up soon, though, as the Bros are going to take their first dragon now. But it's a 5,000 gold lead at almost 15 minutes into the game. Like, this is a massive advantage.
It certainly is.
And, like, oftentimes we find ourselves in moments like this, Wolf, where we get to say no, but if B&K Fearx hold on to this gold deficit and get to the late game, there's hope. There isn't hope, Wolf. I don't think there's hope.
There's no hope. Except in the LPL.
All right, yeah, sorry.
But not in this series.
Did you get his card? Have you
I've been holding on to the packs. I haven't opened it yet.
Oh.
I'm hoping to. Pun intended, actually, in this case. I really have high hopes to get him.
All right. Well, I'll be praying for it, hoping for you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I really didn't get on the pun line there. As there's a good Justice Punch.
Maybe a punish, a hopeful play potentially down here on the bottom.
Ghost Blade. At least it's
He
a
had
very
flash too.
It's a very cool back animation.
They're gonna get the Herald on the other side. Yeah, this game feels like we're at a 25-minute, 28-minute game state where Bro finally broke the back, but it's Herald spawning. That's how far ahead they are right now. And yes, in game 2, they got massively ahead as well. This game, B&K had a win con in the Lucian. They played through it well. The Wukong got ahead as well, and then they just didn't patch the hole on the top side. And now, the lead is going to grow. Yeah, it's problematic, let's just say.
At least Clear did manage to get some bounty gold, so there is that. They took down the turret, as there's something there. He is still 2.3k behind. It's a killing spree for the cannon. And he's got his Gunblade done. He's going to build a dash cannon next. Like, the utility available for this cannon is out of control.
And because the Vayne is so far behind, she can't offer any secondary damage here, and the Galio is a Galio. So, not really a whole lot of threats. At this point, Teddy can kind of do whatever he wants. He can step forward and look for aggressive trades because there's so much peel for him, plus so much damage lack on the other side to take him out. Like
he gets to run up to the Raptor camp on the enemy side of the map to stop a recall.
Yeah, if Raptor gets on top of Teddy and there's no follow-up, Teddy just kills Raptor.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the story. And so when you don't have map control, it's hard to play the game, as you guys can see all across the map right now.
Yeah, the Brack row is really starting to take over.
The vision control has been immaculate here for Bro in these last 2 games. And B&K just kind of falling apart after game 1. The opposite of what we saw from them yesterday, where they lost game 1 and won the rest.
Yeah, maybe this is what the Bros took into mind. They were like, well, Nongshim didn't manage to win after winning game 1, so let's just not win game 1. And it's looking like it's working so far. Foolproof strategy has worked 100% of the time so far throughout this play-ins.
I set the tone for how I was feeling going into today, right? We got that final match today. 1 best of 5, decide who's going to playoffs. And I feel like I haven't gotten to really commentate League of Legends that much today. Game 1 was the most interesting. We had some cool outplay attempts from Teddy that didn't ultimately really get them back across the line into an even game state. Romer made some mistakes. That was a one-sided game. Game 2, most one-sided in game 3, almost as one-sided as game 2. I want a back and forth. I want a 40-minute elder flip decider situation.
So that, we're not due for that yet. You know, we're in Stomp City for now. However, we are making our way through.
But it's fearless.
The driver's stuck in traffic, Wolf. It's okay.
The drafts get weird when we get later, and then
we'll be out of Stomp City. We'll be out of Stomp City. It's okay.
Okay, all right.
And at least we got a Teddy Draven game, and I actually love the fact that we get a Teddy Draven game while we have Umpty on the space, because we get to ask him about, you know, playing with Teddy's Draven when he was on Jin Air and things like that. Like, remember, Teddy was the guy that forced Papa Smithy to coin the Blue Blades.
Yep. No, I wasn't going to say it, but I think we all remember it.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, Teddy, no Blue Blades today. He's been cashing in.
We were worried a little bit in the early game, but you know what?
Doing all right.
You just the winning lanes they had really set up the Draven for success. The game hasn't been about Teddy. You know, he could have been playing almost anything in this game, but the fact that he's playing Draven when they have this oppressive comp and lead is a big problem for B&K. You know, if he was on Xayah this game, it would feel unplayable as well. But because he has this Draven lead now, and he's looking for another cash, and it's just, there's not a lot of good news. There's actually, in fact, like 0 good news. It's like
I also
negative
think it's
good news.
like it's a really cool thing though that we've seen the first pick Lucian punish, because we haven't seen the Melio pick away be all that good. To be perfectly honest, it just hasn't worked with other things. And if this. And I guess it didn't even really work in lane, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I think it kind of needs a Kennen and Jace swap to work, but it's working.
Yeah.
They found the way, right? Like, I'm not trying to say that
the lane hasn't necessarily worked.
The Melio pick away wasn't necessarily the reason why this was a cool draft. It was the other parts they put together here to crush what B&K had elsewhere. And yes, like the lane could have gone better. I think we can all agree with that. But it was Raptor who was able to get the advantage there for Taeyun and Kellen. But because Gideon found value elsewhere, it just didn't matter. And we are seeing some really cool drafts in this play-ins that have warped the way we think about League of Legends, the way we think about these early first picks. And it got punished. Maybe a little bit more roundabout than just that Melio pick away. But now, Bro just running away with this lead, taking a Dragon with a mid-Jace as they push into this inner with a Herald that hasn't charged yet.
Oh man, Shelly is going to eat the entire inner turret. So there is 5 turrets taken, and Casting tried to drive Shelly towards that bottom side, isn't going to quite get there. So that is at least some pseudo good news here for B&K FearX. But when we're including that in good news, that means we're clutching at straws, and there is just not very much of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. We have a drawer here in our cafeteria at Lol Park that has a bunch of plastic spoons and knives and forks and straws from delivery orders.
Yeah.
When they don't use them, they put them in there so people can use them if they need them. I'm gonna have to go grab like 8 straws out of there and bring it up to our desk for the rest of the series, because I feel like we really.
We need to have
lack of straws to grasp. Yeah, no,
I don't even have like a coffee with a straw in it or anything up here at all. I often do, but this time I don't. So yeah, no, really a severe lack of
I
straws.
hope if we're clutching, if someone brings us a straw to clutch up here, it's a bendy straw, because I think we're going to not only have to clutch it, but really bend it quite hard in order to come up with a way back into this game. I mean, look.
My son has one, like a really bendy straw.
That's good.
It's fantastic.
It's good for young kids to have that.
Yeah. We don't have one though. It's good for old commentators to have them as well. Apparently.
My daughter's got quite a few of them as well.
All All right.
They have a flash Wukong with Cyclone. Maybe he could do something. Maybe he could find an angle. Maybe.
Gideon is not too afraid of that by the looks of things.
Deadman's plate at the ready.
He's running pretty quick. Putting down kennels. And that's a cat, by the way. That's kennels, not for cats.
Yeah.
They just sleep on beds.
Yeah, or on just any other
Yeah, or
object.
anywhere. On fridges, sometimes.
On top of my PS5, sometimes. You know, whatever they want.
My computer was a favorite. Just gets warm. It's all right. There is a kickback with the fire kick there onto Vikla. He's taking a lot of damage. The final chapter may not be for the bros, as that's another cash in over to Teddy. And now the gold lead for him alone is 2,000.
Yeah, and the other lead that was maybe going to be there for a little while for BNK was the Wukong, who isn't ahead anymore. And yeah, we're reading gold leads because there isn't much.
I'll read the rest.
I mean, it's a 57 gold lead for Kelly.
There you go. Looking at the positives. Look at you. You're such a silver lining guy.
He's got a 170 on his Echoes of Helia.
There you go.
There's no other numbers that are good for him for me to read right now. So here, Vikla's just trying to taunt to buy space for what? We don't know. The Wukong is way too far away, and even if he was nearby by those, like 4 wards in the brush.
Who wins this? Well, Casting says, trust me, I'm a doctor, and he's got Namgung to come on over as well. The exhaust not going to do nearly enough as Taeyeon has to flash away. Then he goes back in. Shock blast right to the face as Roma flashes in. No funny business from this Jace as Casting just kites them around. Clear trying to get himself out of the way. Look at this AoE damage. It is gigantic. Another kill goes to Teddy as he's now flashing in on top of BNK. The Justice Punch is great though, and down goes the Draven. Still Roma is there with the damage as Casting is somehow still alive, and it's another phenomenal shock blast as Roma locks down the double. There's the ace.
All right, one more piece of good news for B&K is the Dragon's not up yet.
Hey!
All right, so you got wiped, but they got to wait 90 more seconds before they can take that Infernal Soul point. So initially here, looks like maybe Casting is caught. They're going to commit the TP from the Galio, but Casting just basically doesn't care about this 1v2 he's playing into because he has 4-level advantage on Taeyeon. Romer flashes in, but it's actually Casting who gets the kill. Then Clear comes to the backline here, but he doesn't do damage. He's so far behind. And then Gideon runs through, and that's a great Cyclone from Raptor that almost maybe could have, if they were not 7,000, 8,000, I don't know how many thousand behind, have been a game-changing play. But they're just too far behind as Vikla tries to kite back here, and then Romer goes to the skies right on top of that cat. She doesn't like being up in the air. She likes being with her best friend. Who died long ago in the fight.
Oh no, it sounds so bleak when you say it like that. The other thing was getting a ward in that brush would have been nice. BNK actually making a pretty decent counterplay to make sure that they could kill Teddy. But he still was the one to kill Clear. And so now he's 2.6k ahead and has an Infinity Edge. You know, it was already like catastrophically bad for BNK FearX, and now it is much worse.
It's if we want to read the number, I think maybe just look at that third item for Teddy, like you're saying, just say Infinity. It's Infinity bad for BNK.
That is a lot of bad.
That Infinity Edge will be done for Taeyeon soon, but that's not actually how this works. We'll just make it the same.
Casting has 2 sticks.
Yeah, he does, and if they get this Baron, I think he's going to turn them into a hat.
Yeah, that's a pretty scary hat.
And right now, BNK, I mean, they don't have anything but this Wukong engage to try to wrestle away this Prio, and so they're just going to play slow. They're going to play slow. They're going to play poke.
Did you hear Lolpark, by the way, when that shock blast lands?
I think 400 people just got shock blasted.
Yeah, everyone just went, oh!
Teddy can solo Dragon because he's a Fed Draven with 3 items in BT, and he's just not even going to be afraid. He's just going to stack Adoration while he does it.
Yep, he's just going to smash this Dragon around, and that is going to be very comfy.
All the while, Casting is getting towards that death cap from the top wave. Might even have it right now.
Taeyeon has 3 items.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's more than 2, less than 4.
Teddy's going to go back, and he will complete a rapid-fire cannon, I would expect, on the next return to the base.
I think we need to add more comeback mechanics to the Rise group.
No.
Not to League of Legends, just somehow to the Rise
just
group.
to the Rise group.
Yeah, Rise
How
group.
do we do that?
I don't... It's actually against the... I don't know, right? Good luck. Make some... Coach Comms, come back! Rise group, Coach Comms!
If you want to make it like a really weird thing for just the Rise group, maybe you can just in the very middle of the game, you pause it, and the champions that the supports are playing are swapped. That would be catastrophic.
Not really
actually.
an
You wouldn't be able to
elegant
play like Callista Renata anymore.
Maybe
Caitlyn
Coach
Lux
Voice.
would be ruined.
Maybe it's like Obi-Wan talking to Luke.
There you go.
In this case, maybe Edo would be like, "Run, Taeyun, run." When Taeyun's trying to make that play into the cannon on the bottom side, he's 4 levels down still. He needs to run. Run, Taeyun, run!
He almost made Lolpuck explode again. But instead, they're going to make the Baron explode. That's what they're going to look for. It's Terry, so not the scariest. I'm pretty sure it's Terry. I'm sure Ox will let us know. As it is taking a lot of damage, doing a fair bit.
It's definitely a pretty awkward approach here for B&K. They have the teleport here for Vikla.
It's dead.
But
Raptor might get there, sort of. The Cyclone does nothing. The Baron goes down. And B&K, we're there to watch.
Yeah, I thought they were actually going to commit with the Flash Cyclone. And my question was not, can Bro get out, but can B&K get out after losing the Baron?
Yeah.
Because I thought for a second that it was just going to be a repeat of our previous game where from behind they continued to send it, and then they lost the Baron, try to fight, lose everyone, and the game just ends. But instead we're going to continue to play League of Legends a little bit longer here. Rapid Fire Cannon and Randuin's done for Teddy and Gideon respectively here. So just the numbers are turning into items, and the items are very good.
Yeah. The cool hat came in. This is becoming less and less of a game as the game goes on.
As it turns out, the Hanjin delivery is pretty good. They put all their orders into Boris, and Hanjin's delivering all those items real quick this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to leave a positive review.
Yeah.
I feel like it's all getting there unscathed. As all right, Gideon can just kind of walk anywhere he wants. Now with the Randuin's completed, there is at least another tower that's going to fall down, but the Bros have been so good at staying mid and making sure this lane keeps pushed. There are 5 plates still up in the mid lane.
They also just they know where people could be where they don't know, and they just move away from that. Like Vikla had a flank sub, he's like, aha, I have a pocket of vision. Like, ooh, there's a pocket of vision we don't have over there. Let's push bottom instead. And now they're going to get this inhibitor turret.
Taeyun needs to run away. Yeah, he does do that. When there's a Jace and a Draven, the turrets just do not exist for very long, do they?
Watch Teddy just
autoed what the heck? That's not even a shock blast! That was an auto attack, basically, with Q pressed. Oh, dear. Oh, that's a great interruption there onto Vikla. And the Whirling Death just going to soften up Taeyun and the Gargoyle here as the Bros. This war of attrition.
I think this is just the end of the game.
Oh, my lord!
This is the end of the game. They're going to slowly push through. They've got a minute left, and I just think there's no way B&K can defend the siege. They don't have that bottom wave prep.
Oh, the way that he dashed and the axe was just definitely going to come down onto his head. Every one of these is so scary.
They're just trying to get to that wave.
Oh no, Clear is put in the kennel, and the stand aside is beautiful. Still not quite able to do it as the culling comes down. It is that bullet hell that we were talking about. Cyclone onto Roma, but he flashes out of the way. Heroic entrance comes down, and Roma boops back the monkey. It doesn't quite work out though as Raptor getting taken down solo. There goes the Gargoyle. They did get the Jace. That is something. The Raptor is going to die. It's a double kill here for Teddy, whose health bar I don't think was really touched, but he did lose most of his BT shield.
So there's seconds on these empowered super minions, and this is the end of the game. They're going to match point.
Yeah, there it is. Taeyun just going to get hit by a few more of these as the turret goes down. The Nexus follows, and the Bros make it to match point.
Hanjin Brion keeping it interesting in game 1, but keeping it incredibly boring in games 2 and 3 as they stomp, crush B&K, making them look like they are not even on the same level, not even in the same league with the domination we are seeing. And B&K need to slow it down a little bit here because Hanjin Brion will punish you if you keep opting in to these aggressive fights. You're just going to get clocked over and over again, and that has been what is happening. They had the small lead in the bottom lane, but this Vayne pick got completely shut down by a counter pick they didn't see coming.
And I have to say, Roma was kind of a genius on this Jace. Yeah, he died in that last team fight. It didn't matter at all. Did the most damage in the game. He was an absolute monster, and he was the one that allowed that pivot to happen to give Casting the good matchup with the cannon on the top side of the map.
Everyone, after watching that Rise game in game number 1, would have never imagined he might be a Palm candidate, but right now I think he's the leader.
And B&K need to stop taking the Sandstorm too literally because they are being ground into sand by the Bros right now. We'll see whether they can answer back after the short break, the space breaking down at game number 3. And then we will have that game number 4 where B&K try to stay in the tournament.
들어와 얘들아. 페인.
바텀 라인.
페인.
페인.
오케이.
빠지지 말고.
야, 페인 노플 맞아.
오공 정면 풀 간다.
맞아. 페인 노플.
괜찮아. 대시 말해줘 나한테.
페인 노플. 빼면서.
이제 봐줘. 야,
페인. 맞아. 보다. 루시안 노플.
루시안 노플. 용 같아.
루시안 노플.
오공 빠져.
얘네 다 노플이야 지금. 끝낸다. 다 노플.
야, 라인 쓰자 라인. 바텀 라인 쓰고 미드 라인 기다려. 나머지 그냥 나만.
얘네 둘 다 노플이야 얘들아.
나는 오는 거 쳐내야 돼. 할 거 없어.
나 기둥 봐줄게.
인성 여기서 좀.
메시 끊어줄게 이번에.
그냥 앞에 스킬 털어봐.
보자. 죽여. 기런들이야.
굿잡. 내가 포킹 세다 오면.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모두 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저지편 선 넘어 더 밝게 우리의 이 순간에 Live your life 새벽을 닮은 빛 창가에 머물러 아무도 모른 맘 So shining quietly 끝이는 거라도 그래서 아름다워 두 눈에 담아둬 Before it disappears
crystal.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here with Bro on the precipice of making it into playoffs after yet another game win here up against BNK FearX. They moved to 2-1 after another convincing one back-to-back. Looking good for Bro so far, guys.
Absolutely, and I think really had some creative ideas in the draft that came to fruition well in the game. The big one was obviously denying the Lucian-Milio pairing and then picking up the Draven instead. So having that lane matchup, they wanted to sort of snowball, get Teddy really far ahead and be strong. And obviously, normally when you go the Milio and deny it from the Lucian, the Yuumi just gets a free chance to scale, and I feel like their game plan here was to not let that happen. We also saw the Kennen into the Vayne, and a fantastic performance from casting on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the top side at the Milio draft and the Draven draft was amazing too, but at the full 5, pick the Jace, it seems like it's a top lane, and that it actually makes sense because they picked the Draven Milio and the Trundle, so they want to just pressure every way. But now the Jace just turned to the mid and countered the Galio, and the Kennen goes top, and the Kennen actually dominate the top lane there. That was very impressive.
Yeah, it was really nice to see the Kennen also get ahead. They were hovering Malphite, which our casters really liked, and I think was an interesting idea as well, where you get the really reliable engage and you have a counter for the Vayne or someone to deal with it at least. But with the Kennen being that fed, it offered quite a lot in the team fights, as we are going to take a look at some of the highlights here. First off, an early reel, as it did look pretty good starting off.
So at the first, BNK FearX, they didn't have a lot of pryos, so they need to change something at there. So they prepared that wards for the bot gank, and they knew that the Hanjin Brio want to play aggressive at bot, but they didn't put a ward, so Wukong just started the Wolf side and just tried to gank at level 3.
I think typically when you're playing this Draven, this is such a good plan to go for. You shut the Draven down, you get him behind. A lot of games have been lost on the back of this, so this was a solid start and a way to really challenge the tough lane matchups for BNK FearX.
Yeah, and then you can look at the lane, the bot lane, you can see the lanes were being very, very bad. So now Draven and Milio was losing the winning condition, but at least the Galio was losing the winning condition too, but the bot side was quite important there.
Yeah, it just feels like Galio's a neutralization pick, and the Jace didn't really work out so well, at least in the lane. And once they were behind, the ults didn't seem very reliable either. So we could take a look as well at highlight number 2, which was the top dive, which really got things going here for Bro in this game.
So we see a situation where they're going for this top dive onto the Vayne. The tower's already low, the pressure's already there. And, the Condemned's used before they even have tower aggro, so it's just never going to really go well. Pretty easy pickup. They get the kill. They're going to get the tower. But then we see a play on the other side of the map where they're attempting to punish this Draven once again, and it's a great read, great disengage, and they know they are winning so hard on the top, they just have to avoid this pressure on the bot side, and they move up the map here.
So this was a very good macro. Hanjin Breon, they were the actually winning condition at the bottom side, but they just changed to the top side. Right now, Teddy and Milio was just like dragging the Wukong at bot side to let them dive, and they just turn to the mid and hit the mid turret together with the 3 grubs. They get the second turret, they chunk the mid turret really hard. Now the gold diff is being very, very larger.
And this is a big condition, the fact that they have Trundle, who's so good at just murdering towers, but this was such a great movement, such a good read. So often we see a bot lane will either get dove or just back off and get nothing. I like this adjustment to make sure they are still getting something. And the Kennen got so fed in this game, and when you're against a composition with a Vayne and Lucian who are short range, like a fed Kennen is just so unplayable when you're into it.
Yeah, and then speaking about the Kennen versus Vayne, I don't think Kennen is gonna win the Vayne laning that hard, so I was curious, so I asked to Marin and just go to that stream and asked it. then he replies like, if starts losing at level 1, he will lose forever, and then enemy jungle was Trundle, so Vayne is having hard time is actually normal. So he said jungle diff.
Jungle diff felt right. I mean, the early ganks were good from the Wukong, but at the same time, it didn't get them ahead enough on the side of BNK.
Yeah, that's actually how I answer every single lane matchup in every lane. I just say jungle diff, I just turn to my jungler, and I say, what are you doing? Where is my help?
Yeah, my top laner just said like jungle div. My support is saying jungle div. Well, at least my mid laner is not speaking at all. That's fine.
Really? I feel like mid laners as well. Maybe, maybe not in this meta as much.
Yeah, nah, let's don't think about it.
Yeah.
80 carries will say support div and then jungle div.
Or they just, you know, will only focus on themselves and not really care about anyone else. BNK FearX will be first pick, and, you know, backs against the wall now. This is an elimination series, technically, so if BNK FearX lose here, you know, we won't get to see any of these players until next year, probably, unless there are some other tournaments hanging around, which will be interesting. And bro, I mean, they just seem like the better all-around team today. Like, in terms of macro, we saw some great Bracro there from them with that movement in our second highlight, but also it just feels like, as Wolf was saying during the cast, it's like they're just asking BNK to handshake all these things, and BNK always go into it because that's kind of their habit, and bro are just kind of like playing with them like a toy.
Yeah, and then I can see that Hanjin Brion actually prepared a lot of the drafts for against the BNK FearX. So right now, BNK FearX is quite struggling. Now they have to think about how to change the draft. Maybe they have to gamble here.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty interesting to see exactly what happens in Game 4, as will Bro be generous and give us a 5th game? Always the question on our minds. Or will they put BNK FearX and be generous, or out of their misery and be generous in that manner? We'll have to wait and see as we go back to our casters, Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Valdez, Umpty, and Ox for that breakdown. And yes, the bros will always be generous. And I'm really glad you threw it back to us with the bros having the option of being generous in either direction, no matter whose Nexus explodes at the end of this game.
That is where we are right now, the generosity. And I'm hoping that we see just better play in general from BNK, FearX, or just more measured play, or drafts that allow you to play a little bit more aggressively. Either way, some of the stuff we've seen in these last 2 games has, I think, left a lot of BNK fans very disappointed, especially after what was a big bounce back in so many ways in that Nongshim win yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel like there is more gas in the tank here for BNK FearX, so we'll see whether they can get access to any of it, or whether that will just, you know, remain in the tank until 2027, which is a crazy thought, thinking that we may not see this team again until then.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, yesterday we had Nongshim out. Feels like there's still so much more of the year left, but they're gone. Lehens is gone.
Yeah.
A tragedy, a rough series to go out on. But for Hanjin Brion, they were big favorites by most to get out of play-ins. They weren't able to do it on day 1. Well, they're looking poised to do it here on day 3.
Yep, still with the possibility of winning Worlds. And while it's possible, it's guaranteed. That's how my brain kind of operates, mainly thanks to you.
Several years.
Yeah, you've
since they've been in playoffs. Now they actually have a path to Worlds.
Exactly. But they do need to win one of these next possible 2 games in order to get there. The Lock, the Nah, both going to be banned away here by BNK FearX. They'll also get rid of an Akali. The reason Orianna was on my brain is because I assume that is going to be the ban here. Yeah. But Lulu is then left up and available. Okay.
So I'd rather play against Orianna than Lulu myself with what's left available. But we'll see what they decide to do. Because the Lulu lane, the Yunara Lulu, is just so oppressive. And without Teddy and Yami playing right now, pretty scared. They're going to look for the trade.
Okay. So with the lock banned away, the Orianna feels like a guaranteed lock-in here. But then you get Yunara Lulu guaranteed.
Yes.
The question is, do they want Yunara? Because you could also just slam like Lulu Pantheon and then say, well, Taeyeon, if you want to play Yunara without Lulu, you can go ahead, and then we'll just pick Kog'Maw or something like that instead.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good read. If they really want to play this lane specifically, they can also just get a counter pick for Gideon, but...
Oh my goodness, I'm attached to the bro comms.
Well, now...
You guys have been playing really well, keep it up.
They also banned the Pantheon, or sorry, the Xin. So, you know, there's not a great frontline. Ball carriers here pretty limited. There's no Jarvan, there's no Lee Sin, right? And you also want to try to fix your bottom lane somehow. There's no Caitlyn, there's no Bard, there's no Nico, there's no Renata.
Yeah.
They're going to do the thing. You've predicted everything that's occurring right now, but Kog'Maw is still a strong option here.
And will it just be Nautilus alongside the Inara? We have seen it as one of the options in these lanes, as oftentimes Lulu lanes don't like the Nautilus too much.
I mean, Leona's another option, I suppose, as they will take the Nautilus.
Okay.
It's not a Leona draft. Like, all the dive jungle picks are basically gone. The Vi is banned. It's the only one that was left available fearlessly in this one. So,
what is Teddy going to play?
It's just
Lulu?
the Teddy Xayah angle, right? It's always the safe late game win con. I have a better lane than you. I'm going to be fine.
I mean, it does work for counter dive. It also does work very well into the Nautilus. It's not my personal favorite.
Xayah has been picked so rarely, but look at that win rate, 73%. I feel like our players who play Xayah know when it's a Xayah angle.
Yeah.
Teddy is one of them. You know, you've got Yukumayushi, you've got occasionally Ruler.
Yeah.
But when these Xayah lock-ins happen, you know that they're like, okay, you're looking for a dive comp now. You kind of have to because you picked Unara away and you picked Nautilus. Now, how are you going to play this? Probably with some type of dive. I just want to have that safety. They banned the Kiana instantly as well right after that.
Azir. Okay. Taking that away from Roma. I actually kind of felt like Vikla would be the only one to play the Azir in this angle, but doesn't want it. Obviously, is already playing the Orianna, so I'm just a bit crazy.
I don't think it's a Maokai angle. I was thinking Skarner or maybe even Zed.
Oh, kind of fun.
Which we have seen once already by Gideon.
Yeah, I feel like the Maokai is kind of awkward because you've got Orianna in the mid lane. You do kind of want AD mids.
Can't they just play Victor now? Maybe you ban Victor? Victor
It
feels very safe in this draft.
Yeah, the kite back style of composition that the bros kind of have would
Silas,
suit it.
also pretty cool angle potentially, but I feel like Romer's just going to find himself on Victor, and then they'll have a counter pick in the top lane. Or,
hey, just slam Renekton and see what they're going to do. They did ban the Gnar themselves, so that's not going to be there.
Is still available.
But I mean, Renekton loves playing into the Ambessa. This would be a lot of fun from Clear. We were talking about this for Perfect, right? He'd been spamming a bunch of Nasses.
It's not a bad pick here. I mean, they have a lot of follow-up to it. I was the Maokai I mentioned earlier. It's not a great angle in this draft, but it can keep some of these champions at arm's length, especially the Renekton.
And the Aatrox to be the answer to the Renekton. Clear is having a lot of giggles, and they will lock in the Aatrox.
And it's good to see he's in good spirits and confident to play this into the Renekton right now in what is a match point game for them in a pretty messy draft.
Oh, the Yone angle is actually kind of awesome. It does give them
I don't
zero
know.
magic damage.
Yeah, also playing it
so
into
that's not great.
Maokai. I don't really prefer that into the Maokai.
What about just Vladimir? It's going to be Ari. Okay, that is a lot more of a stock standard choice. I saw the Yone and I'm like, wow, look at how much like bulky, like just melee boys running around in Azaya. But then, yeah, I think the Ari made a lot more sense.
Every single champion on Hanjin Brionne has a form of CC to brawl with. You've got the stun from the Renekton, the Pantheon stun, the Charm, the Feathers, and Polymorph. Not to mention Wild Growth, of course.
Yep. There's a lot of pixie.
If you're trying to play Aatrox into that and trying to get that lifesteal, and trying to pop off in the fight and be a frontline for this Unara, who doesn't have a Lulu to play with, then you're not going to be enjoying trying to play through all of that CC. The Maokai could try to set this up to keep some of that CC and to keep some of those threats at bay. But I feel like of the drafts you've seen so far today, this one I feel is the most one-sided, as she's holding up a sign saying that playoff ticket is almost there. That's the tracker there. And with this draft, I kind of agree. I think it's going to be a really tough one here for BNK, but they looked confident. Clear especially laughing as he locks in the Aatrox. But we'll see if they can laugh all the way to Game 5 or if Hanjin and Brionne are going to lock in playoffs right here, because this draft looks pretty powerful.
It certainly does. There is some ease of execution on the B&K side of things. They've got Taeyeon on a hyper carry. They do have the Orianna that has been very powerful here in the LCK. But we'll see whether they can make it work as we get onto the Rift here for game number 4.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, B&K FearX fans in full voice here, trying to bring us to Silver Scrapes once again. If we do make it to 5 games, then the bros have done the maximum as far as the value is concerned here in the play-in so far, and
10 out
that
of
would
10
be joyous.
is what you'd call it, I think.
Indeed. I'd give it a 10 out of 10 every day of the week. As Romer and Vikla just going to share some bone plating. And it looks like we are just going to have some farming here in this mid lane.
So for the Nautilus lane, you're just fishing all the time. You have to be aggressive. This is going to be respected by Teddy and Namgung.
I like that Pix is a fish when they're going to be fishing the whole time. As the anchor is going to land on a Teddy somehow. That was a great shot. But Taeyeon going to just have his health bar halved. Make that corded. Oh my lord. That was a lot of damage. And the heal does have to come out from Kellen. Namgung does use his as well. And that was
You only
with
get
Kellen
one more.
landing the hook.
Yeah, you only get one more of those. Then you are just losing the lane, period. As they're just going to play around that dredge line. I like not dredge lining, but actually threatening it and holding the wave as a result of that, which is what they are now doing.
Yep. Clear is taking a lot of damage here. The early levels for the Aatrox can be difficult. Honestly, it can stay difficult as well.
When you look at the Doran's Blade versus Doran's Shield, I think it basically personifies what you were saying there in terms of how the early levels are going to go.
Yeah.
Necton wants to be being aggressive. The Aatrox needs to kind of just hunker down and use his passive as best as he can. Casting 1 and 6 on this Renekton pick, one of the key stats to pull out here because it has been a pick he's played a lot, but has just not found the success.
Oh dear.
We've seen a lot of clear Aatrox in the past, just not this season.
No. He's been playing for quite some time. Has found a lot of success on the Aatrox. Honestly, the Aatrox has been like a Zeus pick only, is what it feels like here in the LCK.
Or Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo also having a pretty good time on the Aatrox. That is a very good point.
Rest in peace, Nongshim.
Yeah.
What an interesting year they had, but
Interesting.
See how they bounce back.
It's an operative word, isn't it? It's a tough time to be a Nongshim fan right now. Has been in the past. Remains true to this day.
A lot of ups and downs, but BNK don't want to have us saying the same thing about them next week.
Yeah.
After they lose here, they're going to have to bounce back. They even got a free back. Was able to, through Kellen's control of the brush, get a cull. So he's also gone triple tonic here. Will try to end up finding himself in a strong mid-game position with this Orianna Aatrox composition. Romer is trying to find Raptor here. It feels very similar to what we saw in Game 2, this type of play, just on the opposite side of the map here.
Yeah, he is definitely Roman, as Raptor is going to be able to be charmed, but avoids the second hit and the true damage of that Orb of Deception, and will be able to secure his Raptor camp. So that's good news. Anchor is going to hit the wall here for Kellen, as Teddy not worried about the Slurkle.
It's every Nautilus's nightmare. You go for the hook, you hit the wall, you take all of your health bar and damage.
Yep.
At least they had a lot of control over the lane as, oof, that's a charm.
Very nicely played there from Roma. He has really got his eye in after that pretty devastating game number 1 on the rise.
Makes you wonder what...
been playing great.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what Song said to him after game 1 there.
Hopefully some positive reinforcement, and he managed to get all of the from that. As casting going in, uses up a whole bunch of rage. And that was a weird sideways dice that he did get out.
Yeah, he thought he got hit by the chains there, I guess, or...
No, but the animation was just weird. Yeah. He went like weirdly sideways. Very strange.
Yeah, oh, his model.
Yeah, his model just went wrong. That was very funny.
Yeah, it looked very strange indeed.
This is not going great for Clear.
It really isn't. And it should have gotten a little bit better by now, but it is definitely not at the moment.
Maybe he should have picked Nasus. Maybe that should have.
I would have liked it more for what this comp is trying to do. When you get on top of the Xayah, she can go up on the feathers, but the Nasus just still comes for you. You know?
Yeah, he just stands there.
Aatrox a little bit tougher. A little bit less durable. Although Nasus would have felt the same problems with the charm. The
polymorph is
the polymorph
so
is kind of it's a big problem.
And I was actually going to mention that coming out of the draft as well. Like I feel into an Aatrox, the polymorph is so good, but would have also been pretty phenomenal into the Nasus as well. So this Lulu really feeling like a very powerful option to deny what BNK FearX wanted to do.
At least
in this game.
If you look at the same CS here, the Nasus is scaling technically. The Aatrox. Right now, not so much. We'll take his first back. Neither of these top players are back this entire time. So, well, actually, he doesn't commit to the back. He was.
Yeah, I think the wave is getting shoved in here by casting. As Gideon is charging up a Q, making his way towards this bottom lane.
Mid-prio.
Oh dear. Casting just slicing and dicing, acting all cool.
Trying to get the maximum amount of value on that turret. Gets a big amount of damage done there. He's going to stay for this wave. He's just continuing to be annoying. Going to force that TP first.
Cool. Romo looking for an angle here. Does find the Spirit Rush as the Shockwave pulls him in. Now Raptor, he shows up and Romo is able to pick up the first blood. Gets the reset. Gets himself out. Man, this guy, he's just fully turned it around today.
It's a Pantheon and an Ahri, though. You know, I mean, you got the Shockwave, but Ahri, if she gets that reset, the outplay potential is there. The Pantheon has Flash, and it's just another one of these I'm going to opt in situations for BNK. I think they felt forced to do so, but I'm looking for it.
Yeah.
And look, Orianna ults him first with the self-ult, but the charm still lands. The Pantheon follow-up is there. Romer gets the ult reset.
Very nice from Romer.
And I think the way Valdez described it is playing with them like a toy. It feels like they've got the laser pointer out, and BNK are chasing.
Yeah, and honestly, that has kind of been their MO since Sandbox qualified for the LCK.
That's fair.
It's just kind of been the thing, but it's to their detriment here today in these last couple of games, and now in game number 4 as well. Game number 1, it worked great. You know, when you're ahead, just fighting all the time, it works. This time around, not so much.
It's like
we're bouncing around.
It's been so many aggressive junglers on this roster and mid laners, like the entire time. With the exception of like Dove, was like the most tame and calm, slow playing mid laner. They had Fate, you remember?
Yep.
It's, you know, alongside Croco. You know, I don't know how much more I need to explain. Summit, topside, aggressor. Yeah.
I've been a lot of go-forward players.
I mean, even Prince, to be honest, when he
yeah.
was the 80 carry player.
Zvikla, I mean, at least he's still Orianna. He's not too far behind, does have about a wave in advantage right now, but a wave is about to crash, so that is likely to be majoritively equalized.
So it's going to be a Grubs trade here. This Raptor's going to get those, as Gideon will reluctantly give them up to get the Dragon. Okay. The lane swap to the top side for the Yunara. Just trying to get her to a more stable state, which hurts Clear as well, right? Because Renekton is like, yeah, I'm actually pretty okay with this. On the other side, the Aatrox feeling a little bit less okay with this, especially with a Pantheon with ult available on the bottom side of the map, which Clear is aware of. Let's see if he... Okay, there's no wave here.
Yeah.
Surely he'll be fine.
Yeah, they're not able to go for it this time around.
Surely he'll be fine.
He can press the Dominus button. He is going to, and might be able to just use it to clear out the wave. See whether BNK actually go for a dive. It looks like they're not going to. There's the anchor connecting, but Clear has just eviscerated that minion wave.
So casting is fine. Clear is not. There was a Ahri rotating over, a Pantheon with ult, Wild Growth at the ready. Clear is just like, well, guess I'll leave. I'm 30 CS behind. You better be getting value up here, Taeyun. I lost the lane, now I'm losing the side, and they're still here!
Oh god, Namgung is just going to chase him down. The threat of turning him into like a little critter is just a little bit too much, and that is more plate money going on over to the bros.
You know when they do it to Aatrox, he should just turn into one of the little Nefiri Darkened doggos, like one of the mini
Oh
doggos.
yeah! We still need to make the Nefiri Raptor skin actually happen. It's such a good idea. Oh,
I like it.
Hopefully we can have a chat to someone at Worlds or something like that.
We got to get the whole like Raptor lore. Like, where are they from? What's their whole thing?
They must be from somewhere. Surely they're going to be like an NPC in the MMO when that comes out in 2057.
Helen is not enjoying this.
Yeah, it just takes a lot of damage here from Roma. That is at least a command protect to try and help him out, but his ward is just going to bite the dust immediately. And Casting is just going to look for Clear.
They
Gets pulled back by the Infernal Chains, though.
They might try to kill Taeyun bottom side, by the way, with how much damage Kellen just took. Okay, they're thinking better, but they have mid-prio. They've got Gideon with ult. They're pinging for it, too. They're like, nah, we're going to kill Taeyun. The observers are looking at this, but I'm looking at that mini-map, and I'm seeing Taeyun leaving a turret. And that might be first brick going over, by the way, to Hanjin Brion,
and
off of just the pressure they have in mid lane alone.
It's a Xayah lane as well that he's getting pushed away from. It doesn't feel fantastic. But with the fact that you're the one with the Nautilus, this is why we like the Yunara when she's in a Lulu lane, because you can actually get through the lane a little bit more effectively. But with this engaged support, it's just so much harder to just survive the lane without winning all in after all in.
By the way, the reason why the observers were showing this, which is still important, is because Executioner's calling is done here for casting, and he's just winning these extended trades. Like, they sent Clear back to the top lane. He doesn't like that either, and there was several different opportunities for casting to try to look for an all-in there.
Oh,
Speaking of all-in.
There's the ult. The immediate flash out from Gideon is going to avoid the shockwave, and Roma, he doesn't find the charm, nor does he find much else, but they're still going to be able to grab this kill. It is a really good ult there from Raptor to make sure that the Pantheon doesn't survive, though, so a 1-for-1 is not the end of the world here for BNK.
Vikla did a whole 360 there and bought a lot of time, actually, for the ultimate to come in from Raptor to actually trade a kill back. It is a kill over to the Maokai, which is not horrible, but still not as valuable as what they got on the other side. They still have mid-prio, still getting plates for this Ahri. That was not really a trade that you could call even by any extent.
Yeah,
They'll at least still get the scuttle, I suppose.
Yeah, a bit of that CS also going to the wayside as Vikla did have to teleport back. But he is going to be able to pick up at least the remainder of it.
Now Roamer has TP advantage. So I think this is really well played by Vikla. Watch how he is able to kind of find his way around here. Avoids the charm.
He is actually running circles.
Yeah, he literally runs circles around them, and then Raptor shows up. It was pretty cute.
Yeah. So we've got a bit of a fight here towards the top side. Casting is realizing that there are a bunch of friends for Clear up here towards his top side. Culvermeek not off cooldown. And that is a kill over to Taeun. Great news for BNK FearX and wanters of a 5-game series.
Yeah, finally some life here for BNK after what has been such an oppressive early game here for Bro. And they have Taeun up there trying to get some plate gold. So he gets the kill. He's getting some money. He actually picks up a gold lead here briefly on this Yunara. So success there. Casting doesn't flash, knows he's dead. Didn't have the Q, as you mentioned. And for the first time, a little bit of control here to Vikla as well. And now, it's a bit of a race here in terms of the turrets. I think this race is won by Teddy, though.
All right, that's a flash out. The blast cone going to be used, but the charm will connect onto Kellen. Takes a fair bit of damage. There is a Mikhail's completed for Namgung. As Casting teleported back in, Taeun just going to give the good old thumbs up over to the Crocodile. And Teddy is just biding his time, killing as many of these creeps as possible before he just destroys this turret, takes #1 off the map, and that is going to likely move over to reclaiming the majority of this gold lead. Not actually quite able to get there. As
He's got 2 stacks.
Feeling better.
2 stacks left on his call, so once he gets that, he'll take the lead back. As Casting here just goes in aggressively because he's like, what is this guy doing? I win these. But the reason why Clear did that is because it was a bait, because it's going to be a Nautilus flash ult. And Casting tries to go back forward because he's looking for an empowered Q, but cannot get it off cooldown in time. He would have died no matter what there, but the good thing for him is that he realizes he should not flash, and he does not do so. But they still get that first turret on the bottom side. The cull is now cashed in.
Yep. So that is going to equalize the gold between Teddy and Taeun. Teddy back to a slight advantage, I guess, but it is otherwise pretty close. Bro looking for Dragon #2. That is up and available. Anchor is going to connect here onto the Lulu. Wild Growth onto herself, but Teddy is also going to be knocked up here. There is the Nature's Grasp as it is tanked mainly by Gideon. Still Taeun trying to run around this battlefield, getting the damage done where he can. Slurker not going to do too much, but look at this. The Bros, a little worse for wear. They may need to give up this second Drake.
All right, looking like that's going to be the case. They're just going to fan out and try to get some jungle control here on the top side of the map. And so, big win here for BNK. We'll see what soul we do get. It's Ocean again, so...
Oh, not the greatest.
Yeah, but it is one apiece, the Dragons, so I guess we'll just kind of discount those objectives for a while here, as Raptor did end up getting those grubs, so that's... It feels much better now that they got those, since the Dragon Soul is not really going to matter all that much.
Yeah.
It could matter a little bit, but ultimately in this game I don't think it's going to be that big of a game changer, even with these Bruiser top laners in potentially extended team fights.
Yeah, I mean, there are some ways to make it work, right? Messiah with her Featherstorm, you can get a little bit of respite by going up into the sky. Maybe a bit of regen will help you out there, but I don't think so.
I think we're not going to be fighting over dragons that much. We're going to be on the more relevant objectives here, as like Gideon was about to go in. It's not.
Teddy just going to walk at Kellen, but he has the Titan's Wrath. He's going to be all right.
Big wave clear.
Pullback for Teddy is working out. And the anchor, nice sidestep there from Teddy as Raptor was wrapping around.
Raptor didn't have his ult though, as Gideon's now caught.
Yeah, Shockwave going to connect onto the Pantheon, but it's not really with very much follow-up available. The depth charge not quite up yet for Kellen. The Bros are playing around it quite nicely. Romer is just unanswered, yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm surprised Bro didn't spring there because Raptor didn't have ult. He's just now getting it. When they went in there, I thought Gideon was just going to flash stun the Yunara, and they were going to look for a follow-up play because Teddy also has ult. And once Kellen missed the dredge line, I thought there was a window there, but they played respectfully. Either way, though, as they delay this game or delay that skirmish, they get the top turret, they get Herald control, which is just going to go over to Gideon. So they didn't get the kill in the mid lane onto the enemy AD carry or anything like that. They didn't punish the Nautilus too hard, but they ended up getting just a ton of stuff anyways.
Yeah, and then Casting kind of just went into the brush to deny any sort of cross-map play. You could see everyone went for a reset anyway. So a 2,000 gold lead is what remains for the Bros. But they are 2-0 as far as turrets are concerned, right? So there's standing gold on the map. If B&K can tighten up this macro, give themselves some time in some side lanes, things might work out. But that is more plate money over to Teddy.
Even right now does have a item advantage until Teddy buys. He's got the Runaan's Hurricane online.
That's a big deal.
It's been buffed on this patch. Pretty strong item. Very powerful for controlling the mid wave as well.
Ooh, Casting able to dice out of the way here as Taeyeon has to ult to try and keep himself alive. Also needed to flash to get himself out of the way. As now just looking for a back. And there is the ulti in from Gideon. They do not want to let Taeyeon escape this as the Bros are on the warpath. And Taeyeon is actually going the correct direction to try and get to safety. There is a Nature's Grasp as well. Try and make sure
the Herald
they are
is
able to
just
get him
rolling.
out. But yeah, the Herald is going to be able to take down the outer turret in mid lane and probably will get a charge in the inner at the same time.
They use two ultimates to get so much out of it. Raptor's going to smite here, so that's
that
a
will
big
kill
smite.
Shelly.
Yeah, it's a big value smite right there, but the value for what Bro just got everywhere else is still massive. Some extra plate money does go over to clear while there was no answer down there with with Romer just returning to the bottom lane. But they just have so much control over the map. The lead itself, like you said, isn't that huge, but it's the power of Pantheon and Ahri from ahead. When you have this much map control, it's hard for anyone to move out on the map or step into a side lane. Now, the fact that Clear got that small little window, he's probably feeling amazing about it. He's like, oh, I can breathe again for just a second here with all the aggression mid. Vision toggle here.
Looking pretty dark, if you are B&K, but that is a decent charm here for Roma. He breaks the chains, finds the Orb of Deception, as now the teleport comes in from B&K. They are committing to this one. The teleport in from the Recton as well as Casting gets to that minion wave. Clear comes on over the wall as Roma hasn't pressed that R button just yet. And the Bros, there's a minute left on this Drake. Like, why were we all teleporting in?
I think B&K TP'd because they were like, oh, we actually have to force this to get back into this game. And Bro just matched because they're not going to play that game. There's no turret to push for on the top side. So they're like, all right, well, let's just make sure we don't end up getting in an awkward spot here. We have limited information as the observers were showing about what's going on in the jungle. We're able to clear all that vision up now and have a pretty strong understanding of where everybody is. The Dragon is up in 35 seconds. I think Bro didn't have to. I think that whole moment encapsulated this series a little bit and the Rise group in general, as we're just not going to lose wars of attrition. We're just all going to fight.
I like it. Roma is looking for his item number 2, coming in relatively soon. But there are the Flicker Blades done for Teddy, so he's feeling like he's hit parity alongside Taeyeon for right now. As the Bros now just trying to clear out this vision. Now there's 10 seconds on the Drake. Now there is a reason to fight around this area. And having a look, I mean, there's no flash on Taeyeon. That is the biggest one.
There's
Roma
TP
as well.
Advantage here allows him to get a topside turret, so that's some serious value already here for B&K.
Well, the Bros are just going to have to start this one off as quickly as possible. Banana Brush control remains in favor of B&K as now the teleport into the back of this pit. As Casting, if he uses the slice to get over that wall, he will need to commit to leaving. But there is the Nature's Grasp. Casting just hasn't been able to get in as Roma looks for the angle towards Taeyeon, finds the charm. Gideon gets in, and they do manage to take down the Yunara. But now it's the Aatrox that's popping off. Clear gets into that backline. Teddy's trying to stay alive, but I just don't think it's going to work. The Featherstorm gets pulled, but he has the flash, but no chance of making it out.
Almost able to get over the wall there, but I think probably would have been dead either way. And they're going to look for a Baron here. Okay, they changed their mind. And we're looking for a Baron, but decide ultimately to just get the mid turret instead.
The Huni Baron was too scary.
Very scary. So On the initial play here, the teleport advantage for this Aatrox is massive because not only does he get to join here in an angle he wants, but he also has this massive shield, so he just pushes Gideon back. Casting's kept at arm's length here by the Maokai ultimate. Roamer makes a super play here on the side on the Taeyeon. Amazing charm here. The follow-up is there with the Pantheon, but it's a trade. And now the Aatrox is just unanswerable. Teddy cannot get through all of these front lines here. Namgung is just taken down. It's like just two-tap there by this Aatrox, and Clear is the hero of this fight after being the one who was targeted moments before on the bottom lane. He gets sent top. It's a great macro call since he has the TP. Not only does he make that play, he got the top turret before doing so, and now we're at a dead even gold game with B&K pulling ahead of Dragon.
And look at how big this Aatrox is. 1.5k in the lead. He was down about 800 gold, I'm pretty sure, earlier on in this game. And that is no longer the case. Has his Sundered Sky Hysterics now completed. Oh dear, the Bros have now created a massive problem that they will need to solve if they are going to win this series and get themselves to playoffs.
Broken up fights are exactly the types of fights that B&K want to be winning here. Look how hard it was to kill Taeyeon, how much resource had to be committed. Oh, maybe a little bit easier if you get a feather on him.
Yeah.
But they had to commit so much to killing Taeyeon there that a lot of damage was lost, and the Aatrox just ran away with the fight. If they have all their peels set up for the Aatrox like we talked about in the draft, it's going to be a different story, but Clear just playing the map well, had that ward in the Ocean Soul brush in pit, and they were checking it as he showed up, and they were not happy to find out what was inside.
Yeah, and now it's B&K FearX with that double dragon. Ocean Soul, like you mentioned, not going to be the biggest deal here, but still having control of the Drakes is going to be a good news story.
I still think the Aatrox having a lead here and keeping the gold even is not enough for B&K right now. They're going to need to win another team fight decisively. They need to be able to get prio on objectives. If they can do that, then this becomes a lot more playable for them. This is a great first step, but again, not alone enough.
We'll see how they do manage to grab it as we move further forward. But I do think that the closer this game is to parity, and right now it is completely
It's
even.
a game! We got a game!
Yeah. B&K FearX can now just kind of do what they want to do, which is start fights all the time. Just have Raptor come in, press his R button, and let this one go. As it's Gideon that dives on top of Kellen this time around. Celestial opposition will wear off as the Bros look to grab control of their blue buff. They do manage to get it here. Roma collects the next one. B&K will have to back off. Baron still up, has been alive for about 3 minutes time.
Look at that cold graph. Big fall off here.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of a comeback story for B&K on that TP play from Clear. Now just trying to take this lead and hold on to that prio like I was talking about. They have a Maokai, so that siege is unreal. The fact that he can defensively stop any sort of aggression from Bro, or if Bro kind of haphazardly try to slink in and into a side lane, he can catch that single target right there. It's just such a good time to be Maokai when you're ahead like this because you're putting saplings everywhere. There's no flank. There's no angle of approach that he isn't going to see. So Raptor gained a lot of power over the top side of the map, and they could potentially look for a Baron try pretty soon as well if they can maintain that vision. It takes so long for Bro to push through all those saplings and all that vision.
Yeah. Makes it so hard to try and get onto them. As let's see how close Teddy is, and he does actually manage to complete the mold. A reminder, that is good news.
Moonstone done as well here for Namgung.
Yeah.
But less relevant, but still important.
Yeah, hitting the item spikes. Not something to be underestimated. As Casting will now have some alone time here in this lane. He's finally made it towards level 15. Was behind in levels a little bit there, but has been able to catch back up again. And we'll be able to get this wave shoved out. See how close he is to item number 2. Looks like he is heading towards a Sundered Sky of his own. But we'll see whether he can actually get that on this next back. No, not quite there yet. A little bit unfortunate.
They're just farming carefully here, Rianar, because you step too far forward into all this vision. Maokai set up Maokai ult. You're not going to like what happens next, but they know, even though they have vision on the Baron, that B&K aren't doing Baron, and that knowledge is enough for them to say, all right, that's okay if we just give up a little bit of mid-prio here. They're going to start to retake a little bit of it as I say that, though. Starting to challenge, in fact, on this mid-wave.
Yep, 8 seconds until the Dragon. That's why they are moving up this way.
They could trade Baron.
Yeah, thinking about going for a bit of a fight here is Clear on that flank angle. He is spotted. Good sweepers. And now they just go for the engage. They dive on top of Teddy. Does he go into the sky? He does, as the feathers have been pulled, but Clear gets into that backline. It is going to be one of the kills over to Teddy as he flashes out of the way, but Clear is still untouched. And everyone else was just murdered around the Xayah, and Teddy doesn't do enough damage.
Right,
now the
TP
teleport
flank.
comes in. and Teddy just has nowhere to go. He's standing on a ward. Yeah, there is just no way out of this one, buddy. He's just going to go down. That is the ace, and BNK FearX may have just brought us to a game 5.
Now they get Ocean Soul Point here. Can they turn this into a Baron at the same time? As we'll watch this fight again. Right now, look at where Teddy is. He gets flashed on by Kellen, and ult's very late here, and he actually wants to make the outplay, but he knows he can't do it into clear. He just ignores clear and pushes forward, but eventually he is going to have to pay the piper as the rest of his team is left behind. He pushed forward away from the back line of his team, who just get ripped to shreds, and then here he thinks he's not on a ward, thinks he's going to maybe make a play on the Taeyun. It is not the case. And so they get the Ocean Soul Point. Baron not able to be secured here, and it's the 3,000 gold leads picked up. We're getting later into this game. Very relevant, especially with the comeback we've seen in this game and how easy it is for BNK's comp to play from ahead with all that Maokai vision and everything we've been talking about. They still need one more closing fight, though, to seal the deal and bring us to 5.
Yeah, it's not over yet, but I have a feeling it is very, very close to it.
It's heading that way.
Like, Clear is almost unanswerable in these fights now. He's 2,000 gold ahead, and the bros, I just don't think that they're ever going to really be able to kill him. He's 4-0-5. They haven't figured out a way so far, and BNK are just going to start off this Baron. I don't know whether there's much of a chance to get back into this one, but it's a teleport in from casting. Let's see what they can actually do about this. As they get the vision, it might be a 50-50. Is Gideon just going to try and do what he can? But no, Raptor will be able to secure this. Casting gets in there, but look at the damage from Taeyun. He tears them to shreds. There's now Teddy, even the dissonance. Too much for him to handle, and Clear hasn't even lost health in this fight yet. The flash for the Twisted Advance, not going to be enough there, but Raptor, I mean, they've killed all but Roma so far. That might have been your last fight there, Wolf.
I think that probably was. They needed one more solid one. They had the good setup there. They're playing with a Maokai, and they just sit on the Baron and say, I don't think there's anything you can realistically do. Gideon wants to try to find some sort of ult angle, but if he goes in by himself, he'll just be fodder for BNK, so he slowly advances forward towards Taeyun, looking for a potential angle for them to follow on when he goes on for the stun onto Taeyun, but he just instantly gets shut down by Raptor. Look at Gideon. He's like, okay, maybe there's an angle here. Sees the Wild Growth coming out, not the Wild Growth, the Twisted Advance coming out, and then he just ends up engaging onto the front line and dying. Teddy gets blasted here.
Oh my lord.
And Nature's Grasp was what I meant to say, not Twisted Advance, but it was twisting through the ground and advancing on him.
Yeah, it was the roots. They were, or at least the cats, based on this skin. As Casting's going to have to flip around a bit and get out of here.
BNK have changed up how they played the last 2 games. They played a much more measured style this time around. They had a good engage, but they played through setup. They played through macro. They played through Clear's teleport. This is what you have to show in a best of 5 if you're going to make playoffs. And I was worried after game 3, but they have turned it around here.
Yeah, it's now an 8.5k gold lead. That is only going to extend over the next minute and a half as this Baron does dissipate. 5.2k.
They got that fed. Aatrox pushing the mid lane, and 2 inhibitor turrets are under threat. Here comes the Hail Mary Pantheon.
Yeah, let's go for a great dredge line just to catch him out of the air, as Gideon does have a GA now completed, but Taeyun, he is just going to get cleansed. Casting trying to get on in there. That GA does come on down, and my god, the bro health bars just evaporate. It's an instant pentakill for Taeyun, and BNK will set up the Silver Scrapes. Thank you for that one, Gillette. And now these Nexus turrets are going to be taken out, and BNK will bring us to another 5-game series. The Bros, a 10 out of 10 team. We knew it already, but it is now proven in these play-ins.
And with that last Pantheon try, they play it patiently. You see Kellen go for the instant dredge line, and then bam, out comes another Maokai ult to set up for Taeyun to get 5 kills to bring us to a 5th game. BNK strike back in a dire situation. Strong draft here. I was worried about its win cons. If it fell behind, it wasn't going to do a whole lot, but they waited, they bided their time, they found that really nice clear teleport after they had no control over that dragon and turned the whole game on its head. You could see the moment it happened right there in the gold graph.
Yeah, exactly. There were like 3 distinct fights and then the closing one where it was just, pentakill game over. And it's looking very distinct there on the gold graph. I really was doubting this Aatrox pick. I felt like Casting really had that lane under control. And then that one team fight, and the game was just kind of over. From that point on, they just could not deal with the guy whatsoever. As, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to cue the music. Again! It is time once more for the bros to deliver maximum value. But we do have to say, it was BNK FearX that stood up and made sure that we were not going to go home early.
She said earlier, she held that sign up, she said, let's put on silver scrapes, and now she's holding the sunglasses and putting them on like this guy.
Oh yeah, we were all prepared. We were all ready. We knew that it was coming. And now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down, and we'll have the coveted game number 5.
나 미드 깼어.
그냥 밀어도 돼.
야, 봐. 천천히 봐줄래, 근데? 봐줘.
따라왔어?
탑라인 들어가고 천천히 잡아 그럼. 마우카이 계속 옆에 있어줘.
얘들아 나 미드 타워 치게. 도와줘.
탑라인 들어올 때 궁쓸게. 탑라인 들어올 때.
도와줘 미드 타워 치는 중.
오케이.
라인 천천히 밀게 대왕.
그냥
얘들아 미드 깼어.
그냥 밀어도 돼.
야 봐봐.
천천히 봐줄래 이제? 봐줘.
따라왔어.
천천히 봐줘.
구도 좋아, 구도 좋아.
이거 할게.
앞라인 치면 이긴다. 나 펜타. 펜타 줘.
아 뭐야? C도 하나 없네.
나이스. 어진이 마우 성공했네. 어진이 마우 잘하는데?
이기긴 해야지.
너무 힘들었네.
나이스.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
We all knew it was going to 5. This was not going to be a secret. Bro, of course, the generous Giga Chads that they are, had it within them to give us yet another game here at the LCK. And it all comes down to one game to decide who is going to make it into playoffs. Will it be Bro or will it be BNK FearX, who do make their way back in this series, guys? What do you think about that?
I'm just glad we're getting another 5-game banger. Day one of play-ins was an absolute all-timer, and we're getting back to the point. It's just Bro bringing the good vibes in their series.
Well, at least I think everyone is prepared for the 5 games today. And then like the games were quite speedy and very fun, I think. And then now the game 5, the fearless drafts are coming. Now we don't know what's gonna happen here and who's gonna prepare the good comps.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some Game 5s from one of these teams, and it is going to be interesting to see what they bring out this time around. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, because we did have some fights that did go the way of BNK FearX. The early game was all Bro until it wasn't.
So at the first time, they actually hit the dragon at the very bad timing because the banana brush was getting kicked by them, and then the Maokai and Orianna was kept joining the Teddy, and the Aatrox TP's here. So now the most important damage, Teddy right now couldn't hit any single auto at the team fight.
It's such an awkward position. Your frontliners are trapped in the pit. The Maokai is holding them down. The Nautilus is also blocking the pit entrance. You're not in a good spot. And meanwhile, Teddy's trying to make his way into the fight to do some DPS, and Vikla keeps playing around the banana brush where he's out of vision. Teddy can't auto him, can't approach, tries to set up the feathers there to threaten him, and then immediately gets chunked out, and by that point the fight was already lost anyway.
I mean, I do believe that Hanjin Brion was really strong before this fight, and then they were actually hitting the goal, so they should get the banana brush control, but I think they were kind of rushed, or they were thinking the game is already winnable. So that will be the dangers for them right now.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves if they thought the game was over from there, and then, you know, they have a rough team fight. And the game after that looked very rough for them, because at first the Renekton was looking great in the lane against the Aatrox, who was very far ahead, had a lot of plates. After that fight, we had 3 kills on clear, and I think it was 2 assists. Like, he was so fed after that. He was like 2,000 gold ahead of the Renekton and just kind of took over the game. We could take a look at the mid fight as well, which kind of put a cap on things for the side of BNK FearX, and highlight number 2 right here.
I mean, at the first, already Maokai, like, we can see the Maokai pressure. Lulu, Namgung cannot cross that way. And then Aatrox is already flanking it there. And the important thing is, because of the Maokai ulti, now Gideon goes in, but he actually failed because of the shockwave. And then now Jaya is there, and the roamer goes into Vikla. And then the focusing changed to the, not Orianna. The Jaya was hitting the right side of the front side. Now the focus was quite changed, so they couldn't finish the Orianna, so Orianna was quite finishing everyone with Aatrox.
Yeah, it's a rough position to be in when you've already had to use your ultimate. There was a great ult flash engage from the Nautilus. There's an Aatrox right on top of you. You just have to disengage from the situation. And I think the control to kind of make the Xayah feel so uncomfortable was really effective in this game.
Yeah, and of course, with that, we will move on to game number 5, which will bring out some interesting picks, as it always does. We do have to take a look at what has been banned so far and what you guys might think we might see here for Game 5.
Yeah, so we just thought pick some different roles. A lot of the sort of bruiser junglers we typically see have been thinned out right now. So Skarner, I think something that can rise up in priority. We often see Maokai pick up in priority late in the series. We just saw that Skarner's still there. And Bessa hasn't got a look in, and a lot of her trickier lanes have been removed. So she can have a pretty free time if you get in the right situation. Annie, especially for Vikla, a bit of a no-brainer. And then Ashe Seraphine, a lot of these bot lane duos have been taken out. There's no Caitlyn Bard, Ezreal Karma, Kalista Renata, Lucian Milio, Zyra Khan, Yunara Lulu. There's so many bot lane combos that have been trimmed, and it means that Ashe Seraphine could just run rampant.
Yeah, and then a lot of players is gonna, like, these, especially Hanjin Brion and BNK FearX players are very good at playing ADCs, not only playing at the melee side. So Ashe Seraphine tiers goes more higher. And then right now, Skarner and Xin Zhao is right now up. And then mid laner Victory is up. So probably that combo can be very strong too.
What do you guys think about Akali? You think we might see it here in Game 5 with a lot of the, big CC picks taken away and with these 2 mid laners?
I think there's a real chance. I think both of them have had great performances over the course of this year. So definitely an opportunity to pick that one up.
Yeah, and then probably against the Victoria and Annie, it makes sense, especially at the laning phase and the side problem. So Akali can come out with the aggressive jungler too.
I think some of the safer AD carry options you typically take that have more range or mobility have kind of been trimmed out. There's still Jhin, but Jin's been less and less popular recently. There's still Corki, so maybe that's an option you go for. But I think sometimes when you don't have the peel tools available, the defensive tools that hold some of these champions in check, you can feel really vulnerable in this sort of Game 5 situation.
I'm like just curious that Namgung is preparing Elise a lot or not. Because he's the Elise guy, so it's very curious right now.
Yeah, he was the Elise guy, and he played it a lot, and we weren't exactly the biggest fan, but he definitely looks pretty confident on it at least. He's kind of become the Nico guy since then, but this is what happens. I mean, you make it into Game 5 of Fearless, if you're going to win against any of the good teams in the LCK in the actual playoffs, you're going to have to bring out some cool picks. So it's going to be interesting. We do move into game number 5. I wonder if Aphelios also gets a look in, Aphelios Thresh. We did see a band, I think it was a couple days ago for Game 5 when they were targeting 80 carries.
I feel like when we've had these picks removed, like the top meta ones, it really opens up the pool for what you can go for. I think some champions are limited, like Kog'Maw, the Lulu's gone, which kind of limits it a little bit. So I think a lot of options, and really it's just off the remaining big power picks, that isn't many left, what are you able to secure at the start of the draft?
Turn on the light time.
Guys, we're done on the space for now. It is game number 5 on the way. The generous Giga Chads up against the Foxes. Let's see what happens as we go back to our casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 4 and a look towards this game number 5. I have a sneaking suspicion, Wolf.
Yeah.
Not only that we're going to have phones being waved around like crazy, as you can see there. Hi, everyone. If you can see, we're right there. Give it a wave, Wolf. Hi, everyone. There you go. We kind of saw it. You started. It was fine. I have a feeling there's a certain space vein that we might be potentially seeing in this game. I know the Corki is still available. Teddy's been great on that one. But Taeun and Teddy have both had some phenomenal performances on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And I think crafting a dive composition that can work around the Kai'Sa would be a good idea.
Consider Zeri, because there is no Nautilus. There's no Lulu, but Zeri can take over games when the engage gets thinned out. So another pick I had on my mind that...
Jinx?
Maybe.
Jinx Tom Kench?
Also, Jinx usually kind of likes the CC, but maybe Jinx Thresh?
Yeah.
Good thing. I am so curious because these teams have shown so much depth already, more than we normally see from them. Some of the flexes we saw, the Jace in the mid lane, the Aatrox coming out, what they have planned here, how they spent that break, because that may be the deciding factor of how well they use that time to come up with a draft plan here. As we move into this, our first team of Rise against our third place team, the gap was tiny between these two. It went all the way down to the end of regular season. For that even to be decided, it was like the final day there.
BNK could have been first.
Yeah.
Like it's actually kind of nutty how it all turned out. And then Nongshim managed to pick up that win, knock them all the way down to third. As now, Hanjin Brown with first pick once again, but first pick in game 5 I don't hold it in nearly as high esteem as they are going to steal the BNK ban. The Na will be taken away here. And Casio, obviously going to remain on the ban list. I think the Vi still needs to be banned. Xin Zhao was banned by the Bros in game number 4. And we'll see whether that is going to stick around as well. Seraphine's
gone. We're looking at very few engaged champions. Rakan, Leona in the support lane.
Yeah. And the enchanters are all gone. Like, none of them exist anymore.
Bai is like the most powerful champion that's left on the entire champion roster. That one had to be
Yeah.
with all the tools that have been taken away. Ooh, this is tense.
Yeah.
Okay, Kiana was one I had on my mind as well. Could have been a Xin ban if they're not planning on first picking that, since that's the last standard jungler we have left. More standard than the Kiana. It'll be banned on the other side.
Okay. So, as a result, Akali and Locke both get let through this time, and they didn't last time.
Yeah. There's a lot of really strong picks here that you could go for. You could go for something, even like a Victor that you think you could draft around, you could play slow, or
Annie first pick.
Annie is the one that's on my mind because it just works with everything so well. Simple to play, easy to play. It's Roamer. He's a good Annie.
What if they just slam Locke blind? That would be crazy.
Or
Garner is a cool one.
Garner blind, which is not necessarily, I don't really talk about blind pick for jungle that much, but it's blind in terms of we don't know what this comp is or what they're playing into. Taeyun is laughing.
And I wonder whether this, okay, the Jhin.
Jhin into Skarner, that's what he's laughing about.
Okay.
It's making Atlas cry, but...
I mean, I did predict Bro.
Those are the two other picks, by the way, I wanted to mention, but I kind of forgot to mention.
Shen is a big one.
Shen and Camille are still available as supports that can engage.
All right, so the Camille could actually be locked in now as well.
As a flex.
For casting or Namgung. Certainly an option here. We're assuming the Shen is going to go into top lane, into the support role.
I think we're going to see a counter pick for the bottom lane, both picks, as the
I did
Kai'Sa
expect that this might happen. And the Kai'Sa will be the lock-in. Can be a rough laning phase
really
against the Jhin.
lane.
But it depends what you're pairing it with.
Kai'Sa Rel, maybe? Or Kai'Sa Leona, which sounds even scarier.
Kai'Sa Soraka? That'd be funny. Probably not good.
Rel with Skarner is a good pair to set up for big impales. So
I kind of want the Elise, though. Like, why is Namgung playing Rel? It's so boring for Namgung, you know?
Well, I think he wants to win.
Yeah, and also it does dive well.
It would have been a bit of a challenge. Not the strongest pairing there. So now we'll see the jungle pick here for Raptor, you have to imagine, unless they really have some other high prio blind soul lane pick they want. The Azir is still available. I feel like one of the safest picks left in terms of blind mid lane.
Yeah. I think
or Victor.
Yeah, the Akali is also there if you want to avoid the ban list.
Yeah, but
if they
it's
don't want to take that, but Victor will be locked in.
It's so scary to blind an Akali.
Well, now the Bros don't need to worry about a blind mid pick, and they can also continue to ban junglers if they'd like to.
Vikla's getting the pep talk right now, even though this Victor's already locked in. I think he's asking him, what counter picks are you most concerned with?
Yeah, by the way, Rather has been hitting the gym real hard.
Yes, he has.
He is looking fantastic right now. The Akali going to be taken away from Roma. Not going to have that as an option into the Victor. They can protect this matchup with another ban as well. And there are just not a lot of mid laners left in the game. I know there are actually a lot technically, but as far as the meta ones, they are certainly getting thin.
Camille banned here towards the top lane. Could technically be top Shen, but unlikely. This is a very awkward situation in terms of trying to protect a Victor. Sylas value here pretty low so far. I've seen Stand United Sylas be pretty interesting, but
Lock going to be taken away.
They have great setup for this Kai'Sa. They have two amazing combo-oriented engaged champions for the follow-up to come through with.
Guess what Romer is going to play? I have a feeling I know. And it starts with A and ends with Ni.
I'm kind of worried about if you do that, what the scaling is going to look like, though. With this Kai'Sa draft, you don't have consistent damage necessarily, and you're playing into a Victor with a Shen on the other side. I don't think the Annie is bad, but it's less appealing than it was earlier in the draft with now what they've shown. I thought you were going to say it starts with an A and ends with a Zir.
That's a Lilia. There is Umpty. He's standing alongside. He was one of my favorite Lilia players back in the day. Oh, this would be a fun flex option. And the clear potential, Nidalee is going to be locked in once again. And if he doesn't like the matchup, then he can just give it to Raptor.
Jax, great consideration here in the top lane for casting.
Okay.
I'm more interested in the mid pick because like Tilia Flex is looming, and so, or sorry, the Nidalee Flex is looming. So I'd rather know what that is going to be.
Well, there is the A ending with Ni. They did manage to find a champion with that.
Yeah, they did do it.
And here is the A ending with Bessa.
I think this kind of saves the dive for me, because Ambessa also does a lot of damage when she goes in, and there's just so many tanky champions getting on top of the carries. They're just flying through. The Annie also dropping a bear on top. It's really easy to play as Kai'Sa.
Wait.
There's just so many threats.
What if B&K just locked Soraka right now, put Shen top, and then Nidalee in the... That's an Aurelia! Okay, so we are now playing the Nidalee in the jungle. There is decent setup around the map with the Jhin especially, and you know I'm not a huge fan of Jhin, but Deadly Flourish can really allow those spears to land. This could be a bit of a fun one. I do still think that Hanj and Breon have a very cohesive draft, but B&K FearX may have cooked in the right direction.
I like the idea of playing this Aurelia side lane and having the setup with the stun for the Nidalee to follow with Spear. You have so many ways for Jhin to then set up a route onto somebody the Spear could then follow on. So you have the Shen. I really like the concept here, but I'm just more concerned about how durable the draft on the other side is here. It's got the Skarner front line. It's got so much combo potential with the Rel. And when you have all these big tanky threats getting on top of the carries, even the Aurelia, you know, if the Aurelia gets caught by an Impale, GG, by the way, on that one, you're not going to be able to do anything, you're not going to play the game. Everyone's so squishy. And then you just end up getting fully destroyed by even an Annie just dropping all of her buttons onto anyone who gets CC'd by anything. The Rel or the Skarner or both with a Tibbers on top. I think it's going to be a very hard draft to play for B&K, but I like the direction they took and the creativity, which has been working for them in this series.
Yeah, there's a pretty cool theory on the line, but let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. It is Game 5 time. Do or die, playoffs or go home.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Wow, I feel like the Bro fans have got more and more manic as this series has gone on, and I'm loving it. Absolutely fantastic here as Raptor moving around his own jungle for now. Hasn't been spotted or anything like that, as Teddy and Namgung will just discover Kellen and Taeun as they make their way in. There's a crash down to start this one out. As nice little taunt there as an answer from Kellen, as Namgung just going to back away, and a fourth shot to the back of the head there for the Horse Pants lady is not feeling fantastic.
Yeah, they were playing very carefully because the Annie hadn't shown for so long. Like, Vikla question mark pinged it like 3 times because he was looking for a level 1 play, and then headed back to the mid lane, but it took so long that they were like, there's no way he's like still in that brush, right? When the Rel came out, they saw there's no Annie there. They just started playing the game again. As a result, Vikla gets a little bit of extra push and a big advantage there in the mid lane from that late start for Roamer.
And Dancing Grenade, unfortunately not going to hit onto Teddy there, as Taeun uses it to get rid of this wave. Have a couple of bullets left. There is the last shot available. Teddy going to be respecting it, as level 2 is gained by B&K FearX first. Speaking of level 2, Clear has his, as he's blade surging around this lane.
Very annoying to deal with at level 1. And now level 2's reached here for casting. Let's see if he can keep up with the Aurelia's mobility.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is like the old mobility top laner versus the new one. Aurelia doesn't get as many stats at level 6, you'll hear Orc say. As Clear is just going to wander past the wave. But I don't know whether you really want to. Does take a plate here to start this one off, as there's another flawless duet, as Casting could be in a bit of trouble here as he gets back underneath his turret. The flash away and first blood over to Casting. It is a disaster here, but it's also a disaster in the jungle as Gideon is going to drive his way out, and Raptor does not quite find the spear So B&K winning in the jungle, losing in the top lane.
Yeah, we've seen so many of these Aurelia games. I feel like every single time I've commentated or watched an Aurelia game in the LCK, whether it's mid or top, it's the Aurelia looking for an early all-in and then just walking around the turret dying as the enemy flashes to escape. It's happened so many times. My first time as a caster was with Closer subbing in for Faker on T1 so many years ago, back in 2021. And we all remember how it went for Shiu.
Yeah.
It's been brought up a lot recently. I put him in my All-Pro. I was not in the majority in that one, but...
Hey, I did too. And I felt like we should have been in the majority.
Yeah. Well,
That's
we're going to watch
okay.
this again from the perspective of Clear.
Oh, he was so
He was
close.
so close. He was actually so close.
Oh well. Got me.
Yeah.
He's like, unlucky.
Oh, man.
Basically, like, in a cute way saying, too bad.
All right, now Vikla could be in a bit of trouble here as he does get slammed into the wall. Gideon trying to escape the wrath of the turret as Roma with his Incinerate and some Pyroblast action going to be able to soften up the Victor. As in goes Kellen once again. Deadly Flourish does come on down, but man, that Void Seeker actually doing a lot of damage.
And Amgun was there with Flash as well. Could have been an interesting follow-up, but he decides not to go for it. Doesn't want to increase the volatility of an already volatile draft on both sides here. Clear, just because he died there doesn't mean he suddenly loses the game. As you guys could see, he actually still has a lot of push, a lot of power, has a nice CS advantage still, as Casting will lose some of these minions as well. It's just the one there. So, pretty nice spot as, ooh.
Yeah, another Deadly Flourish is going to come down as Namgung does have to crash away, gets himself the shield because of that one, but...
That was really well played by Taeyun and Kellen there.
Yeah, Taeyun looking pretty beefy actually right now.
The wave in a horrible spot for Teddy as well. Now that Namgung's lost most of his health, they might have to make a play here to get it fixed, and I just don't think they can.
Yeah, Gideon is nowhere in sight, as we can see. Void Seek is going to have to be used to farm this wave. And Teddy is currently in the lead, but I don't think that is going to last.
No, definitely not. Jin has turned things around.
Oh, nice little avoidance there from Casting. But, I mean, not getting hit by Flawless Duet is sort of step one, and then avoiding the rest of the damage is step two.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether Casting can retain that control.
Casting
does have his Vampiric Scepter.
Casting likes the wave state right now. Is going to try to play through that.
Oh, by the way, he just got a whole bunch of like extra stats for free by hitting level 6.
Yes,
Wolf.
that does help dealing with this Aurelia for sure.
Yep.
Raptor is going to come up here, and he's going to clear this vision out, and now this is going to force a reaction on Gideon.
Oh,
that's a whiff.
Yeah, not going to like that one. As now they actually need to flash away from this one. Does use the heal first. That will be enough to get him at least to relative safety, but he ain't going in once again.
Roamer with a very aggressive roam down here to the bottom lane. Just going to drop his mid-wave.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
He's sacrificing so much. He's 10 CS down right now. If he doesn't get something out of this, this will be a disaster. They're trying to bait, and Kellen and Taeyun are just not having it.
Well, now clear. The public execution comes down. He does mitigate some of the damage and gets himself out of the way as, well, there's a flash in, but he misses. Well, actually, he does get the stun, but Kellen makes his way out. Oh, dear. Now Clear looking for the re-engage as Raptor moves his way in. The Flawless Duet is named so well as down goes the Skarner. Casting trying to escape this one as well as the spear goes wide. But maybe B&K FearX have found their way back in here towards this top side, and they are already ahead
Roamer
as
can't
Roma
get to
gets
his
back to the
wave.
lane.
He's 15 CS behind. He sacrificed so much to make a Flash Tibbers play that just did not hit on the bottom side, and they end up losing the Skarner on the top side play. A cavalcade of errors here for Bro. Double the pain on both sides of the map, but in the mid lane as well with all the lost farm. Look at the Skarner. He's starving in the jungle right now. 36 CS, only a few camps to his name. So far away from level 6. And this might have actually been the game-defining moment here on both sides of the map. This is after Annie makes the play bottom side, and they know, because it's been question mark pinged like 7 times from Vikla. He's like, she's definitely making a play. Once she shows, they know they can push the advantage top side.
Man, that was just such a beautiful Flawless Duet to come out from Clear. As it's not over just yet, but it is looking a little bit rough. As the Skarner does just want to try and get a few levels, does finally hit that level 6, so the Impale is available. And there is some longevity in this Bro composition, but a 1.5k gold lead is exactly what BNK FureX want with a composition like this that has the Nidalee wanting to really push the tempo of this early game. And it plays around BNK's strengths so well. And Taeyoon, he's got the Serrated Dirk, feeling good. And I feel like this Hubris build for the Jhin has been better than the ones that we've been seeing elsewise. So see whether it is going to continue working. A Shattering Strike is just going to slow him down for a moment.
He doesn't even cleanse. He's not worried a little bit about that setup there for Namgung. It's a Rectrix in inventory for Teddy. No damage on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Gideon is going to get pounced on here as he looks to try and drive his way out. As Romer, I don't think he's going to be able to save him. Yeah, finds his stun on a Vikla, and that is about it. Swipes coming on through. Oh, not going to quite hit the spear, so Romer will survive, but Gideon is dead again.
Down here, a huge problem as well.
Yeah, exactly. Kellen taking a lot of damage, but there is another fight here on this top side as Casting trying to keep himself alive, does use the ulti to try and avoid something, and walks his way out, but now Raptor is still lurking. The spear will connect, and he's just gone.
The Observers are struggling to keep up with everywhere that BNK are winning on the map right now. All 3 lanes again. Ooh, it's a tough one, but this Raptor Nidalee pick is working real well in the early game. He has made such a large impact all over the map, but especially top side there. But pushing the Skarner out of the jungle, nothing Romer can do. Then he heads right to the top side where Casting is losing the lane, barely has any control, has been chunked down already, hits the spear, sets up the kill there. And this bottom lane is just still a disaster. Namgung is so far behind in experience here, a full level down, so far away from having his Magnet Storm.
Yeah, and Stand United is just such a big deal as well. So this could really start to snowball fast.
So look, after they kill the Skarner, Casting is up here because the wave is not in a great spot. It's pushing away from him. Clear's lower on health, but he knows that he can win this because this is a good matchup for him, and Casting just gets outplayed.
Stacks up the passive, man. Aurelia
Passive
is so dangerous.
So when there's a wave there like that, not only is the wave against the Ambessa, but you could use the wave to get your Q stacks back up and just do so much, and the Nidalee comes over. It's just, they made it look easy.
All right, now it's almost a 3,000 gold lead. The Bros gonna have to hunker down and try and figure this one out, as it would be so devastating if it happened to them again. Almost in exactly the same way as it did when they were facing off against KT.
Yeah, it would be just another year, another missed playoffs.
Yeah.
And for BNK, another year, another playoffs. 3 in a row if they can win this final game. And right now, it's looking extremely likely.
Clear back towards his top side, really showing us what this Aurelia can do. Has hit the first power spike as well with that Blade of the Ruin King completion.
Doing to the wave. Casting just wants to get minions. He wants to farm. He wants to play the game.
And this was after it went as wrong as it possibly could underneath that turret towards the top side. He had at least pushed in the wave, so he didn't miss out on farm. We mentioned that already. But still wasn't a great thing, as Roma is able to get a lot of damage onto Raptor. But that is quest completion here in the mid lane. First quest done for BNK FureX. Vikla is just hanging out, just having a good time.
He's got his crushers. You know, the Annie can't even hurt him at this point.
Well, Casting can definitely not hurt Clear.
Or the minions, as it turns out, that are very far away from him again.
Yeah, stacking up this passive very comfortably. And Casting is going to respect it, as Clear is just threatening over and over again. There is an Eclipse, so at least Casting does have that one. Is down on shoes, but that is the only advantage really here as far as in the inventory is concerned.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Aurelia with her passive stack is such a problem for him. You're not going to trade the damage back. It's really hard to hit your ult into that much mobility, as well as we've seen multiple times already. Namgung finally has his Magnet Storm, but just so far behind down here that I don't know how much that's going to necessarily matter. With Steel Caps done here for Taeyoon, he's just so durable. He also has Cleanse. So if they look for the engage or a combo, he can just get his way out there as the Shen comes through, has Stand United, which starts to become a threat here for Casting as well. If Clear wants to keep all-inning, maybe the Shen shows up because this is a lane that is very quickly becoming a huge pressure point. Not necessarily when you're taking turret shots there, but They're just trying to maintain that passive.
Yeah, not too worried about it. It's clear now. Oh, not going to quite find the flawless duet. Mitigates a fair bit of damage there. Is now casting, continuing to try and do his best playing out this lane. Another turret shot, but another shot that he just doesn't care about.
How much damage he does?
Dashing around, yeah. He did find an ult there. He might have been able to get an angle, but now Raptor is still here. Oh, just narrowly avoids
Skarner just
that spear.
Can't keep up with an Italy.
Oh, no.
Always behind. And so, you know, every time you're casting, you're like, oh, he took a few turret shots. Is there a play here? Could I maybe ult? Could Giddy come over? No, because the Nidalee's there faster. Nidalee has so much farm. Lich Bane build here with the Lich Bane already completed. Way more power in this item compared to the Skarner's very sad harness that he's picked up here.
Yeah.
The jungle proximity, as you guys can see here, much higher for the Nidalee, despite the fact that she's also out farming.
And also has just been living in the top lane as well, as we can see.
Just hasn't visited the bottom lane where they have control. And the turret, like you said, just falls over because they have everywhere.
Yeah. So B&K, 4,000 gold is going to be their advantage moving into this mid-game. And I tell you what,
is a completed cult. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Teddy, because that was what I was just about to talk about. That is all the bros can hope for now, is in Teddy we trust.
He has had so many games. I think back to the DRX year especially, where on the Kai'Sa, your back's against the wall, you're like, I mean, it's not even necessarily a late game hyper carry. Can Teddy pull it off? And he gets triple kill, quadra kill on a Baron, finds that backline target. He's so cerebral on these picks where you could take over a game if you could judge the fight correctly. That's why his Ezreal is so feared as well. He knows how to chip away, then make the super play, like he did against the Syndra in Game 1 several times, pushing onto Vikla, making those huge moments happen. But I just think all the cards are stacked against him so hard that even the biggest Teddy believer, who might be me today, I don't know, is filled with dread. You know, I voted him as my #1 Rise group All-Pro 80 carry. But right now, Taeyun and Kellen have pushed him in. Sure, he's got the cull completed. He has a slight gold lead in that regard, but everything else, his entire team is made of paper, and it's real dry, and it's real hot outside.
Yeah, it's looking like a tough time right now. Flawless duet once again, just going to go wide momentarily, but clear is still so scary. And casting just doesn't look like he can really do anything at all here in this lane for right now. Teddy was thinking about going for a roam towards that bottom side. You were talking about that cull cash in. That has completed, but he's not quite towards item #2 just yet. Really wants to be able to put together that Rage Blade before he's feeling good on this Kai'Sa.
Look at the difference in the mid lane that we haven't talked about that much. That, you know, so much of a sacrifice for a roamer to make that bottom side play, which didn't even work.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have his first completed item. But right now, Vikla's getting close to 2.
And Vikla is just unanswered here in this top lane. There's not a whole lot they can do about it, as Raptor is moving into the enemy jungle. That is kind of not even the enemy jungle, as the flash away from the taunt from Roma. That really shows the fear here.
Yeah, they have 4 people on the bottom lane, and still he flashes. They have no power anywhere, and B&K know it. Kellen knows it. He doesn't even flash for that taunt.
Oh, God, that's a charge from Shelly. They're going to take an inner turret here in this top lane. They took the outer turret as well. It's almost a 6K gold lead.
We might be seeing second items here for Vikla and Raptor very soon. Like, Vikla might actually even have enough right now.
I think he might. As we'll have a look at what he is.
They're trying to show us what the CG on the bottom is blocking it. No, he doesn't quite have an Andres yet, but he's very close. And Arm Guard is picked up here for Raptor. Very expensive, but very valuable. And will continue to be valuable as it's transformed into Azonius later on this game. But I don't know, given the game state, if he never has to break it, maybe he just doesn't even build it, maybe he doesn't even care.
Yeah. This is getting very, very difficult as casting is bouncing around this bottom lane, now having to deal with Vikla.
The Arm Guard is basically just bling in this game right now. You know, he's showing it off. It's incredibly valuable. It's incredibly useful if you're ever under threat. I don't know if he will be. I don't know if he ever cares. I don't know if Bro are even looking at that as a potential target. Right now they're just trying to get their ducks in a row. They're trying to farm. We might see a Flame Horizon this game.
It's looking like we could get there. All right, casting, going to get stunned up by the Gravity Well. And Vikla does pump a bit of damage in. Casting should be all right. Clear here just pushing this wave in.
Yeah, this is really a thing.
Inhibitor turret in a couple of moments.
So
what do we do about that?
3 grubs. Someone's going to have to answer. Or maybe he's just going to kill Teddy. He's coming over to threaten that possible reality.
Yeah, now
they're just
Romer's
pinging like no
defending
one's
an
answering
outed
top. Like
turret.
look at the question mark pings from BNK. There's no answer to the top lane.
Oh, Gideon spotted out as there is another gravity field going down. The Arcane Storm just doing so much damage to Roma, who just has to get himself out of here. Does have Tibbers at the ready, but I don't think he's going to be able to use it without immediately dying.
And who is your target anyways? You can't get vision of the prio targets. The Jhin is miles away. If you're trying to look for an engage, trying to look for setup, you put it on the front line. Where's the follow-up going to be? Not anywhere in this situation. Like you mentioned, he's at basically 0 health.
All right, Teddy has Rage Blade. If you're a Bro fan, that
good.
is going to make you feel something, maybe.
You
But,
might
I don't know
feel-
whether it's going to help that much.
You might feel less good about the fact that Leandri's was just completed and a needlessly large rod were just completed for Raptor and Vikla.
And there is at least a rapid fire cannon done for Taeyeon as well. See what kind of build he wants to go for. Stormrazor has been one of them. As far as this third option is concerned, it could just go straight for an IE if you would like.
The B&K coaching booth looks bored. They're like, oh, well, I guess there's nothing to stress about here.
But they're not celebrating yet.
No.
And I like that because this isn't necessarily all over. But that is a
Hull breaker.
Yeah, hull breaker done for Clear. I think we know what his plan is going to be. And splitting the map is exactly what you want to do into the Bro composition. They want a team fight, and you want to say no. I'd prefer not to do that.
And I just don't even know if they want a team fight anymore. I don't know if they can team fight unless somebody makes a mistake. They're going to lose this bottom turret. It's just surgical here from B&K.
There is so much vision moving into this jungle as well. You can see that Teddy's trying to roam over, but he's getting pinged out immediately.
Their Bro just, there's nobody anywhere, like, period. We just keep seeing question mark pings from B&K. They're like, are they alive? Are they still logged in? As they're trying to slowly move 3 people down to defend this push. They don't defend the push. They don't defend the push top. They don't defend the push mid. And Bro just wait for minion waves to come through. And B&K are looking to go to playoffs. They're just winning this game.
That's what it's looking like right now. Turret is going to be taken in the bottom lane. Pretty sure just trying to work out where the turrets are falling. They're just kind of falling over too much. Only 2 plates have been taken by the Bros so far this game. Flash Magnet Storm comes in. The Flash Impale doesn't work though. Taeyeon gets himself out of the way, but now Callan is getting burst down by Teddy. He's held onto the ulti. And now the curtains have been called. At least Gideon can tank those up. As now Vikla is involved in the fight. Now Namgung almost dies to that final shot.
A spear also so close to taking it off his head as well, but he does survive. But they committed 2 flashes and 2 ults and get nothing.
And the deadly flourish connects the Arcane Storm, and down goes the Annie. There is just nothing they can do. They were off screen.
Deadly combination there. The flourish to line it all up, and then the ult gets dropped on Roamer's head. And they flashed for the Magnet Storm into Impale, and Taeyeon flashes after a cleanse so quickly. He prevents any play there from Gideon. He just has that split, that extra frame to make that play happen. I think we'll watch this again. So watch Taeyeon here as they finally get proactive. They finally make a move. Oh no, we're actually skipping.
Yeah, we're just skipping that, and we're just going to watch Roma die. Aww. Well, that is going to be...
We only watch the sad replays.
Yeah, Dragon number 2 is going to go over to B&K Phyrexia. At least the Bros can be happy that they managed to deny one of the Drakes, and that is not Soul Point, and it's a Hextech Soul as well. That does mean that there's base gates, Hextech gates.
Yeah.
And so they can get around the map maybe a little bit faster, but I don't know, man. This is looking
when you're this
like
far
it is
behind,
completely over.
Even if you got a maximum value out of an Impale Magnet Storm, you don't have the damage to kill anybody anymore, I don't think, in this game. Arm Guard's still, again, a luxury item here for Raptor.
Yeah. He might even just complete a Death Cap and keep that Arm Guard there.
I think that the fact that we're having that conversation is kind of silly because I don't know if there's enough game left for him to get the gold to get it.
Yeah, maybe not.
But I like your thinking because that's probably his thought process. He's like, well, if we do go longer.
Okay, now the curtains have been called yet again. Gideon is the target. He's trying to drive his way out of there. The spear is connecting. And my goodness, the Bros just take way too much poke damage. Nice stun. Will connect onto Raptor as the Acathian Rain comes down.
The 4-1 is just hitting so hard. Clear with Hullbreaker in the mid lane. Starts to work away at this. As they chase him, B&K take out this inner, and then he's just going to go push the top wave and rinse and repeat.
They just pulled around the map. And the Bros just don't really know what they're supposed to be able to do about this. It's a 9K gold advantage, and it's only been extending.
I just don't know. There were a few moments where they could have been aggressive like 5 to 8 minutes ago, but now I don't think there's any correct choice. You just have to hope that Nidalee goes over the wall, gets stuck in the base. You know, you got to hope that the Aurelia goes way too deep on a play, that doesn't make sense, and you can kill her and then maybe start to play the game for a second before she respawns. They do complete the Zonias for Raptor, so I think you and I were kind of on the same page about maybe he goes Death Cap, but
yeah,
he decides to, in fact, build half of a Void Staff as well.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this Nidalee is utterly terrifying. You were talking about Flame Horizons. He's currently 70 CS up. That is close to the number Vickla's at as well. They've just taken so much more farm. There's a 50 CS lead for the Aurelia at the same time. The Bros just have not been allowed to play the game.
It's like basically not even possible for them to get to Flame Horizon anymore because all these mini waves are pushing into inhibitor turrets constantly. There's like no farm that's free to get.
Yeah.
All right, just lurking now are Bro, waiting for a mistake, hoping, praying for a mistake.
That's the only thing they can really do here.
It's a 5-kill game. That's it. It's only 4 kills at BNK hold, but they just hold so much threat, so much power inside, so much wave clear.
All right, now Vickler is going to close in on Gideon. There is nowhere for him to go, no flash available. Does look for the Impale, but doesn't quite find it as the Void Seeker. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's doing much of anything at all. It's a third death here for Gideon, 0-3-0 on the Skarner that was first picked here for the Bros.
Yeah, he's just been
sad Vandal pipe noises.
Vandal pipes.
Oh, dear.
Vandal pipes post Protoplasm. He doesn't do anything for anybody.
Yeah.
He tries to Impale, and the last 2 times it has failed. And this is just going to be a Baron here. It's a pretty late one, considering the game state, but they just haven't needed to take this. If they had taken this, it would have taken their foot off the gas for a minute. But with this kill on the Skarner, they know it is just a freebie. They just go right back to what they were doing just moments before.
And it should guarantee soul point as well, not that the soul is all that relevant.
He's on so much vision. The enemy that he's trying to make a play on is behind him. And he gets sidestepped here by Taeun.
Yeah, beautifully sidestepped, to be honest. Just gets to exactly the right angle.
And he's held that gold lead for a while. It's down to 100.
And it's just so sad that this is going to be the last time we see the Bros in a state like this. Just an absolute whimper here in this final game of the play-ins. BNK FearX doing the same thing again, maximizing flex pick value in order to pick up a win. This Nidalee in the jungle, which should be obvious, much like the Olaf. Like, should be obvious that that is a flex. But the way that they've piloted this is just ludicrously strong.
Death Cap done for Vickla. This is likely the push to end the game. It's only 2 minutes left on this Baron, but if they open one part of this base and BNK starts spilling in, it's just over. Like
it's so linear, man. Look at that.
It's the freest win of all time. If all they have to do is break one of these inhibitor turrets, and then Bro are just not going to be able to defend. They don't have the wave clear to match this.
No, they don't. Not at all. And you can see they've even got these little Void Mites.
They're trying their best, and the defense is pretty formidable so far, I think, all things considered.
Well, there's the Flash Impale. They get the Flash out of Vickla. That is all they're really getting, but there's the teleport in from casting. Everyone dives in. They do take down Vickla here. As the Magnus Storm comes through, Taeun in a little bit of trouble. As Kellen is likely to go down, but there's the Vanguard's Edge. They take down the Shen, but Teddy also falls. As Clear is going to be slammed into the wall. Now the Nidalee is trying to get that work done, and casting, can he be the hero? As Taeun is looking for the angle, he'll find it. And it's a triple kill for this Nidalee.
They needed a little bit more damage. Atlas in the fight. They found a good engage. They found the team split. They finally found an angle to strike, but they just could not cut through the health bars. And Raptor is the one who's pushing down this inhibitor now. The base is open. Namgoong's going to stall this out. They will get the respawns. They won't be able to end right now. But I really, this is going to be a really long replay. We're probably going to see some respawns and a potential fight in the base. But ultimately, look, Vickla's cut off here. Doesn't have any defensive tools, and this play from Namgoong prevents the peel to come through from Taeun, who's out of bullets here. But look at how much damage Clear gets done. They take out the 80 carry. Teddy is just dead, and now there's no damage in this comp. Roamer is on like 0 health and can't even get close enough if he wanted to. Taeun takes him out. and that's the end of the play. Nice try from casting, but ultimately it's not enough. And BNK do get that second inhibitor without a fight. They're able to take it out before Bro get those respawns in. And now look for Hextech Soul points. Not Hextech Soul just yet, but that's, you know.
Yeah, we don't know whether we'll get to that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really a part of this conversation.
Not quite. Still, the Baron has worn off, so at least they don't need to worry about that. But yeah, none of the jungle belongs to the Bros. And it's a 12,000 gold lead now.
And they're just looking for the last inhibitor. And because they can put the Aurelia on the bottom lane where they have the super minions and then play through top side with the other 4, it should just be a guarantee. No Baron required. Not at all.
Well, we'll see whether the Bros can try and lap up some money now that there are super minions moving into their base. That might be something they can do. But as we can see with the gold lead, it is only extending as BNK Furex look to push towards that top side.
Through here, he's going to start getting towards those Nexus turrets, and they have to defend their last inhibitor, which means mid and bottom lane are completely open here. The siege is real.
Yeah, burn barrier in for Raptor as well, so he does have that shield. As now Namgung looking for an angle towards Vikla, and there is a public execution as well. He gets held over his own gravity well, as Vikla will be taken down. Teddy grabs that kill. Now they're also going to get the Shen. It's a double for Teddy.
Clear's ending the game.
Yeah, Clear is looking to try and win. And that's probably a good idea, as the curtains have been called. Gideon almost dies, actually, from that 4th shot. But this Nexus turret does not go down, and so the Bros will be able to buy some respite for the moment.
Not only do they defend here, survive, and live to fight another day, but they also waste some of the time on these downed inhibitors. Still going to be down for about 2 more minutes as these 2 players respawn, but they were able to play this well enough. They're like, okay, push to the top side. Vikla's overextended. Vikla, frankly, is way too far up here and ends up getting caught by all of this CC and is burst down. When Kellen shows up to save him, he's then the next target. He gets pulled back by Gideon, and it's kind of, at this point, for BNK, too tough to continue to fight. Just don't have the damage with that Victor gone, and the Aurelia was pushing bottom side. The Aurelia is forced out of the base because couldn't get that wave to crash before the play happened top side, so only got a little bit, like a sliver of the health of that Nexus turret on the bottom side of the map. Is Vikla... All right, Vikla, there's a little dent in the gold graph. Let's be a little more cautious. He has an arm guard now, so that would have saved him in the last play.
Well, Gideon might even be able to get a camp. That's crazy. Look at that. A red buff for the Bros?
Prevents the Flame Horizon.
There you go.
Unless it already was there before you picked that up, which might have been the case. But
only
he
two
takes
minions.
him out of it.
Yeah, 2 minions are required here for Raptor, so I have a feeling that Flame Horizon is still happening. The triple Flame Horizon may not happen though, so maybe that's something worth talking about. As Vanguard's Edge comes through, as Roma gets through the base gate, but he's just so dead. My goodness. Taeyeon is also just going to get dove on here by Teddy. Kellen is there though, and he finds himself the taunt onto this Kai'Sa. As now the curtains have been called once again. Gideon trying to drive his way out of here. And the bullets will cease for the moment, but a 4 versus 5 to try and defend these Nexus turrets. Oh man, it is looking so rough for the Bros. The first Nexus turret does go down.
Players here.
There's the Magnus Storm, catches onto 2 of them, but Gideon does not find the angle with that Impale. Kellen just taunts the air because his target was already dead. Carson gets into the backline, Vikla goes golden as Teddy dove on by Clear. And this is how the Bros will be dismissed from the playoffs as BNK Fear-X make it 3 in a row.
3 in a row, and this team bounced back in a big way in this series after 2 incredibly one-sided losses. They are able to close it in the 5th game. BNK looking solid with their draft flexes and just overall solid 5v5 gameplay when it mattered most, but in sides in that last game, they left Bro absolutely no answer.
And now you've got the difficult task of trying to work out who your POM is going to be in this game. I think there are quite a few options here. I don't know whether it's going to be the same as yesterday. I think that guy towards the top of your screen, towards the top lane on your screen right there, was definitely worthy of consideration as a sad goodbye here for the Bros, as they will not be making the playoffs.
And I feel like we got one really decent close game in this series, but the rest of the series was just about get ahead, snowball your lead, But the winner of the 5th and final snowball game was BNK. We saw a lot of one-sided games. We saw a lot of oppressive macro. But Taeyeon once again gets to be the victor here at the end of the day. Alongside Vikla, who
yeah,
played
that was
in game
Vikla.
5.
Vikla was the victor.
But the sad story of the Bros is that they were so close to making Legend Group. They failed there. They were so close to beating KT. They failed there. They were ahead and so close to beating BNK here and fell short, but almost just doesn't cut it at the LCK.
Certainly doesn't, and you've got to have that killer instinct, even if you are pushed to your very limit. BNK Furex, they just had, well, I was mentioning it before, but more in the tank.
It was canceled. The package was canceled.
Yeah, I think so. And I guess he figured it out the whole time. The writing was on the wall or on the fan sign, as it turns out. As we felt like this started actually kind of all right for the Bros.
Yeah, it looked like, okay, casting's going to stabilize. A lot of those mains went by the wayside, but
look at what it turned into. Like, because this was a 5-kill game for so long.
Yeah, the highlights here are pretty comedic, actually, because it's just like, all right, that was that level 3 play, and then we were 28 minutes into the game, and that's the next few team fights we saw. It was just an impressive macro game here from BNK, which is a totally different showcasing of what we saw from them in their losses in this series, where they just kept forcing fights and not playing the finesse, not playing slow. And the coaching throughout the series, you could really feel on both teams, like they were making the changes they needed to make the moves forward. But in this final game, they trusted Clear, right? They trusted Raptor on these picks, and they delivered.
Yeah, Raptor looked absolutely phenomenal on the middle. As, yeah, Roma just having a horror of a game, bookending this series, to be honest. But the games in between actually looked fine. Teddy did everything that he could, I think, but everything was kind of already massively on fire. I don't think Donald Glover would have been able to make it into the room with the pizza.
Teddy has been on basically every Rise Group team over the last few years, including this one.
Yeah.
And he's been the anchor. He's been the one consistent piece. He's been the late game win con. But in this draft, even he couldn't find the Kaisa angle. He tried to in that last moment for the Killer Instinct, had Cleanse ready for a potential taunt, but just doesn't have the damage. The rest of his base is in tatters. And these are the final moments here for BNK. Feeling the pressure this series, but never lost their cool.
And even like Clear dying for that first blood underneath the turret, still just did not care. He just dominated the lane regardless. Saw that little dip as the Bros managed to find a decent team fight. But as you can see, I mean, not very much damage being done here from the Bros. And BNK Furex will just waltz their way towards a playoffs berth. Them and KT making it through the play-in successfully via the Bros in 5 games.
Curious to see who picks up player of the match. We're about to find out. I think it could have been anyone on the top side, really. And even Taeyeon could deserve a shout as well.
Yeah, I think we're trying to do some calculations. I think a lot of people not quite sure where their votes need to go. I think Taeyeon's worth a shout. I think even Kellen having some good games in there. Raptor definitely an option. Vikla also looking pretty good. I mean, it's a tough one. As it will be Taeyeon that locks down the POM. His Yunara absolutely phenomenal. And his Sivir really game-changing in that first game.
Yeah, the Sivir was such a great game. I think of these 5, that was the most impressive to me. Had the Penta in game 4, which was kind of a Raptor play on the Maokai there ultimately, but still did perform well, didn't fall apart, didn't have a Lulu, and still played really aggressively with the Nautilus pick that he had alongside him. I voted for Raptor. I thought he had some really cool picks in this series. Really showcased some flexibility that we've been seeing more and more from him recently.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually think that there are a lot of good choices. I imagine that the calculations for the POM were difficult because they were very close. And when it's difficult to call a POM, that's when you know that a team is working very well as a unit. And the BNK style, even though it hasn't changed, it's been refined. They're getting better and better at taking every single fight all the time forever. And I think the more they play these picks like the Nidalee jungle and things like that where they can stay on the front foot the entire time, the better this team is going to look as they try to progress through the playoffs.
It's going to be tough. Playoffs is stacked. You've got the entirety of the Legend group to fight through, but just maybe this squad, like DRX in the past, could be the team to make that miracle run. We have seen it before when no one expected it.
Worlds is in America again, and that was how DRX managed to become champions from 6th place in the LCK to world champs.
With Pyoshik and Barrel!
True, they don't have them. However,
and Juhan.
maybe they've got some spare time. They can just go with them. That could be an option. We're not entirely sure. Taking us a little bit of time before we get towards the interview, but we can hang out with you until that one is ready. And so now, Wolf, our entire playoff bracket has been locked in. And we've got some choices to be made from our 3rd and 4th playoff berth teams from the Legend group. And I have a feeling it's going to be a difficult choice to make.
Yeah, I think BNK is going to get chosen.
I have a feeling that might be the case as well. But let's get into the interview with Taeyoon.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Taeyoon on the side of BNK FearX. Congratulations!
네, BNK FearX 3시즌 연속 플레이오프 진출에 성공했습니다. 승리 소감 말씀드립니다.
BNK FearX has advanced to playoffs 3 times in a row. How do you feel? I mean, obviously, I wasn't a part of the team when that happened, but the team making it to the playoffs 3 times in a row, I mean, it just makes me feel like our team has been doing really well. And, you know, I definitely wanted to make it to playoffs with them. And the POM votes were dead even. And so that it was so even that we had to do a redo on the votes on the caster side. And you were the ultimate POM. So who would you pick as today's POM?
니달리를 못 믿는 건 아닌데.
I mean, just thinking about Game 5 with their Nidalee, I was considering Raptor. And I feel like Nidalee is just such an extreme pick for jungle right now. And we actually asked him 3 times. And all 3 times he said that I want to play Nidalee. And that's why we actually went with it and we were able to win. So I think Raptor did really well, but maybe I did a little better than him. And yesterday and today you had back-to-back matches, and with the tight prep time, what was the key against Hanjin Brion? I think when it comes to best of 5s, obviously all comes down to the draft. So I think it really didn't really matter what happened in game 1. I feel like we just had to make sure that we actually take control over the game eventually with the draft. So I think that's why we're just kind of looking at the long run. And today you were against Teddy, a veteran. So how was playing against him on such a big stage? I mean, I also had a veteran player alongside with me. Although Teddy is another amazing veteran player, I think I had a really good time playing against him. And with it being an elimination match, when you were down 2 games after that initial win, how did you manage the pressure? Yeah, after game 3, it ended up being 1-2. And when I was I was on my bathroom break, and I was thinking, is this how I'm gonna go back home? But after winning game 4, I think the series ended up being so entertaining, so fun to play out. And after that, I thought, you know, we actually could win. I was able to really solidify that moment. But what about that pentakill in game 4? It was your first pentakill after 2023 spring. Yeah, usually if it's not a pentakill angle, we try to split up the kills, but you know, at the very end, it was just so
5세트 분위기에 좋다 생각해서 전혀 제가
It was
먹고
actually
싶은 건
so
아니었고
free. I think I was just,
분위기를 위해서
honestly, I just saw that angle and I was like, oh my god, I need to yell for this pentakill. And obviously my teammates were
보기가 좋은 태윤 선수가 아닌가 싶은데요.
definitely helpful with that as well.
굉장히 중요한 판이잖아요. 여기에서 딱 이렐리아라는
And in
픽을
game
꺼낼 수 있는
5, the
용기가
most
정말 대단하다는
crucial
생각이 드는데 이 픽의 배경도 궁금합니다.
game of the series, the guts to pull out the Aurelia. Can you walk us through what happened? I mean, against Ambessa, there are a lot of different options, but Clear had been practicing a lot of different champions to counter that.
다른 걸 하고 싶어 하더라고요. 그래서 그냥 이렐리아 하라고 해서 했는데 잘한 것
And
같아요.
in the end, I just wanted our team to play their hearts out without any regrets. And unlike Raptor, Clear just had something else on his mind, so he actually ended up picking Aurelia, and you know, that actually worked out really well. So where do you guys usually get the inspiration for these pocket picks out from?
그런 것 같아요.
I think it really comes from solo queue and maybe some YouTube videos that we end up watching, some ideas here and there that we pick up.
생각보다 5세트 가도
And so, can we expect a pocket pick from the bot lane then?
별로 없어가지고
I mean, there's really no reason for bot to actually go through the trash bin. So, I mean, given that there are so many different champions that are really viable and very good to play, I don't think you can really expect much pocket pick to appear in the current state. And it looks like it is all up to T1, who you will play in playoffs round 1. So, who do you think you're gonna meet? T1 or D plus Kia? I mean, I already know my future. I think I will end up meeting T1. I mean, T1 is an amazing team. I feel like we're gonna meet them. But I mean, personally, I want to meet D plus Kia, but I think we already know that we're going to play T1. So, regardless of your opponent, what is your mindset for your upcoming match? I'm just really happy that we're able to perform and play even more in front of our fans. And just the fact that we are competing for the world spot is just such a joy. And I want to make sure that we can continue winning so that we can keep showing up in front of our fans. And that's all from Taeyoon and taking you back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, as always, dear, for that awesome translation. As the bros are done, it is Brover. The BNK Fearex will move on to the next stage to face off against one of the teams in the playoffs. We'll have to wait and see who it is, as we did have some Giga Chads here.
You know what, Brendan?
Yeah?
Great job.
Wow. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Great job. Great job to you. And I'll say it. Great job to me. And that's all I'll say.
Hey, he was one game away. It could have been worse. He could have been Jonah Strong.
You don't get points for close.
3-0.
Yeah, that was a little bit way off.
Yeah, I mean,
also, can I just say, just quickly, you know Atlas's name, how it has like the red underneath?
Yeah.
It looks like, you know, on a document on the computer where it like underlines it when it's spelt wrong?
Yeah.
Does it think it's supposed to be Atlas, like with the A?
Yeah, it's technically, it's spelled wrong.
Wow. That's some real disrespect, but I guess he did predict 3-1 bro, so he deserves it.
So, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Well, I guess Raptor Berry played well, especially in the early game, so Raptor just threw a spear.
Can you apologize to Raptor and BNK Fearex?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
No.
Wow.
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 Wow. Such a strong statement.
Yeah, well, at least I cheered him.
True.
Yeah.
So yes, BNK Fearex will move on to the next stage of playoffs, and let's get into the POM, the player of the match, because it was Taeyoon, but I know who you guys voted for and who Wolf voted for, and Raptor did not get it.
Oh, so it was super close, and so what happened is there was Korean analysts both went bot lane, English analysts, us, both went jungle, and Jonah Strong went top lane, but because the deciding votes needs to come from that line, he was the decider and he went for bot lane. So super close, super tight, which I think is fair. There are a lot of good options here, and we can see a pretty wide spread of people covered in these votes overall.
Yeah, I think the votes are really fair, as you said, because Raptor played really well, but his Nafri game was quite having hard time, and then Taeyun was playing very solid, but not very impactful without the Yunara's pentakill. And then like Kalista is like, I will say, it's like draft-wise it was very hard. So everyone actually has something to say.
I think when it's a close best of 5 like this, there's always going to be some tough moments for the players, and then moments they shine. So I think it can make it harder to decide, but I think both those options would have been great.
Yeah, Alice said at the end there, he was like, maybe throw Vikla a vote or two. Vikla actually was the one guy who didn't get any votes, which I thought was kind of interesting. I mean, I think he could have gotten some votes. I mean, we even had a support vote there.
He won POM yesterday, so I think he's doing pretty good.
No, he's not even here.
Wow. You know what? This just with the picture of Digon crying, just really, really makes me feel happy about my prediction and also my comment. So,
Okay.
I love Bro, love the Bro fandom, but just Digon needed to take an L here. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So for me, the pure ment is quite similar, but emotion is different. I'm quite sad about Digon is losing it, and then threw saplings right into Bro fans. Like, it was quite sad that Raptor was playing really well.
Yeah, Raptor had a great day, and he almost won the player of the match, but he did not. With a champ pool as flexible as the cat he played in Game 5, Raptor takes playoffs.
I'm pretty sure if the Game 5 was not a Nidalee and they didn't try to win the 3 lanes prior with it, I think BNK Fear X was gonna fall. But they actually did it, and that was a hard execution, and they did it, so it's a very good POment, I think.
Yeah, cats are very flexible. For those who don't know, for some reason.
We get a cat fact from you, Brendan. Quick cat fact, other than they're flexible.
They need to take care of their kidneys because they can get kidney disease really easily. So make sure they're drinking enough water and taking supplements.
That's a good fact to help with the cat care. Thank you.
An AD carry that fits BNK Fear X really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not pretty sure, but I think I saw a lot of times Prince was just voting for ADC. But I understand that Damon played really solid today, so understood that.
Jonas Strong does the same thing, by the way. Is that why he went for Taeyun at the end of the day? Probably. Bunch of AD carry players, am I right? Clear, a player who made me rush to the toilet.
Oh, shit. That's the Cloud Templar classic, so I don't know if the global will understand it, but yeah. It's
what did he mean by that, Umpty?
Because he thought he played so well, so now he... Nah, I can't say. I'm not that image. I can't say that.
This is one of these situations where I'm like, oh, maybe there's like a language barrier, we don't understand the context, and then we get the explanation, but no, we understood the first time.
Yeah, it's just Cloud Templar just continuing his theme of these...
Yeah, it's just classic.
...related comments. So another clear vote here, except not having to deal with toilets. Even after falling hard, rather, he still has the courage to try again. Incredible.
I mean, Claire had a very good moment, and Claire had a very bad moment today too. Like, especially at the Renekton Aatrox game is the thing. The laning was really hard that even he thought, and then the Vayne game was really hard. But he still shines at the team fight at Aatrox. That was impressive.
Absolutely. He was very good. So I think we are done with our comments for now. We got to take a look at the results from today. As I said before,
again,
it is unfortunately Brover, and Bro has been knocked out of play-ins and playoffs as a result. You will not get to see them until next year.
If I remember correctly, I think BNK Fear X win and lose and win the game 4-5 again. I think so. At the last time.
Well, they won yesterday in a 3-1. Right, so
maybe I was wrong.
A little bit different.
You know what?
Somewhat similar.
I can confirm you were wrong, Umpty. But
yeah, like my prediction.
So KT gets the first seed after beating Bro, and unfortunately Bro with the second chance do fall today. But BNK Fear X will get the 6th seed into playoffs. And for the grand reveal, who did T1 select in playoffs? I saw some people in chat wondering about it. It is, of course, going to be BNK Fear X. I think we all were going to see this coming, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think BNK Fear X had to fight a long way to get here, and Even though you think like KT was really close against Bro, BNK4X was really close against Bro, KT struggled in the Legend group, and T1 has obviously played them a lot. We all remember what happened last year when a struggling KT came into playoffs and took down the Titans that were Gen G. So I think it is the right call not to pick KT. They are potentially dangerous.
I just feel like when you have a team with BDD and Cuz on it, not to mention the rest of the players who had some really big moments this year, like it's too risky, right? And for the side of BNK4X, or even if it were Bro, I think you picked Bro as well. Like these two teams going very close, fighting, you know, to 5 games and stuff. I think they definitely look weaker than KT, not just based off of the playoff bracket and the way the seeding worked out. So, yeah, pretty good stuff. And guys, we are not done for today. We have some bonus show here at the end. And of course, we do want to talk about what is going to happen starting tomorrow, which is the playoffs. The playoffs for LCK begin right away tomorrow. So not a lot of rest here for BNK4X. They have to play Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Wow.
And up against T1 as well. At least it is double elimination. And yes, the Uri Bank playoffs will begin tomorrow. And it's going to be fun.
So,
any expectations for that, guys?
Yeah. And then so what we call is not a pre-show, it's a Uri Bank playoff post-show?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is actually the scores from teams if you just look at their round 3 to 4 standings. I thought this was interesting to look at because even though BNK4X were a fair bit down in terms of the Rise group, they are the team to kind of make it out and make it up to playoffs. So having a big resurgence, a big grown form, that's great to see. For the Legend group, D+, top performers in round 3 and 4, despite being all the way down in 4th seed. They are a really big threat. Obviously, Gen G brought it together. And I think, although HLE and T1 had decent performances in round 3 to 4, especially HLE towards the end, not the performance we kind of expected them, especially HLE who finished round 2 in first place, didn't match that same level of form. But I think so many threats in playoffs, and even teams who may have not had the best performance recently can level up so quickly when it gets to these best of 5s.
Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of level once we get into these playoffs, and there is, of course, a ton on the line. It is just one split of LCK this year and last year, so you just got to fight all the way to the end to get the one victory, the one championship, and of course, you know, making it into Worlds, right? You got to get World seeds. It's a lot on the line, and I'm sure a lot of these big veterans are going to step up their game as we do get into it. So we do want to talk about each individual team that we do have here in the playoffs, and we are going to start off with T1 as they are going to be playing starting from tomorrow. So guys, take it away.
So for T1, I think the centerpiece has absolutely been the bot lane. Paze has just been in insane form. So hard to deal with, so capable of carrying games. And the pairing of him and Carrier is just an absolute force to be reckoned with. You have to respect their laning. You have to respect the potential in team fights. They are just the bot lane to beat. And we also wanted to highlight a little bit some of the big picks for them. You know, the Bard has to be banned against Carrier. The Lucian Melio, the Caitlyn Lux. These are things that I just feel like if you give over, you might as well just go into the next game.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then I think the Pace like playstyle wise, he's like a high risk, high return playstyle, but his successful win rate is like 90 to 10. So I don't know, we should call it high risk right now. It's like low risk, high return play.
Yeah, it's just high reward. That's it.
He's just pretty good at this game we call League of Legends and those picks. And we do want to jump into their opponents, of course, BNK4X, and really highlight Taeyun, of course, because Taeyun comes in and the team starts winning.
Yeah, and then I think like the BNK4X is like really good at the skirmishes and making some good fights, but there are not like solid players like holding their ground or something. But Taeyun comes in, he can join the skirmish and he can hold the ground too. So that actually helps the BNK4X a lot, and then he's back to the playoff.
It's obviously a really tall task going into T1's bot lane, but I think the Taeyun we have now paired with Kellen is a much better matchup than my expectations would have been at the start of this year. And I think the form that we've seen from them has really leveled up. Again, still a tall task, but I expect to see them still trying to challenge the 2v2, not just giving over pressure constantly, and then see what they can do when it gets to team fights. You know, Taeyun's been picking up those pentakills. We know he can carry in the late game.
Yeah, Taeyun is a veteran at this point in his own right, even though it kind of still feels like he's the new guy on the block. He's actually been in multiple different regions, even went to LPL and come back. So I feel like he also adds kind of a layer of swagger to this team with some of his ceremonies and stuff like that. So I think he is a great addition, and we'll see how far they can go. The next team to talk about, of course, is D plus Kia. They won EWC and changed into an entirely different team.
So first thing we should talk about is like D plus Kia won the EWC against the other like strongest team in the world. And then they came back and then they played round 3, 4 like fantastically. And then now they're actually looking for the more higher and higher.
Sometimes you see a team turn up at a tournament and it's like, okay, well, they have good form for this tournament. And it's, you know, it feels like a little bit of a fluke, still very impressive, but they can't maintain that same form for a longer period of time or when they return domestically. That has not been the case for D+. Lucid has been at the forefront of this. We just saw a bit of his Lee Sin having a great display there. And the fact that they have, in Legend Group, against teams like Gen G, like T1, like HD, like KT, the best record, taking down Gen G 2 times, by the way, 2-0 against them in round 3 and 4. It's just a crazy achievement for them, and I'm excited to see what they can do in these playoffs.
Really does feel like it's all about form sometimes, and this team might just be the team in the best form currently, as the next team, their opponent in the first match of playoffs is, of course, KT Rolster, who always brings us on that roller coaster. What do they have in store this time?
So I think these days Perfect was a little bit quiet, but I still think that Perfect is the like main key of this player. Like Perfect was making a lot of like good skirmishes and then even like a Joker picks with Jahan and playing like 100% win rate. So he's gonna be the most important key at the playoff again.
Yeah, to me, I feel like Perfect this year has grown so much as a player, and I feel like last year I was like, okay, Perfect, you just need to try and chill out and survive while BD Inca's carry, but he really became such a big carry in his own right, had that period just not being able to be defeated on Zahen, and taking these picks like Vayne, really challenging in the lane and just making a name for himself. So, you know, I think going up against D+, going up against Shiwu, I think Shiwu has had some inconsistencies this year despite having some good performances, but I'm looking to see Perfect try and take the mantle in that matchup.
Yeah, it just feels like KT, you know, our casters were talking about 6th place team, DRX in 2022, able to make a big rise. For me, it's actually KT this time that might be able to get it done as a big dark horse rather than BNK FearX, sorry, to BNK FearX. If there's any team I think that's going to have a big resurgence here in playoffs, it might just be KT in my mind. But to talk about our other 2 teams that we do have here in playoffs, the top 2 seeds, let's jump into Gen G right away, as this team always feels like it's the team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was very worried because Gen G lost 2 lose streak, because everyone's like expectation is really high, and then everyone's worried about like Lulu is coming back or not, but he's back. We can see that at this motion too.
Yeah, I mean, when Ruler's in form, he wins Worlds. We've seen that before, and he's had such solid performances. I think it was a bit out of character this year. Struggled after that defeat that we had at the LCK Cup, but now it looks like he's had these masterful performances recently, and a Ruler in form is so scary to face up into.
Yeah, not to mention the crazy roster that they have around him. It just feels like it's a star-studded lineup, and we'll have to wait and see how they do play. And of course, another team that kind of fulfills that same star-studdedness, it is Hanwha Life Esports, our MSI champions, and definitely one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
I think there has been some kind of figuring things out recently with HLE, because their performance recently hasn't necessarily reflected the level we saw for them at MSI. Winning that tournament against so many strong teams, coming out on top, especially after their tough time they had in the LCK Cup, it looked like they'd all figured it out. And it feels like they have a bit more to figure out, but this team has shown that they can play and compete at the very absolute top. So I expect huge things from HLE, not just in the LCK, but going into Worlds as well, and a big threat to contend with.
I mean, I think everyone should know that everyone didn't expect HLE is gonna just win the MSI straight, because BLG was very strong, and then everyone thought that HLE has very high ceiling, but there was some problems at there. But they actually like solved it at MSI, and now they came back, and then like HLE looked a little bit struggle, but we know their ceiling is really high, so have to be aware about it.
The ceiling is insane. I mean, they have so many world champions, MSI champions now, all 5 of them, and it just feels like even if they have some struggles, as you're mentioning, they might just be the strongest team at the end of the day, so you can never count them out. But we'll be a little bit until we do get to see HLE play. Starting off tomorrow, we are, of course, going to see T1 up against BNK FearX. If you did miss it, T1, of course, as we expected, did choose BNK FearX for their match, and that will be a best-of-5 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, T1, always a fierce opponent when it comes to these playoff matches, when it comes to these high-stake matches. They have so much experience on the biggest stages, and even though their form's been a bit rough recently compared to what they'd like it to be, I still think they're very favored in this matchup, especially as BNK FearX really have to fight to get here. But I'm hoping that BNK FearX can just, play to their style, play their game, come out aggressive and look to challenge, and just, take each game one at a time.
I agree. I do believe like BNK FearX can challenge about that way too, and then especially I think they should show up with like their style, because in planes they actually like fight everything, skirmishes, we don't care about value, we can just fight everything and win. So they should try on T1 and we'll see the playstyle there. I think it will be very fun.
And I feel like I just know T1 are the team who will get in the mud with them. They will get messy.
Yeah.
I expect that to be a messy series.
Yes.
Yeah, especially with double elim and the fact that T1, sometimes the circus comes out even in big matches, so you never know with them. I find it hard to predict a 3-0 for T1 in that case, even though I'm definitely predicting T1 to win the series, but you never know. And with that, guys, we are done with play-ins. It feels like another kind of ending of one of our scenes here at the LCK, and we're almost done. Thoughts on the play-ins and looking forward to playoffs, guys?
Saw some cool performances, but it was so close. Kind of heartbroken for Bro, the fact that they went to 5 games both times, super close. And especially because you fight all year to get to this point, you qualify, and then it's just like a little moment was between you and going further to playoffs. But it just shows the high level of competition that we have here.
That's what we call experiences, and then they get the experience and that will be better. And then just congrats for BNK FearX and the KT roster they're going on. And then I hope they can get the good result. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know.
Yep.
You never know. We had it with DRX. We've had it with T1, right? Just barely getting in over KT and then winning Worlds again. So many strong teams, so many strong players in the LCK. And you really just never know until we actually do play out the best of 5 for finals. So that's it for play-ins from us. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for playoffs. Have a good night.
Tomorrow. Bye. Bye-bye.
changed up. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stars.